last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
Last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their sides reaping crimson paths. Beware, for the lords of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
Last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Lords of the Abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Beware, for the Lords of Soul stir.
You ready for a show?
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the start of our Trios Chinese Mainland Qualifiers. I am Donkey Donuts, one of your hosts and casters, alongside the legend, Mr. Raven PLZ, the analyst of the Western world, the coach, the GOAT, my boy. Are you excited for today? Or perhaps just as excited as I am at the very least, because it is going to be an interesting day, as this is the last chance, or the start of the last chance for a lot of these teams to make it all the way over to Jacob.
Yeah, this is definitely really, really exciting, Duncan. Going into Worlds, Trios, super prestigious. I'm very curious to see who's going to reserve the right to get to go and represent CN for Jacob. Now, CN, I'm not going to lie, it's a slugfest out there. It's extremely hard to make it through the mainland qualifiers, and it's going to be a toss-up, I feel like, for Trios, just like solos. This year, the new rule set, how competitive everything is, it's extremely close between the top 8, the top 10, especially we're going to be having 12 rounds. So I'm not going to lie, Duncan, 12 rounds as a competitor, I got to know if I had 12 chances to prove whether or not I belonged. I'm not going to lie, that's enough for me to leave it all out there. 12 rounds is a lot of rounds for you to figure out whether or not you can make it through. And it's been a long year, a lot of different metas, new characters, new map. And going into today, finally, I always tell everyone, like, Monk wasn't prevalent this entire year, but for Jacob, Monk always comes back. Last year, HLG was the only team to really run Monk on the final stage, and they ended up coming in second. I would say it was a two-way tie, considering it was a 0.5 difference between TE and HLG. This next year, we're seeing Transformers coming out in a different way. The Valda, Hadi, and Monk. And I gotta say, Duncan, it's gonna be very, very hard to be. It looks like we saw DRG, GG. Who is the third team that already sitting in for the qualifiers?
Well, I did not catch that last one, but we're taking a look at the teams, some of these participating teams for the day. Our teams for today, which is Alliance, JL, OUG, JDG, Bowder, WBG, and then a few others. If we can, we'll probably, through powers of deduction, we'll be able to figure out who that third one was, because I didn't catch it myself either.
It was DRG. It was KLA.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. But here we are. We're taking a look at the maps that we're going to be having today, and it's going to be split right down the middle, Raven. First 3 games are going to be sunny morning, sort of no Firefly days, and then the second half of the day is when it's getting a little oogly, a little spicy, with the Fireflies coming in on the Holoroth Dusk, Morrisile Night, and Perdoria Midnight. It's going to be an exciting few games, as many, you want to be getting as many points as you possibly can on the first day to set yourself up for the second day. As we said, it's going to be 12 games in total. The first 6 games are going to be played on the first day, and then the second. Man, we can do maths. So it's going to be very important for a lot of teams to get as many points as they can on the first day, because on the first day, as long as you sort of create a nice base for yourself going into the second day, you're going to feel a lot more confident. You're not going to have as far to go. Yesterday, you and I were talking about how the solos, we reckon it's probably going to be around 40-ish points total as sort of like the qualifying mark for that top 6 bracket. And the same will probably end up being said for Trios. Obviously, it's not going to be 40 points, but it's going to be so we're going to find a certain point level that we can reasonably assume there's going to be the point threshold you have to be at if you want to be in that top 6 bracket. So we're going to have that figured out by the end of the day, most likely, and at that point a lot of these teams are going to be able to go back and be able to see how much do they need to do going into that second game. Do they need to have the biggest pop-off day of their lives and get just crazy number of points in all 6 games, or can they sort of take a more slow down approach, something a little bit more stable, something a bit more sustainable, and come in and just sort of slow and steady wins the race, that sort of thing. But here we are, Raven, with some interesting glyph setups here. Can you take me through this? Because I don't know, I obviously know my glyphs and all that sort of stuff, but I'm more of a solo player and I have a little bit of a Christmas tree myself. What do you think of these glyph setups?
Well, looks like discount and going the blue side is back. And one of the things that I knew was going to be very prevalent was you got to have someone with grapple distance and speed. It's just everyone's movement in the game has increased so much. And we see the Valda and Hadi both having the grapple distance. This also secures for your endgame situation. This composition, I would say, that GG is representing, dominates Spirit Well and dominates winning that last heal off situation in endgame. As the zone closes in, having two characters, Valdo and Monk, both being able to play the zone perfectly with their giant amount of health pools that they're able to have that secondary coming in, plus Hadi securing their movement, giving them that cube and that ability to survive and with a lot of verticality, trees, buildings, allowing you to set up. And having that grapple distance allows you to air stall, to go into as high as possible and stay away from a lot of the action on the ground. Because of the rule changes this year, first place is the only place that you really get that multiplier, and what that's done to the competition is everyone has really gone back to the drawing board of how to win a round. Before, you could cruise control, you can get into that top 4 and get a very, very solid amount of placements, play very conservatively, and secure your position very, very well to put yourself in striking distance for those final 2 or 3 rounds where you could take a bigger risk. But now we're seeing a lot more exciting gameplay because you can't sit back anymore. Every single aspect of the game has been really, really sharpened this year. Off spawn, the mid-game situations with the Yang depletion, and finally endgame. These teams have really, really been forced to look at their gameplay under a lens and improve upon it, especially even in trios with the name changes, everyone becoming a lot stronger. Before, knowing exactly which teams were where allowed a lot of teams to deduce how exactly to play certain rounds. Now going into the day, I was curious whether or not JL survived. My 2 favorite teams happens to be Bauda, just because of that man you on the corner there, and JL. I've always loved watching TXJ and BBB, so for me at least, as a viewer, not just as a caster, I'm excited to see how the 2 of these teams perform. I hope Yu is able to make it this year. I've always told him that he was one of the best Wuchens that CN had to represent. And little did I know, he ended up being one of the best entries in position 1s for teams. And it really goes to show how dominant KLA was, then OUG was, and now how Bauda is. So I'm hoping to say hello to him again this next coming year and be like, I told you so, you. I told you you were a GOAT.
I told you you were the GOAT. It's just be like, yeah, I know I'm the GOAT now. That's gonna be a funny conversation. We'll have to see how that goes, but we're gonna be taking a look at these games and these hero picks very, very soon, and I am interested to see if we have any more goofiness coming out, because as we saw last week, I remember we were sat here watching it, and we were like, wait, what are these comms? What's going on here? What are we looking at? These Hadi, Valda, Monk, all these interesting combinations that we haven't seen before. And I said it was gonna happen. I said Valda was gonna be coming into the meta. I knew she was gonna be coming in to trios and solos as well. I said it many times, and I'm glad I was proved right, because she's the kind of character that's definitely, I feel like she's always had a place in the meta, but it's just been hard to find the right spot for her. But now we've definitely found a pretty solid position for her within this composition. And then another thing, to see Hadi V2 as opposed to V1, the variation of Hadi's ultimate that applies fire damage to the to the people that you hit with your ultimate. you don't have the cube, so you don't have that reset potential, but you do have this fire damage that also synergizes very nicely with Valda. Valda, when she hits you with one of her watery abilities, you then have a status effect called Soaked, and when you're soaked, not only do you do a reduced amount of damage, you do like 5 to 10% less damage, but you also, if you have a fire damage, sort of a fire tick applied to you, or if it's already been applied to you and then you become soaked, you then instantaneously take all of the fire damage you would have taken over time in an instant, which is very nice for bursting people down, and is one of the reasons why this synergy exists, or why it's being chosen here, I imagine. But there are still teams opting to go for that Cube Hardy variation, which I think, I mean, we've seen Cube, we've seen it for a while now, but due to the nerfs that it received, the adjustments in its power, it's not as good as it used to be. And I'm not, I think I'm probably one of the people who's rather glad that it's not as prevalent as it used to be. Raven and I have gone into our trio adventures, and I've another cube. What do you mean? You know, it's frustrating. It's annoying to deal with sometimes. I'm glad it's not as prevalent. You know, I'm just gonna say that. But we're still gonna be seeing it in pro play, because if you use it at the right time, it can still be an extremely useful tool. But here we are, Raven. We're gonna be going through into our first round selection very shortly. What do you think we're gonna be seeing in the first round of character picks?
I think one of the things I'm very excited about this year is normally we've only had 3 compositions, and even this year we saw 4 common compositions: that Matari Zai Zipping, traditional Siphon, traditional attack on Titan with Viper and Tessa. But now this year we have even more going into this last leg, going into J-Cup. We're seeing the Zai variation with Feria and Monk, and the Valda Hadi variation with the fade out of that cube strategy that you so dislike, Duncan. I was on the opposite end. I love playing that cube strat. Just moving around everywhere was exciting to me. I always love high mobility play styles. Just the ability to assassinate going in and out has always been my favorite.
I mean, I like that too, but it's just that, you know, the cube is just, you just press it at any time and no line of sight. You don't need to do anything. You know, if you're silenced, it's okay, buddy. You just press it. It's okay. You know, that's what irritated me. You know, I was just like, for the 5th time within a team fight, I'm just like, okay, you're going again. Okay. You know, everyone knows what I mean. You love it.
Going to the last bit, normally we saw a lot of Viper strategy, and we're seeing, I always say that every single year, the 3 questions you have to ask is: how do you beat Temi, how do you beat Monk, and how do you beat Viper? All 3 of the most prevalent trio strategies revolve around building around these 3 core characters. And we're seeing a new expression of it this year, and I was really hoping that Monk came back. Now, I was very sad that for the meta that I competed in, going into the last little bit for the qualifiers, we didn't have Monk, just because I believe Monk or Tryhard on Monk was probably one of the best in the world. Unfortunately, we didn't have Monk, but now we are having it for this CN mainland. Like I always predicted, 4 finals, 4 worlds, we always see this character come back. It's what made me fall in love with trios. Seeing the 20 monks in endgame was hilarious to me. Just that giant rave of monks ready to go. The double grabs, everyone huddling up, hiding from the intense amount of monks out there. Will we see one of those end games today? That's gonna be really hype. First game of the day is usually a slow game, but I'm hoping to see that. Look at this. For the first time, we have 4 monks in a lobby. I haven't seen this since the beginning of the year.
Yeah, we've not seen this many monks in quite a while, and it's I agree, it's nice to see. I like this. I miss the old monk meta to some extent, you know, the end games were completely packed with so many people there, so many monks just throwing hands, the monks just playing hot potato with players, you know, just slamming someone down, another monk grabbing that person as they get slammed. It's just, it's hilarious. It's great to watch. It's definitely extremely entertaining. But obviously, it's not as many monks as we used to see back then. We've already got a few. And we've got a few Zai compositions, the Xiphon, and then we've got a bit of Attack on Titan, a little bit of Tessa, Viper, Wu Chen, and then, of course, we've got the Kurumi, Timog, Takeda. Not so much of it, only two compositions, two teams opting to go for this comp. But still a very strong composition. And I think it's a pretty decent pick here on this map, although it's not the best. I think it seems as though these players have decided that the Zai pick and the Monk team comp is probably the better choice here in the first game on Perdoria Daytime. But I think Perdoria Daytime, because it's not going to be going sort of a million miles an hour at the start of the game, it gives the Takeda compositions, the Sand Siphon comps, the ability to get that ball rolling and start scaling up and potentially look to try and dominate that mid to end game situation. But we will have to wait and see. We're taking a look at where these teams are dropping, and it's going to get a little bit of action up in the north. We're going to be contesting that red Soul Jade Raven. It's going to be, might be a little oogly up there. We'll have to see if a single team is actually going to be able to walk away with the Soul Jade, as we've seen multiple times, multiple teams dropping down there and just denying a single team from getting their hands on that red Soul Jade and not really looking for that super aggressive fight. Got Alliance looting up a little bit, FPX close by, no immediate action, but as I say that, here we are going right on over to JL and OUG. We've got a purple armor off the bat for VVV. He is bound to be very pleased with that one. OUG, they unfortunately, it's not looking, I mean, it's not looking too good for them, but it's not looking too bad either. VVV losing a lot of that purple armor, but managing to get that bonk down with the spear. Now chasing down this player, missing that Valda spear, unfortunately, having it dodged away. OUGSS trying to disengage. The bonk just shy, just a little bit out of range, not able to confirm that damage, unfortunately, but SS is going to be continuing to run away regardless, though his teammates have not chosen to resurrect and give him a little bit of backup. Instead, JL has looked for this committal, and all three of them are back in action.
I'm very curious to see how that composition is going to be working out. Valda getting the prio for that ultimate off spawn definitely makes sense, giving you a lot of pressure. Now we're going to see Alliance versus FPX off spawn. Alliance, I've heard from Mr. Frost that Alliance's strategy is that for trios in particular is get a lot of kills off spawn. Don't really worry so much of the end game, but early and middle, they like to put all their eggs in that basket. They like to win this situation. Can Revenge keep up with this strategy? He got Xiao Hu really, really low, not able to. Nice closeout from FPX, putting him against the corner, getting that stagger going and taking him down. Now going to the Red Jade area, we're gonna get WBG versus JDG. Three teams landed up here. It looks like these are the two top teams left. WBG's Jing is going to fall, but Sleepwalker on his tried and true monk, what he's known for, is gonna be last one standing in the 1v3 situation. The closeout is real, and JDG is going to be taking this out. Man, this comp off spawn, in theory, with the Valda and Hadi, this is very, very, very tough to deal with. Now, the Monk,
yeah,
probably going to be filling more of the support role with the V2 and just that space creation that you just have to close out with. But the first two, the offensive and just the strength of those two characters, you basically just have an absolute god off spawn with the Valda ult. She's so hard to stop with that huge health pool, and with that spear, you can't really fight back once she's popped that ult. And multi-way, at one of the big kind of finesses in trios is stacking up and focus firing together, and you just can't do that versus an ulted Valda.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just not worth it unless you've got like really, really good loot. You know, you've just gotten very, very lucky off spawn. You got multiple purple weapons. Not even that is gonna like allow you to truly burst her down. And then you have a monk as well. Like, you're not, if he gets, you know, I mean, depending on their ult rotation and that, let's say he does have ultimate. If you try and focus him down, he's just going to ult as soon as you try and collapse on him. Unless you're playing the Viper and you've got a silence lockdown on him, you're not going to be able to prevent that. And then you've got the Valder as well. And then you've got Hardy, who's got such a good combo break ability that he can just, at a moment's notice, fly away from you. You can't really stop him. And then if he wants to, he can just very easily pop that ultimate. And I mean, if he's using the cube, he then gives his entire team that ability to disengage. Or if he's using that V2, he's still going to be able to fly away and have that threat of the damage. But here we are looking at FPX, one of the assassination team compositions, immediately pulling the trigger onto SS1. Ling just not able to do anything about it, immediately focusing down that Matari, recognizing that priority target. You know, as a Viper team composition, you want to be able to focus that Matari very, very quickly so that you can make sure you don't have your ultimate fully negated by that stealth that she provides for herself and for her teammates. And FPX, with the expert execution here, absolutely obliterating SS1. SS1 now, having been lurking on these outskirts, are now going to have to try and find another spot to loot up and actually start scaling yet again. They were looking as though they were pretty happy with what they had, and they were probably going to head on over, see if they can find a Realm of Yang or something along those lines. But now they're going to have to start all over again, unfortunately for them. FPX currently leading the charge on the leaderboard with 6 eliminations under the belt. Bowder, JDG, JL, TE, all with 3. OUG with 2 and Alliance with 1. Unfortunately, although you mentioned earlier how Alliance wants to focus on their early game kills, they just haven't managed to get that strategy rolling so far this game. And it looks as though SS1 might have chosen the wrong spot to try and recover, as EWG are closing in, trying to get this grapple on to that one member of SS1.
Looking at FPX, there's 6 kills off spawn. They actually went back to the tried and true Viper B1 with silence. That long stun, looking for the priority target to silence for compositions. Now, we were in a very heavy neutral, high movement meta for a long time, so most of the Vipers moved away and went F3 for that extra nuking damage, a nice AoE to win neutral over and over, just because usually the Yushan or Matari or Temi were so good at dodging that silence that it was not useful to do it. But everyone is victim to Rust and not being accustomed to it. And it looks like FPS is going to be coming out today with the silence variation. We're seeing, again, this Tesla all coming out with the silence from Viper. Junks coming in with the focus attack, but the nice execution coming out from FPX. The Tesla ult into the silence. Now looking for the prio target. Nice shot by Luye to hide behind the wall. Get focused though. Can he get away? Nice peel coming out from his teammates. FPX is going to have to get poured out of here. Can they get away, though, is the question. EWG in hot pursuit. This is where grapple distance is going to be coming in big. Can they catch FPX as they grapple away? Now, FPX has the edge of zone to work with. EWG just barely out of grapple distance, just almost there. We're going to hit the no ult zone. We're back to neutral. Nice jump from FPX to get this reset here. Who is going to come out on top? EWG coming in. Loye immediately getting juggled right now, but nice peel coming out from his teammates. Cookie, he's gonna try to fade out, trying to go out of the zone to go back to their ult advantage, but FPX is gonna have the cover of this ult to chill. Sanzi has to be careful now, doesn't want to overextend, but the Matari ult is gonna be coming out. Loye, again, peeling for his teammate, is gonna cancel out his ultimate, dive back in with the stagger, and he will fall. FPX really, really low. Sanzi down to his last little bit, but FPX is going to clean up EWG. Excellent play coming out with a port out in the use of the no ultimate zone. Nice job from FPX, and still the attack on Titan surviving for the last 3 years, still finding ways to win. And that silence Viper every single year, the tried and true just always comes back, Duncan. We just, the whole year we try something different, and then we just go back full circle back to the OG compositions.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to change the meta and make them think, oh, we're gonna play this, we're gonna get you used to playing against this, and then all of a sudden it's gonna go back and be like, you just mix it up, the no mix-ups as it were. Because last time we watched the NBPL, they were running F3 Viper with V1, you know, no silence whatsoever, which was very surprising. But we're diving into this realm of Yang at Wolves. Scrapping it out against JL. Wolves looking as though they're pretty scaled up here with those purple armors as well. NHQ diving in with this Takeda ultimate, using it very, very early on. Unfortunately not having been able to get that golden ultimate just yet. The monk hands are coming out here. One thing on that Tianhai, looking to find these grabs, trying to find these confirmations, not able to do so just yet. Wolves now forced to utilize that Tumulk ultimate to try and cut off this pressure from the Tianhai. ZK dodging away, jumping out of range of these grabs. Wolves doing a good job of icing off this pressure from JL. TXJ trying to find something, trying to create some stagger for his monk to get some value, but unfortunately not really being able to find it. TXJ now having the pressure put on him, but they're going straight past him. NHQ going to be diving onto this monk, trying to find the damage onto this player, but not able to do so. The Valda coming in with these spears, negating a lot of this damage, a lot of this pressure, alleviating it from that monk. The Karumi circle is in play as well, but ZK is nowhere near it, is now being chased down by One Fang. The release into the follow-up almost catches him, almost takes him down completely, but the parry coming in from the teammate able to protect him and allow him to get that heal off. The slap comes through. NHQ on a sliver of HP, was about to get ultimate back up, but not able to survive, but the numbers have been equalized. One Fang has gone down as well. TXJ at very low HP. XEM on his feet with that cavalry bloom, sends it the opposite direction, but the parry's gonna come through anyway. And JL, they were at a disadvantage initially, but they were able to come out victorious regardless. That, I think the Takeda ultimate, pulling it out so early may have been their downfall here, Raven, as they ended up having to use that Tumulk ultimate as well to get rid of this pressure from the monk ult, and it kind of just fell apart. The Valda seemed to be so impactful here.
It wouldn't surprise me if this composition was invented by TXJ. JL, TXJ, always known for really setting the tactics, the lines as we call it, for these new compositions. And that was what the new school composition with the Monk Valda, Hadi versus the old school Siphon. Siphon, that Takeda Temi healer, has been one of the most dominant compositions for the last, I'd say, 2.5 years of competitive trios in NARAKA. And breaking down that composition has been one of the hardest things. It's the reason why I felt the meta was very, very stagnant. The composition really had no weaknesses. Off spawn was very strong, in the mid game it was very strong, and in the late game it was very strong. But with the addition of Yang and Spirit Wells, there was some vulnerabilities and some answers that were finally created to it. There is a little bit of a lull for this composition in the mid game where they are vulnerable. That first realm of Yang, Takeda, without his gold ultimate, just isn't as strong. His gold ultimate is basically a V2 Viper. But first, we're going to be seeing the Yang winning teams, Bauda versus JL. Both the powerhouses going at it. My man, you representing on the Takeda. He's going to get a nice F1 onto Fong. Setting up nice and pretty, but Bauda's Euron is going to be fallen. Peak trying to trade out kills, but the cube setup from TXJ just too much for them to deal with. WBG is going to be coming in with the third party though. Bong looking to peel for his teammates, holding onto his ultimate. Will he pop it? He will end up pumping it, but WBG Monk still has ultimate as well. They are going to be matching. They're going to be dueling it out right now. JL's BBB is going to get grabbed. Fong tries to go with the slam or the jump to interrupt him, not able to land it. Fong getting his legs cooked from under him. That pull sword from Jing just chopping away at the monk. Fong's going to have to de-transform, and he's instantly going to be executed, but Sleepwalker's going to get traded out. Now we're gonna get a 2v2 situation, but TXJ and BBB are super low. Can they fight this out? 33 seconds on their buff. This is always a tough position. Do you fight this out, or do you risk actually losing your life forever, or do you just go next, staying alive? And it looks like Bowder's gonna re-engage and find the cleanup for these kills. JL will opt to use their Vermilion's buff, find another position, and now WBG in a tough position. They opted to continue fighting, and now the buffs are all out. Now it's playing for keeps, and Bauda is in hot pursuit. You with that gold Takeda showing up, chasing down the two members of WBG. Can they survive? Hope to res their teammates. They do have a ton of money on them. Can they pop the res? They are gonna sit there and buy on the store with the hot pursuing. TE stalling out, and it looks like they're just gonna opt out. They can't find the kill, they can't cure their Yang depletion, and we're going past that mid game with FPX still out on top with 12 kills, but JL trailing 9 kills with a monk composition. Really strong. As the game is going to be progressing, that Viper composition, the fast compositions do lose their power spike. They start leveling out, and these other very scale heavy teams that benefit from the items will be showing up big in this endgame. I'm excited, Duncan, to see some monk endgame.
Yeah, I am as well. Let's see how many monks are able to make it all the way there. We're taking a look at a quick replay between Alliance and the WBG. What happened in that Yang that ended up with WBG having that Yang depletion. Alliance NY7 getting a little bit of damage there from the Hardy, having put a significant amount of pressure on that Valda before as well. One member already down. It's just sort of a stall fest to try and time out this Hardy ultimate, it appears, trying not to get too aggressive, but the Hardy's finding ways to engage and create pressure. NY7 taking a little bit of damage, the F coming through. Does he 1v2 this? No shot. The stabilization comes through with a little bit of a time skip there. We've got the heals coming through. Both of these players now in the 1v1 situation. The RMB damage, insane. Jing just getting absolutely cooked by these fist blades. Not able to stand tall, unfortunately. But here we are now back to live. JL up against SS1 in the realm of Yang Ling, taking a lot of damage on that Matari. Not using that ultimate just yet. The Kurumi ultimate now being utilized first. Instead, One Feng using the cube and now dropping down, transforming into the Vajra. Gonna find one of these grabs. Are they gonna be able to secure all that much damage is the question. The Valda Spear is gonna come through, getting the regrab into the double grab. Let's go, the skadoosh coming through. The F comes out from the Zai, managing to break away somewhat, but Tutu gets grabbed. It's not looking good for SS1 here. JL looking extremely dominant on this composition, Raven.
Yeah, it's looking very good. JL looking super locked in. You see TXA leading the team, leading in general. And one of the new things I would say this year is VVV, normally very focused, known for his high impact plays, but not really the impact of his communication. And every time you get to see the highlights, VVV is a lot more vocal with vocalizing the plays are happening, calling out the enemy's cooldowns, and just being a lot more active than we've ever seen. That team is very hungry to repeat winning finals. Now, they were under the banner of TE last year, but VVV and TXJ did win Trios Worlds last year. They're looking very poised. I was saying for a while that Fong being added to the team, they've moved him around from support, position 1, almost every single position, trying to play around him. But it looks like he's finally sat in that support, which VVV actually traditionally played. Another really cool thing. Let's go back to a highlight. We got OUG versus Bauda. Two of these goated organizations, always really strong Yang teams. And now the King, so interesting now that I consider him a trios player, not a solos player, on that monk. I remember when he debuted with his monk in solos. What can you show me today, the King, with this monk? He's gonna get a grab onto Peak, closing out the first kill. OUG absolutely picking apart Bauda right now, their former teammate. Can he bring this back on the Takeda? The transform's gonna come out from the King. You has his ultimate up, but he is fighting against a Valda and a full health Monk. Yoren's trying his best to fade back. He is going to get the parry as he falls out. Yu is known for this, finding these 1v3 situations and be fading back with the F1 up. Looks for the double hold release, but nice denial from the King with the dodge through. Bow down now with 3 minutes to secure that Yang depletion. Can they find that cure? But it looks like Duncan, the new Monk composition does in fact dismantle Siphon and is very, very dominant within Yang. I thought like the Faria Monk variation is very, very good in Spirit World, but it never went Yang. This new variation can win Yang.
Yep.
It's looking like a Monk World's coming up again. Can Bauda though find their cure for their Yang depletion?
We'll have to wait and see as we are seeing them fully engage onto JDG here. Tutik trying his best to disengage, but he's not getting it away from that legendary Takeda ultimate. You are not getting out of his clutches, my friend, unfortunately. And now they're gonna continue looking for these fights. FPX been scrapping it out against OUG here. Sansi has been taken down. Looks as though OUG have picked up that Draco Storm buff. Not sure how aggressive OUG or how Bauda are going to want to get going up against a Draco Storm buff. Draco Storm being just one of the most oppressive buffs that you could get your hands on in the game's current state, having had its having been buffed for a little while ago. I can't remember how long ago it was now, but the fact that you can now pick this up from Yang without really worrying too much, because before, if you were to pick up this buff, you weren't going to be getting your rage back after having won a Realm of Yang. So, but now they've made it so that not only does it give you your rage back, but it also lasts just as much time as the other buffs do, meaning that it is one of the best buffs to go for. It's almost undeniable at this point that this is the one that you want to be picking up, at least in the second Yang. I'm still of the opinion that first Yang Vermilions can be the better choice at times, a little bit safer. You know, you've ripped me for this, Raven, but I'm just gonna stay on that opinion. WBG scrapping it out here. It's sort of been going back and forth. Nothing too crazy has really occurred. Walker, having been in that Monk ultimate, is gonna be utilizing that cube now. Try and disengage SS1 in the thick of it. A parry comes through. Tutu getting his hands on a golden fan, but is it gonna really be enough? No, it's not gonna really do anything for him. The jump LMB is coming through. My man cannot move an inch. He's just being held in place, not being allowed to do anything whatsoever, unfortunately. Bauda now back in the thick of it yet again. You on that Takeda did get that ultimate off, is going to be able to peel for himself somewhat, but I don't think it's going to be enough. A 1 HP situation. Are they going to be following this up though? Do they know that he's actually all that low HP? Surely, right? Surely they know. Alliance diving in. Golden armor, golden weapon on the side of NY7, doing a bonkers amount of damage. And it looks as though Bauda is just falling apart at the seams, Raven.
Unfortunate that second Yang, very, very risky, especially with how conservative and strong these endgames have been on the CN side now. I expect it to go a little bit slower, but it looks like we're getting very, very active right now. JL, OUG, both super, super stacked going into this last little bit, and a triple Monk is back here and dominating. JL, OUG, WBG, all in this Monk endgame. I'm curious to see if Alliance, the very scrappy hit and run Matari Zai playstyle, how does it deal with this very, very tanky Monk composition? You have the Valda, very, very tough to DPS through all of her extra health. You have the Hadi with the cube in the air, very, very hard to lock down, and Matari does an okay job of closing out on a Hadi, but with so many teams around, I feel like all these other teams are gonna have to go back into hiding I've always said that when there are multiple monks in the lobby, they do buff. They do keep all the monks safe, because unless you have a monk to hide behind, you kind of just have to wait for your turn again. Is it my turn? You got to poke your head out. You can't get grabbed out of nowhere. And a lot of the legendary trios end games were all on the backs of these monks players. Now, the king, I'm still going to be bringing this up. I got to see something out of him. I remember his debut in trios coming from solos. Now, Monk is not played at all in solos. In trios, definitely the staple of being a very strong trios teams is your Monk player. And OUG's the king. He was not the king of the Monk. He has a long way to prove it to me that he is that guy for the Monk. But I would say at this point, he was actually a very, very dominant solo player when he did compete in solo. He was top 8 for the longest time. He moved over to trios. Now I would consider him, he's pretty much just a trios player now. And going back to the Monk, I think this year we'll have to see whether or not he proves himself as being one of the premier trios players. It's been that time now, Duncan. Will he ascend?
I mean, to be honest with you, I hardly even think of him as a solos player anymore. I remember those days as well, watching the king playing solos. It's quite a while ago now, but he's definitely cemented himself within this trio team. And I mean, I think he definitely performs well, but it's we'll have to wait and see how things go moving forward in the year. Got this Moonbane in play currently. We saw the last remaining member of FPX getting hit a couple times by this Moonbane, but surviving with a little bit of HP. The solo Viper in this endgame is gonna be tough. Although he does have a lot of terrain to work with, a lot of little nooks and crannies to hide in and stay as inconspicuous as possible. Oh, it's happening, Raven! It's going down. The monks ulting early, but it's because of the spirit well. It's not that it's all gonna explode. I remember the first monk to ult back in the day. You just one monk ults, every monk ults at the same time. But no, it's for the spirit well, and it doesn't look as though any of these teams are looking to contest this buff here, this spirit well, as it is in fact Mystic Might. Mystic Might, obviously, it's still a good buff. You know, I'm surprised that nobody else wants to really contest this, especially considering that we're in essentially a city, one of these POIs, and which inherently means that there's a lot of buildings, a lot of little nooks and crannies, as I referred to earlier. I mean, there are lots of little spots that people can hide, and giving yourself that information can be very, very useful. But none of these teams really want to go for it. JL are going to be picking up for free, essentially, and VVV popping that Valda ultimate and getting that buff is going to be going and trying to find any of these players that he can get his hands on, get that spear locked down onto. But it looks as though Junks has been spotted out. As I said, he's gonna be a struggle. He has been spotted, forced to use that ultimate and just fully sending it onto OUG, who were waiting very happily, just spamming their Aurora Burst. And it looks as though the grief has come through. FPX has successfully griefed OUG, the king, now forced to use this ultimate. Jin Yu having already been taken down. Can he find the grabs though? He finds one. X1 XLY getting grabbed and slammed, but it's not enough time to get the resurrection onto Jin Yu. If they do manage to get him up, he may be able to survive, as he does have that Valda ultimate ready to go. And there it is, Jin Yu does get resurrected. The Valda ultimate comes through, NY7 gets grabbed. Does he get enough damage off to actually secure this elimination? It doesn't look as though he will. The king, 1 HP and a dream. D-transforms, cleansing the fire damage, just a sliver of health, but unfortunately not able to survive. Even though he used the cube, he's not able to stay standing, Raven. That's a shame for our boy the king there.
I mean, good job by the king. He does create a ton of space with that monk ultimate, but unfortunately off top, X1 holding the rooftop Hades cube, not setting him up for success, just leading him to his death. But a lot of verticality go into this last leg of this endgame. We see JL really setting the pace, setting the tone for the day. The double ultimate coming from that spirit well. They even delay it for as long as possible. And this is going to be one of the contentions of the day. will teams challenge for Spirit World? Because even though we don't have that snap of the Thanos snap from that Tiger buff, the amount of power that late Spirit, especially when you delay the cover and everything, I don't know if the teams are going to want to just sit back and let a team dominate it. That's the true in X1 onto the Viper composition, able to find their little bit of corner to fight this out. But JL just super sack. We got Rupture Gale on Bong, just laying down the artillery blast, absolutely decimating Alliance. Alliance just forced into shambles, forced to pop their ultimates. Now X1 gonna activate, going to just have their last leg to fight back. Sleepwalker, we haven't seen this in a while, on the high ground, on the Monk, getting one grab onto Alliance's Yuma, looking for the double grab. Revenge also getting grabbed as well. The double grab is gonna be coming out. Vintage WBG's Sleepwalker with the re-grab. We're going back-to-back double grab, double grab. Absolute kaboom going down on Alliance's Revenge and Jing. Sleepwalker taken to the skies, flying Monk, and now it's Bong's turn on the top ropes, looking for the double grab. New Monk on the block. Can Bong show up big for JL? Going back to the high ground, resetting, not gonna get that double grab, and it looks like 10 people left. JL super stacked, but can they close this out? The rest of the lobby has survived their initial burst. The zone is closing in, 40 seconds left to go. Bong is going to the sky, has to stall out here, has to build up his ultimate. He's up at the 40% already. Yoinks that solo and taking to the sky. He doesn't have any left in his cannon, has to do it the old-fashioned way, swinging for this last little bit, but can he do it? He's at down to 80%. BBV though, with the lifeline, still has his ultimate up, is holding the low ground, but to the skies, you see OUG stalling it out. 7 people left alive. X1's ZDI holding the low ground with that V1. Last little bit of zone is going to be coming out. BBV is going to delay his ult to the last second. Axio, the same for WBG, is holding on for the last little bit. And now BBV dropping down to get these last hits off. OUG going to be able to get the couple of kills. TXJ going to get a couple of kills. BBV swinging that blistering edge, trying to get the kills, but we're going to get a two-way tie for the first game of the day. WBG and JL will be last team standing.
Insane. When I saw those Valdas ult, I was like, okay, it's good. No one's getting that multiplier. Feels bad. Both of these Valdas holding their ultimates until the last moments and able to hold on and go all the way down to that last second. But JL is going to be the team victorious, securing that MVP for game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. JL popping off, but it was very exciting to see those months. Unfortunately, not able to stay alive and get that little bit extra ult charge. He was so unbelievably close, but it wasn't to be. Getting taken down by the Vipers. But it is what it is. That is game number 1 for you, ladies and gentlemen. An excellent start to kick it off for the day. And I can't wait for more. I want to see more. But as you said, Raven, these monks are going crazy. They're throwing hands, getting double grabs, securing that value. And this might be the Jacob meta forming right before our eyes, that Monk Valda Hardy is going to be an extremely dominant comp moving forwards. And I'm about it. You know, I'm pretty sure that's a good meta to have going forwards. But I want to see if there's anything else coming through as we get closer and closer to Jacob. We might see Syra come into the meta, but we will talk more about that in a moment. For the moment, you know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the question, the first question of the day. Answer for treasures. If you want to get your hands on a Summer Split random gift box, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, which team won game number 1 today? A little bit of an easy one to kick us off as per usual. Was it A, OUG? Was it B, Alliance? Was it C, FPX-ZQ? Or was it D, JL? Make sure to get your answer in the chat. And if you just arrived, you can say it's pretty safe to copy off your neighbor in the chat. Don't you worry, they'll probably know the answer if they've been watching. At least I would hope so. I would hope so. But yeah, make sure to stick around and wait to see who actually is the winner, because if you are the winner, you're gonna have to get your Whisper box out and whisper NARAKA BLADEPOINT your account ID so that you can get your prize sent over to you. But enough of that. Back to NARAKA. What do we think is gonna be? What do we think this scoreboard is gonna look like? There it is, the scoreboard. JL sitting atop the scoreboard, 18.5. As we said, no multiplier, as there was a draw at the very end for placement. WBG coming in second with 12 eliminations. FPX in third with 13. 14 and 14.5 game score, 12.5 for OUG, Bowder on 9, X1 on 9, Alliance on 7.5, and it drops off JDG on 3.5, TE on 3, Wolves on 1.5, EWG on 1, and then the last team on 0.5. No donuts, no zeros. That's not bad. You know, if you start the day off with a 0, that is not a good feeling. At least you get something, you know, it's a little something. But if we are taking a look at JL, 4 kills and 20,000 damage for one Fang. That's a lot of damage for VVV. 6 kills, 33,000 damage. TXJ on 6 kills and 25,000 damage. A considerable amount of damage on that Valda Raven. That is a lot of damage. And also he's running F2. I didn't even notice. I didn't even see it until now. He's running F2. I mean, I'm not surprised though, to be honest.
Yeah, Valda, an absolute juggernaut in the endgame. We're seeing BBB, hearing his comms, just the amount of impact. They always put him on the most high impact roles, leading the charge. We've seen Fong getting that grab off, the re-grab, just nice and easy to crack, easy to follow, and the flamethrower coming out, the double grab, the barbecue, bye-bye. Nice composition coming out, and it makes sense to me. It just, the Valda counters all the Zai shenanigans. Zai had her time this year, but Valda, with her recent buff, just doing so much work, tanking that damage, tanking the reduced damage of the Zai, and going into this end game. Valda on the low ground with the flamethrower, just barbecuing, sitting on the edge. JL with the cleanup. And one of the things, JL, WBG, FPX, all of these teams just original goats of trios. They've always been super dominant, and we're seeing a little bit of a fall off from the new names. Wolves, all these guys not being able to do it. JL is gonna be coming up on top. The blistering, the burn, they're just beautiful trios play coming out from JL, setting the meta. And like you were saying, Duncan, this is probably going to be the new meta. You're seeing the Transcenders, the General himself, TXJ leading, getting this team together, getting this team firing on all similar cylinders, and VVV going to be starting out the day with that MVP. They even gave him Mortal Defiance. My man was super
He was never going down.
Oh my goodness, Virus Grip, everything. Sap, my man was not going down. Known for his very strong neutral. VVV, one of the first players to not really use combo break in trios and really starting to explore other variations of abilities on almost every single character, and it's because he is such a dominant fighter when it comes to trios, and just an absolute unit. What a great performance coming out from VVV to start out the day.
Absolutely. You know, it shows how much value Valda can really give. The 30 plus thousand damage, you know, that's a lot of damage, a lot of value. Definitely the powerhouse of the composition. You'd think it might be the Tianhai, but not really. You know, the Valda is the one facilitating, you know, they're sort of facilitating damage for each other, but because the Tianhai's slam damage isn't really like the biggest source of it, as you're typically doing, you know, you're getting the grab and then you're allowing your teammates to do damage to that person in your hands with the Flamebringer, as we saw from VVV. You know, it's usually just, I've got one, hit him quick, and then just maybe slamming him down at the end to finish him off, or they get finished off by one of the teammates able to follow up with a pulse sword or with the staff or whatever. And the coordination, though, definitely is very evident from that Valda, from being able to get, you saw him tracking in the air, the slow track, and then boom, as he hits the floor, sending that spear. allowing for that regrab. A very nice synergy, and I knew it was coming one day, Raven. I said it, bro.
Like,
I said it so many times that it was coming. Valda's coming. She's coming. You know, if I can't have Taka, I'll take a Valda coming in to trios. But hey, maybe, who knows?
Yes, we're reaching for straws. If you think
Copium's
that
always
Tarka's
strong
coming out,
me.
there's no Tarka. No way. Doesn't answer
we've
any
talked
of the
about
three
Taka
questions.
being Taka's a monk shredder though.
That is true. That is true. He is
the F2 buffs as well, you know. With Syra coming in.
No. They'd have to increase his damage so much. We only saw trios Tarka once where he's very viable with the Tarka Fireball. And I'm curious, like, all they have to do is tweak the Fireball a little bit to make Tarka viable in trios. I feel like he's a very beloved character with NARAKA, and we could see it coming back. For this world, though, no way. New meta. Unfortunately, no new Tarka composition, Duncan. I know you want it to be there, but it's gonna be with Valda running around, with Temi running around. I only see death for Tarka running around in this current meta. A lot of old school concepts coming out, but what surprised me today, daytime Predoria being very, very fast. It looks like all these teams came out swinging. Normally, what we've always seen for the entire year is everyone plays really, really slow, really, really conservative. But I feel like because of the match point system being so kill heavy, a lot of these teams started experimenting a lot, and we're seeing the OG teams finally put it together. A lot of the success that we saw from Wolves and Alliance. Now, traditionally, the two teams have always had inconsistencies. They've had amazing performances here and there. But then when it comes to the big lights, the big moments, these teams always end up faltering to the end. And the same top 5 teams always show up. The FPX, OUG, JL. GG's not playing right now. The likes of Bauda, though. Bauda used to be one of the premier teams. And we're seeing, I was saying before, WBG Sleepwalker. If you look back at a lot of the years of NARAKA trios, you'll always see Sleepwalker's Monk in those end games consistently getting those double grabs. It is not easy double grabbing with Monk. That is super jank, and there is an infinite amount of finesse when it comes to finding those grabs for end games, and I'm happy to see that his skill set is finally paying off for WBG. I know they've been struggling leading up to going into this mainland qualifiers and worlds.
Yeah, no, it's good to see. And I remember the last time we had an interview, he was talking about how if you want to be able to play Monk, you have to be very, very competent. And he is definitely a very, very competent Monk. You know, for the longest time, he's been revered as probably the best Tianhai in China in the world, you know, for a very, very long time. And it makes sense simply like based off of his performance. It's evident, you know, you can see how well he performs and how consistently well he's performing on the Tianhai. And I'm glad to see it. I'm glad that, as we said earlier, I'm glad to see the monks come back into the meta. But I want to see something else. You know, we had Kylan had his time in the spotlight. Now he's sort of gone back to the darkness. He's not here anymore. He's sort of disappeared after the nerfs. Justified, I feel like. I feel like everybody and their grandmother can definitely say that the nerfs were not justified. Kylan was somewhat of a menace, and I think everybody knows that. But it is a little sad to see that he was so popular, and now he's just gone. You know, he's just gone completely. I don't really what do you think? Actually, a question: what do you think they could do to Kylan to bring him back into the meta without making him an abomination again? Because I don't really know. I think that it could be the case that he will either be extremely oppressive, or he will be not worth playing ever. You know,
I feel like it's always about risk versus reward. The problem was when you paired him with Zipping's healing power and Hadi's cube, the fact that he took damage while he was an ultimate did not matter. So he was
Yeah.
able to like really impose his will, but there wasn't a lot of counterplay, and having that Mortal Defiance was a little bit too much. I feel like if they have his damage super high, if they have the amount of damage he takes being the same, but they tweak his Mortal Defiance where it's not as strong as it used to be, I feel like he can still be that very fun character and really express what the character's supposed to be. I want to go fast, I want to get in, and I don't care what the consequences are. As long as there is counterplay, I don't think anyone would have a problem, because I do agree that for the most part he was a very fun character to play, a very fun character to watch. The animations were very beautiful. So I imagine in the future, all of these things are cyclical. We always see the changing of the guard when it comes to compositions and the meta shifting. And I would still say that even though he's disappeared, he did have his time out. There is probably a composition out there that still works for him, but right now everyone's going back to the roots, the tried and true, the Monk, the Viper, and the Temi. It's just too strong. I'm curious to see, one of the notes I'm taking for today is whether or not Zai Matari can really find impact in the middle of this very durable compositions, because it looks like Monk is going to dominate Siphon within Yang. Zai's composition beats Siphon in the first Yang, but loses out a little bit later. And this relationship between these three compositions, just because Yang is so important in order to win the tournament. Now, you can kind of cruise control, and today is more about getting top 6 over 12 games. So it's a little bit different of a mindset versus going to Worlds, right? Going for Worlds, you're going for top 3. All of the guys are competitors. They want to win. You're going for top 3 minimum. That's what you set your sights on. Playing for top 6, adjust your strategy a little bit differently. You can coast, which I'm very surprised that we came out swinging today. I'm just like, guys, we got to get top 6. We're playing for like first place right now. Everyone came out super swinging. No one wants to back down. And it looks like the strategy overall is get out ahead early and then cruise control. And we're seeing a lot of the veteran teams take advantage of it, just playing super solid, seeing the desperation from a lot of other teams, and now you see the veterans sitting out on top of the league once again.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with that that strategy. You know, you just sort of come out swinging and then you cruise control. You know, you get that lead, and then you give yourself that base to then just play consistent game. And I think that's definitely a solid way to go, especially if you're a veteran team who's very happy to go fast at the beginning, because there are some teams that will try and go fast and go a million miles an hour at the start and then fumble because they're not as experienced. But there are, if you're a veteran team and you've been playing it for a very long time and you've got all this experience under your belt, you're far less likely to fumble the bag at the start when being like deliberately aggressive, you know. And it's good to see that that this sort of tempo kicks us off for the day, because it's exciting to watch, isn't it, Raven? But we're going to be going into our game number 2. It is going to be another non-Firefly map, and I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to see just as many monks in this second game as we saw in the first game. As I don't know, maybe could be, but then again, I think we're going to Holleroth here. So are we going to see all that many Tianhais? Because Holleroth is that map where it's very lots of open spaces. Although that can be nice so that people can't hide away from the Tianhai, it's also not that good because it means that the Tianhai just becomes a giant target for everybody in the vicinity. So it might not be the best idea. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see, as we're going to be seeing these character selection phases come in very soon. I wonder. I reckon we'll probably see. I think we'll see quite a bit of Sand Siphon. We'll definitely see more Sand Siphon in this game than we did last game, I think. Holleroth has always been a very Sand Siphon heavy map, I feel like, as it's well, I mean, back in the day, Tumulk was one of the most popular character picks on this map, as because of those open spaces, it allowed you to protect yourself from these situations where you're just surrounded on all sides. But we're gonna have to wait and see. Do you have any predictions, Raven? What do you think?
It's like you said, I agree with you 100%, Duncan, that Siphon has always been a very, very dominant Hollow Rough map. It's the wide open area. It's been tested, tried and true over and over again. And all these teams have this super locked in. A lot of modern NARAKA, we're seeing the looting gameplay, like how you level up your team, being pushed to the absolute limit. And something that's been pushed to the absolute limit has been sand siphoning. Like, you couldn't be successful, and you couldn't even like maintain your dominance, I would say, within the league if you didn't have a good Takeda, Temi, zipping. But now the modern day is Kurumi. So one of the interesting things is I still feel like with the shift of Monk showing up, there is going to be a shift of where Kurumi can be, because now we can go back to zipping, possibly, if we're going to be seeing in monks in realm of Yang. Like, how can you survive the heavy pressure? Because one of the tough parts of Kurumi versus Monk is she's very, very tanky. She's not as mobile as zipping. We are seeing the Siphon coming out, a lot of Zymatari zippings, and this counters Siphon for that first Yang. We call this budget composition in the comp play because it power spikes a little bit earlier. That Zai, as long as you get her that purple weapon, she is going to be a little bit stronger than Takeda. Takeda needs a lot more investment, a lot more juice to get it going before he becomes the Chad of the lobby. And it looks like we are going to get some more monks coming out and a mixture of Viper. Monks slowly pushing out the Viper composition, but I know Alliance, they definitely have some of the most success on their Viper composition, and it makes sense to me. They want to get early kills off spawn, and that mid game, they're only really overshadowed by actually GG's monks or Viper's composition. So we have to see. Oh my god, the king is looking locked in. My man looks wired. He had a lot of coffee or tea. He's just looking at the screen just like, we gotta get those double grabs. We gotta be the next monk. The king wants to sit on top of the throne of truth, but going into game 2, my man looked like a deer in headlights. But I feel like
so ready.
it just goes to show how competitive this season is. It's not a free ride for any of these guys. It's still very, very early. A lot of NARAKA to be played. It's gonna be 12 games. We're only game 1 in. First 2 games, always a nice little warm-up session, but game 2, gonna be another little bit of a warm-up session, a little bit of jitters. First game 1, now if you got killed off spawn, that's one of the tough parts. If you come out swinging, you don't really get to play the whole round. You don't get those reps and that warm-up. It's like getting your fingers warm, moving around the world. But if you play very slow, it allows you to really heat yourself up, warm up, get used to it, and eventually all these guys are competitors. Like, you go onto cruise control around game 3, but game 2, we're gonna have to see who's locking in, who's showing up big. And this is one of the finesses that veterans have always done. The first 2 games, if you don't come out swinging, this is where experience really, really pays off. A lot of these things, the blight of this situation, the pressure of it, preparation means so much. And a lot of these guys now, with the new meta reset, new buffs to Valda, her coming into this meta, we're seeing JL coming in, showing up with this new composition. TE's going to be showing up as well. Now, TE, actually, the organization to win last year, they still have one of the original members. Can TE show up big? Now, we talk about where all the other players went, but TE technically still holds the crown, and they've been struggling this entire year. But can they show up big for their org and go back to back? We've only seen the likes of J Team, the OGs, go back to back. Can TE go back to back this year?
Maybe. I mean, it's not the same TE. We'll have to wait and see. I think JL's definitely got a really good chance, you know, being the previous champs and all of that. But there's so many, like Bowder's back. Bowder having picked up XCG's old coach. You know, Bowder getting you as well under their banner. You know, it's big. It's big. I mean, Bowder is definitely there's like growing pains, building the team, getting it together. So we'll have to wait and see. But we're kicking off game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting spicy. It's getting oogly with OUG. Team Oog on the Salvation podium. SS on that katana, playing the katana 3-band neutral against this Valda, trying to find an opening. There it is. It's already over. Sansi has been 2v1'd and taken down. FPX, Jiaohu on the run now, trying to disengage. SS picks up the fist blades, going to be trying to find the opening here. The release comes through, but it is not going to save him and his team. OUG seem as though they are going to be the kings of Salvation podium and potentially getting their hands on this high-tier loot extremely early. WBG on the outskirts, waiting, biding their time, looking to see if they can find the opening that they desire, potentially getting their hands on a ballista and absolutely exploding one of these players. But it looks as though they're playing a little bit slow, playing a little slower. OUG underneath the platform, looking to find out and figure out the configuration that these statues on top of the podium need to be for them to be able to unlock this puzzle. WBG waiting, and it looks as though we've got another team looking to scrap it out on the podium. Alliance turning up, rocking up, ready to go, ready to get oogly, and it looks as though that's exactly what's going to start happening. OUG looking for the engage onto WBG. Walker taking a lot of damage, and it's already over for WBG. Walker biting off a little bit more than he could chew, perhaps, and getting singled out in this engagement. I think it's just because they have huge ult advantage as well. OUG having taken down the FPX players at the start, giving them that ultimate charge, allowing them to just happily take this engagement. But now Alliance jumping in. SS on this Takeda no longer has that ultimate up, but uses the F1, just holding strong, checking with this Hang Sword, trying to find something, having avoided that Tessa ultimate, but it's Moonbane time, Raven. I think they're chilling though. Yuma is not looking all that safe inside this Moonbane.
Yeah, nice focus fire coming out from OUG, and they have to be.
Oh no!
They got double pushed into the movement. Revenge is coming back with the vengeance. Now it's coming down to a 1v1. OUG's the king versus Alliance. Revenge. Revenge gonna retreat into the Moonbane, waiting for that hot breath to come down and him out. But OUG's the king is gonna have that tether out. He is gonna get hit. Yuma is gonna get rezzed by Revenge. Nice job from Revenge, able to get this up, but they are gonna get, both of their teammates are going to be coming out, but the Tesla ult is going to come out. Then the Moonbane going to come in big again. The paid acting of the Moonbane. OUG's the king now in the top position. 1 hold 2. Going to get the deep fry, but going to throw the one shot and get called out by Yuma with the parry. We spoke too soon, Duncan, even though they were comfortable. I was about to say OUG was oogly. They know what it's like to have the lobbies descend upon him, contest him for this big loot, but it looks like X1 is going to come in with the 5th party. Lots of people pathing through here, trying to find the kills. Alliance, though, does have Viper ult, does have Tessa ult. Can they defend against X1? X1 is posturing, waiting. They don't get the opening that they want. A little bit of hesitation from X1, not knowing the situation of Alliance's ultimate rotation, but they could have gone in. I mean, I don't see in a more ideal situation, but it looks like they opt to force them off, and they're going to go for the loot instead. Looks like X1 is going to opt to go for that delayed Moonbane strategy. This is one of the reasons my team actually gave up the puzzle position, because this delayed Moonbane forces you off. You actually cannot claim this loot. And I was saying this before, the key to Xiphon, the key to Zai, the finesse in trios is getting your Zai online before the Takeda goes online and getting into that Yang. And one of the tricks of the trade that you could do was Moonbane and steal that puzzle situation.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen it happen time and time again. This puzzle has been a hotspot for these Zai players in both trios and solos as well. But we're taking a look at this fight from Wolves and SS1. A beautiful double parry coming out from NHQ. Zen1 trying to disengage. Oh, but he baits them in. He baits them in with the Tessa ultimate, and now the follow-up coming through. NHQ extremely low is gonna get taken down. Zen1 you tricky boy with that Tessa ultimate, baiting with the heel, ready to turn around and instantly Tessa ult both of those players, turning this fight on its head, making it much more favored for them to secure the victory in this skirmish, in this engagement. But it looks as though that might be all it is. That might be all she wrote for Wolves here. SS1 are gonna take the dub and take them down. Thankfully, Wolves chose to take this fight with their rebirths intact, so they are going to be able to go away and loot up, scale up for that Yang situation later on. It is not over for them just yet, but an excellent start for SS1 there. And speaking of good starts, TE, good start for them. Not too shabby. 2 kills under their belt, having picked up a kill just now. All triple blue armor, obviously could be better, but still a decent start. And we've seen how strong this team is, or how strong this team composition is in the realm of Yang. They're definitely going to be wanting to go into that realm of Yang and hoping that they don't run into a team who's managed to luck out and get triple purple armor. It looks as though we've got a fight taking place here. EWG getting hard engaged upon by SS1. SS1 off the back of winning that fight before. EWG, Luoye on that F2 Takeda. Where's the ult, my friend? No ult. He's no life. He does get taken down, unfortunately, and SS1 now in a 3 versus 2 situation, looking at very strong. It's gonna be a quick fight. EWG gets taken down here. Thankfully, yet again, they are gonna have their rebirths, but that is not ideal. That is not ideal whatsoever.
I mean, this happens every single time, every single year. The Silence Viper comes out of nowhere, and it's just that fast execution. Everyone's just gotten lazy at defending against the jump on that Viper silence, the flying in. It happens very, very quickly. And when you're so accustomed to posting up and wanting to play neutral, I always say, just like trios is not about holding your ultimate. Someone's ultimate has to get traded out. If you hold on to your ultimate for NARAKA 2, you're gonna have a bad time. A lot of players, they just want to have that glory. They just want to sit there and go for that parry, chase that dopamine hit. But it's really, really bad for your teammates if you do not ult for them. Someone has to post up. That's what positions one's job is. And it's up to Temi or Takeda to defend against this fast execution. I love that these teams are taking advantage of that rust on everyone. I imagine as this progresses, these teams are going to lock in and dial in and defend against it. But for now, today, F1 Silence Viper is getting a lot more miles than it has been in the past. All these teams are flying in and catching these teams lagging, catching them sleep at the wheel, cruise controlling, just assuming they're not vulnerable. It's super exciting to see, Duncan. I love to see multiple strategies still working out. And we are gonna get a classic to both of these organizations. Oh geez, but Sleepwalker on the comfort pick. We're taking his viewpoint on the monk, going to the den center, popping that monk up. What can you show me? Bauda gonna go with the defensive Temi. Oh, classic line right here. Temi wall denying all the pressure of Sleepwalker, but the new jump coming in. He does get the lift off, but nice shot from you to be on the inside of the wall. He's gonna deny that grab initially. Euron doing a good job of scale rushing back and forth, denying this grab, but the Bauda is going to come out. The spear is going to come out. Sleepwalker is going to get the grab. Euron's getting cooked in his grab, but Euron going to get re-grabbed right here. Not going to get the next one. Oh my goodness. Sleepwalker not able to get it. The wall is going to bug out of his grab. Unlucky for him. You now online with the Takeda ult. Now it's Yu's turn. Can he find the dominance right now? WBG's Jing on the hottie, peeling him off, trying to deny his impact. Yu getting juggled left and right, trying to connect, trying to set up his teammate, but he's not able to connect right now. Nice job from WBG to ice off the pressure, but then finally try again. They are going to get collapsed on. Yu with the pole sword chopping away at Axio, but nice job by Sleepwalker coming in to defend his teammate, but Jing is gonna get taken down, and now WBG has fallen to Bauda. Double charge gonna be coming out from Axio. Is it a 1v3 situation? But the peel from Euron is gonna slow him down, and Bauda will take down the first realm of Yang on Holoroth.
No light attack.
You know what I'm talking about right now. Where's the light attack?
context, Raven and I playing trios, like, if I'm holding blue, just light attack. Just light attack. I mean, it's true. It's very true, and everyone knows it. But people forget, and right here we see it happen. You know, if you're playing trios, well, tip for you at home: if you are a trios enjoyer, if you're playing team game modes, if one of you is holding blue focus, your teammate is standing next to them, and you're going up against just one person, if your teammate just sends out light attacks, covers for that parry, you can essentially just release the focus attack for free. Because if they try and parry the focus attack, the light attack from your teammate is going to deny them the ability to get that parry. Their parry is not going to work. It's not going to happen, and you're going to get that damage. It's 2v1 mechanics at its finest. But here we are, post Yang here, JDG up against Bowder, 2-tick, doing a lot of damage there to that Takeda. Bowder Yeran diving in, trying to chase down 2-tick, having used that Tomok ultimate, but we're leaving the safety of that sandy wall. No care in the world right here. The grapple LMB uppercut attempt there broken by the F2 from 2-tick, and now we have that no ult zone coming into play. TE are rolling up. Even though I said that they were in a decent spot, especially on this composition to go into Yang, unfortunately they did go down, it seems. But now they're looking for this recovery, trying to find these soul blooms from Bowder. Bowder's peak taking a lot of damage, forced to try and fade back and disengage. Finds a white armor swap, looking to dive back on in. TE just scrambling right now. TE Wash is 1 HP, trying to disengage. 14 looking to try and peel for his teammate. Leo has already been taken down as well, and it's looking as though it might be cooked for TE there. It's not looking too good. Wash does eventually go down. Bowder Yeran picking up that elimination. JL now closing in onto Bowder here. Yeran going up to the sky with that Tomog F. What is going on here? This is just an absolute mess of a fight in this corner, on this buttery rock situation. JDG diving in, trying to take full advantage of this. 2-tick with that golden pulsar, trying to find some damage, but it's no. Wait, he needs to die now. If he doesn't get taken down now, he might not be able to take advantage of that Vermilion Bird's-Eye, but he does indeed get taken down, and there it is. He's going to be able to resurrect himself elsewhere. SS1 picking up a couple of eliminations and absolutely dominating the kill leaderboard, Raven. 13 eliminations under their belt, and not a single one of them has purple armor. They are just vibing, assassinating, taking full advantage of these third-party situations right now.
And they're actually running the standard right now, F3 Viper with the V1. So it looks like they've done their homework on this off-spawn play. Now going back to a highlight, going into the other realm of Yang, TE versus, I believe that's JDG. We're going on the Monk of 14. Trying to get grappled on. He is doing a good job of kiting, delaying his ultimate for as long as possible. The cube is going to be coming out, taking to the skies, using the spear for movement. He is going to get connected on, but Bell's going to be showing up. He does get pushed to the wall, forcing out the Monk ult, and now what can you show me? 14. Matari ult's gonna be coming out. Everyone's in He's gonna make his way to the top road, but Shing on the Matari just absolutely shredding 14 and his legs. He is gonna get a grab. He is gonna hold on. Big heal coming out from that slam, but the crossbow coming out from JDG's Kiki in the background is gonna force him to detransform. If he doesn't detransform soon, he will fall. He does have his last little bit of health. Nice overhold coming out. Good timing release coming out from Kiki. He will fall. Leo really low as well. Is gonna get parried. Is gonna get taken down. Now 1v3 situation for Watch. Horizontal's gonna be coming out, but now he's gonna be a staggered to the light attacks, just absolutely cleaning him out. And now on the outside, we're seeing them fall to Alliance. The Viper teams are picking apart all of these teams. Man,
they are indeed.
I feel like in modern NARAKA, the light attacks, green focus like kind of came and gone, and just if we're looking for that nice counterplay, I just don't see a way around it. The light attack game of closing down that 2v1 situation that you brought up, Duncan, it's just so oppressed for Alliance. With the Temi ult, it's not gonna matter. They are getting in the center. They are gonna get the V1, but Kurumi ult plus Temi ult going to and Takeda ult. We press the buttons, but now SS1 taking advantage of the button pressing their buttons themselves, finding the third party. Wolves is going to be trying to bail out, but SS1 has chosen their target, going for the Siphon team instead of the Viper team. And now OUG going to be claiming this spear roll. Viper teams versus the Siphon teams, just the tail of all tales, just a classic fight, but another classic fight, Duncan. JL versus Bauda.
In the realm of Yang, and it looks as though they've already kicked it off explosively. Bauda already falling apart. They took down Peak. He didn't have the opportunity to use his ultimate, and neither does Bauda Yu in that situation. And now it's just a 3 versus 1 situation. Poor little Yeran just gonna be held in place, stalling out this realm of Yang. No need to try and force this quickly, as the longer they stay in the realm of Yang, the better, as their buff. They will be picking up that buff later on in the game, meaning that they have a little bit of a longer duration, effectively, with their buff. It's going to last till a later point in the game. But again, I wanted to note that SS1 coming in, perfect timing. They're able to fully take advantage of the third party, taking them up to 14 eliminations. Doing a really good job here. I'm glad to see it. SS1 has been one of those teams that have shown like sparks of prowess is throughout this most recent split, and they've been doing better and better. And here they are sitting in 5th place with a 14 kill game under their belt, and this is off the back of game 1 where they seemingly only got 1 point. You know, that's, or maybe even like they only got 1-ish point. That's pretty solid coming out from them to recover off of a donut, or not a donut. They got a 1-point game in game number 1, and then come into game 2 and have an absolutely explosive performance. Speaking of as well, Alliance doing extremely well. Alliance, another team on that Viper composition on 13 eliminations, and I think that this might simply come down to, like, they've labbed this out. They know that they've labbed out their hunting parts and their looting parts extremely well, making it so they can pick off these teams extremely well. All of the Sand Siphon compositions looking to scale up. I remember we talked about it countless times, how these Viper comps, their objective is to prevent the Sand Siphon compositions from scaling up and doing what they want to do. You know, Sand Siphon is an extremely strong composition, as we've talked about. They've been very prevalent over the past couple of years, but if they don't get the opportunity to scale up as the game moves forwards, they lose out on a lot of their potential power, as you need that legendary Takeda ultimate to really do what you want to do going into endgame situations. Luo Ye, as we speak of a Takeda, is on the run. JDG are hunting this team down, trying their best to lock down these players. But fortunately for EWG, they're doing a good job of kiting this out. Neither the Takeda or the Kurumi does get locked down in the end, but we're going to be going over to the city of Tang, or even Bauda and OUG. Look as though they're about to be scrapping it out, and here it is. Bauda's you with that golden Hang Sword. Are they going to be able to cleanse this Yang depletion?
Hang Sword, not the best Takeda weapon, I would say, but they do have 3 minutes, a lot of time to be working with. Looks like Yu is going to be closing the distance onto Shinyu, but nice peel coming out from the team. If Kurumi ult's going to be invested, we're going to be opening up on the opposite end. Support ult leading the charge. About Yu going to be holding onto his ultimate right now, but OUG doing a good job of defending against this, and now they're going to go back to back with the Temi Kurumi ult of themselves, but Yu's going to pop his ultimate, pushing them out of it. Zone's going to be coming in. Bauda has to be careful right now. Zone damage is going to be really, really big, but Yu's doing a good job of creating this space for his team. Absolutely pushing through. Nice shove coming out from Yu, jumping into the thick of things, just absolutely imposing his will onto OUG. Last little bit left. OUG's SS really, really low, but X1 again, third party coming in and absolutely decimating Bauda again. Yu is gonna fall to XLY. X1 on a rampage in this game. Well, actually not on a rampage, only up to 2 kills, but we're gonna get it going. We got something going right now. Bauda's Peak is gonna get chased down, is gonna get closed out here inside the zone. Going with the armor swap, but that's not gonna matter. X1 ZI is gonna close it out, and now X1 on the board with 3 kills in the right direction. Top 6 at that, just 14.5. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we are playing for top 6. This is the mainland qualifier for Worlds. We don't necessarily have to play for first. This is going to be 2 days, 12 games. We got to keep things going. X1 on the board right now, but they are going to be found by Alliance. Who can slow down Alliance on their tried and true Viper composition? Up to 13 kills already. They are going to find a retreating X1. It looks like they're going to go and invest on this NY7, activating, looking for the silence, or looking for the F3. LYD is going to get exploded from on X1, and now OUG trying to back off, trying to get out of this situation, trying to get out of the middle. X1 trying to force the issue onto OUG. OUG is like, wait a minute, I just want out. Why? We're gonna get fired, but X1, if we're going down, we're taking someone with us, and they want to take down Bada. Unfortunately, Alliance is going to find XLY with that Tesla ultimate. Double charge is gonna come out for Yuma, and XLY absolutely exploded from the F3 of NY7.
And once NY7 waiting to use that F3 until he's within kill range, just sniping that kill away from his teammate. That is my kill, buddy. I'm getting MVP this game, buddy. Alliance doing an excellent job of finding this third-party opportunity. Again, it's those Viper compositions. They're just in the right place at the right time, doing a really good job of it. But one thing to note, just quickly before I get back to this fight, there's a Spirit Well somewhere, and the buff on it is Draco Storm. That's kind of oogly. If I don't think there's a better way to put it at this point. Draco Storm on a Spirit Well, that is kind of crazy that it is somewhere out there to be had. Oh, speaking of, thank you very much, production. Here it is, the Spirit Well that is being contested. I would have been very surprised if nobody was fighting over this one. To get a Draco Storm buff at this point in the game is insanely good. JL and JDG and EWG all fighting it out to try and get their hands on this buff. TXJ sending out a blue focus, getting parried there by Jing though. TXJ losing all of that golden armor, forced to use that combo break now and to try and fade back and get this reset off. It's not looking too good for him, but he's managed to find this reset. JDG still fighting 2-tick, sending out this meter burn on those golden nunchucks. Jing has been taken down though, and his other teammate is also extremely low. JL now going back in to this Spirit Well. They may very well be able to capture this before it runs out. It looks as though that's exactly what's going to happen. JDG, unfortunately, one of the teams contesting, is not able to stand strong and stay in there. And EWG, being on the loot situation that they are not going to be able to do that either. So JL are going to be walking away with this Spirit Well, with this Draco Storm at a very, very good time. And they're already, all three of them, at golden armor, and they are just looted and booted, Raven. This is looking very good for JL, extremely good indeed. That looking at these Jades as well, I imagine that one of these is advanced group heal. I think that actually that's exactly what they have. TXJ has advanced group heal, and the reason why they were just swapping armors around is to give TXJ an armor that was not fully healed up, allowing him to actually use the advanced group heal in an upcoming fight without having to take damage himself. I like it. Very nice. This is pretty standard, but it is just, it's cool to see that it's just it's cool to deduce from just looking at it and not being able to tell whether what those Jades actually are because it's written in Chinese. I don't need to speak Chinese. My powers of deduction are sufficient. JL,
you can't be optimal in another language, Duncan. What lives, what works, works. And this is one of the finesses for a long time was gatekept. No one really understood why certain teams had massive games. And if you go back and look back over the years of why teams had really big 20, 30 kill games, it's always been on the back of group heal, advance heal. Those two J's, as Exodia, as you like to put it, it just puts so much sustain onto your team. It's so hard to finish off a very coordinated team who's playing cover for each other. As long as they cover and move and defend each other, that group heal, advance heal just heals so much, and you have to risk so much and execute so well in order to take them down. And it looks like JL is pulling away right now, having another rather big game. I'm curious to see how they're able to survive this situation. A lot of Viper teams ended up picking off a lot of the strongest teams in the lobby. Now we got 2 Viper teams versus a siphon of OUG and JL's Monk Transformer composition. Bong going to the top ropes on the mum, sailing out, looking for a grab. And this is one of the tough parts, being these other combinations. Before Zai, what's up?
This is Draco Storm as well.
Draco Storm endgame. They just added this for the Spirit Well. I've been curious to see how Draco Storm performs in these endgames, but I've been told by Moxie that a lot of the times these teams aren't able to close out. But I feel like with a Hadi and a Valda and a Monk, you have so much sustain and so much offensive capability right here. I'm gonna have to give it to JL to go out and clean up this last little bit. I'm not sure,
I have to agree with that one. I think I have to agree with that one there. That is they are certainly set up for victory here, Raven. Absolutely. One Feng diving in and going to be looking for these cannon shots. Does he have that Rupture Gale is the question, though. I'm not sure if he actually does, but I wouldn't be too surprised if they've managed to get their hands on advanced group heal. They probably rolled enough Jays to get their hands on some of the Rupture Gale. There it is. Yeah, you can see that little bar above OUG SS's head. That means he is taking fire damage over time. So that is indeed a Rupture Gale Flame Breath on the side of One Fang. EWG Luoye stuck in the middle trying to disengage, but nowhere to go. TXJ on the Hardy flying around the predatory bird. Coming in and stealing those kills. Taking them. Very nice. Thank you, Lewis. Nice little rabbit to keep me tied over for later as they go into these final moments of the game. X1 ZDI trying his best to stay on this tower. It's not being made easy though. Now forced to use that ultimate and dash all the way to the sky, out of vision of this perspective. NY7 lurking on this corner, on this side of the zone, backs to the wall. They're very happy to just chill here and try and hold on to this little bit of real estate. Same with the other Viper team as well, as they are faced off against JL, a fully stacked gold armor team on the other side that they don't want anything to do with just yet. JDG 2-tick unfortunately does get caught out in the middle. Piggy in the middle does get taken down. VVV picking up the elimination. JL now catching up to these other teams. 11 kills, 16 and 15 kills. It is 4 teams left alive, Raven. I think that JL still has the advantage, but what do you think could happen at this endgame?
It's really going to come down to who the Viper teams choose to engage on. A lot of line of sight here with this last little bit of fence. Now the Viper teams are going to be executing. It looks like the first person to do with the V1 is going to be coming out, and it looks like they're going to be griefing the other Viper team. I was surprised they went for the fellow Viper teams in this position. Now it's gonna be last left alive for JL to close this out. Alliance NY7 gonna pop his V1, and now just JL with the pickup with the turkey shoot, looking for the grabs right now. What can you show me, Fong? Nice. Tebio coming out from OUG to slow down the grab is gonna be coming out. V2 not doing as much damage, but a big clap coming down. Bong looking for another grab. He is Tesla ulti. He's going to get staggered really soon. Can he find another grab right now? But JL's VVV on top of Alliance looking to secure these kills. Nice grab going to be coming out. Another slam's going to come down, but Yuma down to his last little bit. Bong jumping in, trying to get that last hit, but TXJ is going to close down on the Hottie. Now we're going to get OUG 2 versus JL, but OUG, do they have their ultimates still up? Bong with the dual Halbies looking for the stagger, looking for that nice big damage, and the big parry is going to come in, closing out SS. The leader of OUG will fall to Bong, and now it looks like JL is going to be cleaning this up to 15 kills. Can they get past Alliance's 17 kills with the rank 1? They're probably going to be MVP in this round. Shinju 1v3 situation. Can he survive? No, he cannot. Ultimate coming out from Bong, the flex, the win, just showing how dominant JL is coming out back to back. Duncan, back to back, JL showing what it's like to be world champs. They want their ticket back to the world stage, and they're punching it in.
They certainly are. And hey, we kind of said it. I was worried we were casting them You know, I was a little worried, as it has happened many a time. Every single one of us casters, we've all cast a curse somebody, but thankfully we did not cast a curse JL. They were in the position to take this entire game, getting it double Draco Storm back to back, having triple gold armor, having this composition just. They were fully kitted out and ready to go, and it's just evident that they were in the best position to actually take the game, and there it is. You know, the best teams, the most veteran of teams, typically once they get put in this position, once they have all of their win conditions met, they rarely falter. You know, it's usually the less experienced teams that once they get these tools under their belt, once they get those win conditions, that they can occasionally falter, they can fumble the bag, and they can stumble and end up losing out on what they could have had. But JL, they've been around for a while. The ex-world champions. They're not fumbling. They're taking it home with the double MVP to kick it off for the day. Very nice to see. Hey, we saw T225 come in with triple MVP yesterday. Are we gonna see JL top that today, perhaps? Who knows? Who knows? As JL has certainly started off strong. But again, you know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for your answer for treasures. The question will be coming up very shortly. There it is. If you want to get your hands on a Summer Split random gift box, make sure you get your answer to this question in the chat and stick around to see who is that winner. And the question is, which team is leading the total scoreboard now? Is it A, OUG, B, ALL Alliance? Is it C, FPX ZQ, or is it D, JL? This is breaking the trend somewhat. Usually we get the first one's a bit of an easy one, and the second one's an absolute stickler, a real difficult one. But no, this one's also a little bit friendly, a little nice. So you guys at home who just waking up perhaps, or still sleepy, haven't gone to bed, it's an easy one for you. It's an easy one for you. Make sure to get your answer in the chat and to stick around, and don't be that guy who gets the answer right and gets their reward but isn't around to claim it. So Raven, going back into NARAKA, what a couple games that we've had. We've been able to witness today. What do you think are we going to be seeing in game number 3? Do you think we're going to see some of these teams who've not really done all that well so far actually heating up? Or do you think we'll see, and then we'll see JL perhaps not take the third MVP and perhaps try and take a more sort of stable, slower approach, you know, take their foot off the gas a little bit and slow down? Or do you think we're going to see JL continue to dominate?
I mean, JL's always thrived from playing a new meta positions before everyone else. And now moving forward, because of the phasing, we're going to see the opposite and switch. So can JL play the offensive side very, very strong? They played the macro strategy very, very perfectly. Their monk composition, 18 kills, 25.6. Alliance coming in second with the Viper composition at 17 coming online. SS1 with 15 kills, OUG with 12, JDG with 10, Baldo with 4x1. Now moving forward, like you were saying, Duncan, feel like we're gonna have to see how these teams feel warming up. Will their slower compositions, with their endgame compositions, end up paying off for them? Can they replicate JL's success? Looking over at JL's stats, EVV 25k damage, TXJ 28k damage, Fong with 22, and it's not really healing monk, but it is support monk with this monk composition. And support just means, unlike other games where there's a hard healer role, support just means the role that cannot go down first. A lot of people have a misconception of what the role of support is, and with that sustain, that the B2, that healing grab that monk gives you, you get this super stable base for the likes of Hadi and Baldo to really spring on. Now looking at the overall leaderboards, the top 6, JDG in 6th place with 15 qualifying right now, FPX at 15.5, SS1 at 17, Alliance at 26.5, OUG at 27, and doubling almost the rest of the lobby is JL with back-to-back powerhouse games at 44.1. Now, I love to see, like, I'm a big fan of this team, and they definitely are finally gelling together and showing their dominance, showing their ability. You see the comfortability on their team that TXJ has gotten the troops together, and they're showing up big today. Now, we are going to be taking a look at the highlights of today. Brought to you by Thunder Robot. Take it away, Duncan.
Indeed, that early salvation podium situation, that was very sad to see, I will say, having that Moonbane double hit come in and just flip that fight on its head. But heading on over to this fight with SS1, beautifully played by Zen 1, able to just flip it on its head again. A lot of sort of like flip-floppiness from these fights. You know, it's going one way and then all of a sudden it just turns on its head. Zen 1 able to do so with that Tessa ultimate, changing and just turning the tables on them. JL performing in JL fashion in that realm of Yang, doing an excellent job. JL here in this end zone, you know, they were just set up for the win. One thing with that beautiful parry, the 180 parry, it wasn't even a back parry. He turned around, he knew that was coming. It's just dominating. You know, the erudition as well. Sleeper OPJ, by the way, chat. Just so you know, erudition is crazy. We're gonna have the MVP going over to VVV yet again. The double MVP for the team, but then the double player MVP as well for VVV, rocking the double damage chase, the Cloud Weaver and the Salmon Strike. Not really for those weapons, but rather for the damage itself. Then you got the triple damage reduction with the quick charge, slow shot, and sky punch. And then you got that ripple step and phantom step in the back, just doing work with, hey, phantom step should be a gold jade, no cap. Longsword doing damage, 13,000 damage out of the 25,000 total damage, doing so much work for the team with that V2 and F2. And I'm kind of surprised they're not doing something silly and going for the F1 Valda, but they're going for that F2, as it is extremely powerful. You know, the buff that Valda received, and the reason why she's really sort of coming into the spotlight here as of late in trios is that now when you throw out those bubbles with the F2, with the combo break, that bubble that stays on the floor now interrupts golden focus. Before, it would only interrupt blue focus or below, and now, you know, if you get parried, you're not at risk of having the parry attack just go straight through the bubbles. You know, it is an extremely strong ability now. Some might say even a little bit too strong. But we will talk more on that and get back to the action in game number 3 after.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CN Mainland Qualifiers. I am Raven PLZ. I am joined by the GOAT Tarka himself, Mr. Dunkin' Donuts, and we are set for some more NARAKA trios. It's been an exciting day. Everyone's coming out swinging. I thought we were going to be playing slow. We're not playing slow. We got a lot of new meta showing up, going up to Worlds, and Duncan called it. A lot of Valda coming in big with that F2 change, interrupting gold focus. What it means when it comes to trios is just a lot more space created by that Valda. She's able to get in there with her big health pool from the V2, that nice 18 seconds, that nice spear. But with the addition of the bubbles just disrupting all of those gold jades in trios, it's all about comboing with your teammates, and there's an ability that disrupts a lot of that. You got the Monk, you got the Valda sitting in the center disrupting it, and you see JL show what a stellar performance of what can be done with the new changes in the game.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're still rocking the Hardy as well. They are rocking that V2 rather, as opposed to the V1 before. We're still seeing V1. We're still seeing it get played. The cube is still there. It's still around. It's not fully disappeared like Kylin has. But I think it's just like some teams were relying too much on it, and it was just getting a bit too much value. But now the cube feels as though it is in a little bit of a better spot. It's a little bit more balanced, so to speak, in that it is still going to provide you with the peel that you want. It's just you're going to have to be more selective and more careful as to when you're going to use it. You know, you can't just throw it out, get the Hardy ult up and running, just instantly canceling into the cube, and just hope that it's and then just play off of that entirely. Now, you have to be more selective and be more mindful of your game plan when looking to use this ability. And I think that's good. I think that's healthy for the game, it's healthy for the meta, and healthy for these compositions to not have something as oppressive and as like forgiving as Hardy Cube used to be. Same with Kylan. I think he was definitely in a place where you didn't, it wasn't that as precise execution as you're sort of accustomed to seeing in the past with a lot of these compositions. It was more sort of just press the button and just run through everyone, you know. But it's been toned down. We haven't seen it, but I reckon there will be something. There will be a Kylin coming out at some point in the future, perhaps off the back of an adjustment that brings him back in, brings up his power level slightly, or perhaps a composition that ends up facilitating his weaker state that he's currently in. But we're going to be diving in to game number 3. Raven, we're going over to Morris Isle, the OG map, the midday Morris Isle, the classic El Clasico map. And we're going to be having JDG, OEG, FPX, and JL kicking off that first round selection. Second round, SS1, TE, WBG, and Alliance, and then that last round selection is going to be X1, EWG, Wolves, and Bowder. Getting there's going to be a bunch of Vipers. Do we think there's going to be a bunch of Vipers in this game? Because the Vipers performed extremely well last game, but there weren't all that many of them. However, as we've talked about in the past, you know, Morris Isle is one of those Viper maps. It can do extremely well as you have that, you know, you have those high trees in a certain certain portion of the map that function extremely well, or facilitate Vipers really well. You can look for those drop down scenarios.
I feel like wow, Morris has come out this year. A lot of Siphon has actually been played on Morris. The teams that don't want to challenge the tier 1 teams inside Yang end up playing Siphon, because if they get online, they're able to close out endgame. Now, what we've seen, because Morris is so good for Viper, a lot of that Matari counterplay coming out, and we're seeing it, a lot of teams going with that Matari counterplay for the Viper. Now, it is still a toss-up of who wins on the outside, because like you said, Duncan, the whole top left side of the map, if you think of an upside down L, has a lot of tall trees that give a lot of cover for these Viper teams to find some sneak plays in. But we are seeing a lot more of this transformer play coming out. Monks galore, Balda, X1, and Wolves all showing up with their Monk composition. Is that EWG is going to go with that Siphon, and we're going to see how this relationship between Siphon and Monk, and now Zai, who traditionally was a counter to Siphon early on, how do these two team compositions operate against Monk? Now, I see the relationship like Zai gets countered by Valda very, very harshly, and you really, really depend on Siphon from the tempo, that pressure from your Zai. And then on the flip side, for Siphon, there's always been a relationship between that Temi ult and Monk of whether or not you can get that some nice range values to deny the Monk. Now, Monk has been given a lot of tools that he hasn't had in the past. Basically 2 jumps that do combo into grabs. Now, if you combine that with the pressure of Balda and Hadi, which sitting alone, those 2 ultimates are super, super oppressive and need at least an ultimate to match, maybe even 1.5 ults to match. I'm curious to see how these Realm of Yang fights are going to be going down, because it's the one thing we haven't really seen before. Super exciting stuff going into Worlds, the mainland qualifiers. Now, looking over at the average points and the abilities, it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing anything different from the Siphon teams. With the Monk teams, like you were saying before, Duncan, Valda with her F2 affecting the gold focus abilities. He is going to be usually running that F2 like always. Hadi not going to be comboing with his burn damage, just going with the tried and true V1. Very, very interesting stuff. Just completely different lobby going into Morris. Now, this is daytime, so not Fireflies, not a lot of power spikes, and it looks like all the veteran teams are saving their rush down composition, saving their Viper composition for when Fireflies are on the map. I'm curious to see what the second half brings, but first, we are going back to the classic, the Morris style, the daytime. What new can we show us? It looks like we're gonna get a nice little spread between everyone. Everyone's taking a nice ISO 3v3 with only a couple timing attacks. You're not seeing those like weird landing positions on the outside, picking up the Fireflies for their ultimates, coming in for the third parties. Instead, we're getting the mono versus E-mono, the 3v3s going out. Split way drop going for Wolves and JDG over there at Sunwing. To the south, we're gonna get an ISO fight, X1 versus JL. To the right, OUG versus WBG. In the center, SS1 and Alliance. To the north, we got TE gonna have Eventide all to themselves. Not that much loot up there. Contrary to popular belief, not a lot of loot in that area, even though it's a POI. But off spawn, we're going to see what this third game, will these teams heat up? Who is going to be showing us the change of today, or is it just going to be the same, more JL?
Indeed. Is it going to be more JL? Is it going to be the JL show, or are we going to see some more teams take that spotlight away from them? But we're taking a look at this Sunwing situation here, kicking it off for us in game number 3, but heading off quickly as not that much action takes place over there. We're going to be taking a look at Bowder and EWG scrapping it out off spawn here. Bowder just getting absolutely deep fried. Yeah, on the run, trying to disengage, trying to find some space, but not able to do so, has no resources whatsoever, and get a little bit of value. You know, if he could get maybe one kill would be enough at that point in that situation. Once you've got both of your teammates down, just getting anything would be nice. But we're heading on over instead to Wolves and FBX. A huge amount of damage coming through there. Xiaohu taking the brunt of it alongside his teammate. Wolves are kicking off this fight extremely well, but the parry to come through, denying that pressure from XEM. Very nicely done by Xiaohu, following it up with that LMB. Xiaohu 1 HP and a dream. Is he going to be able to make it out alive? The F3 comes through. The proc, the right click. It's not going to be enough to save him. And now FPX licking their wounds. They're trying to stabilize. They're trying to do something here, but I'm not sure they're going to get all that much success. The Wolves are knocking at the door. They're howling. They're going to find the kill. They're finding the elimination here, and now turning their attention onto JDG, who've now rocked up, looking for this third-party situation, but immediately being met with ferocity. XCM with this jump parry, turning it around, finding the damage onto Kiki, the combo, the jump RMB, but now getting flanked in the back by the pole sword, not taking enough damage to make him, put him in the hot seat. He's still kicking NHQ in that Hardy ultimate, doing work, denying so much pressure. NHQ very happy, and Wolves, they are a happy pack, and they have accumulated 6 eliminations off spawn already.
Moonbane is out for SS1, finding the nice timing attack on Alliance on this money position. It looks like Zen is going to be getting his teammate Ling up, using the cover of this Moonbane. Alliance trying desperately to range, is looking for the kill. Nope, Ling is going to be getting out of there with the dash, but Matari's diving in, chasing this down. Has to be careful right now. Gonna be enough. Zen is gonna fall. Alliance picking up 4 kills off spawn. Now going over to OUG. Is going to be chasing down a Wu Chen port. Is going to come out. Nice little flash in the distance. We know where you guys went. We're going to be chasing you down. The Oog is out and coming out from OUG. Sleepwalker and crew going to be bailing out, grappling away. Not even stopping out to heal, just not even looking behind, but it doesn't look like OUG is be able to chase them down. Now going all the way to the south. We're gonna get X1 versus Bauda. Can you lead his crew to a victory? LYD on the former champ team from TE. Can he lead X1 on the back of his monk? A little bit of probing here, a little bit of posturing, but it doesn't look like they want to engage right now, just in case someone's sneaking around. And you see JL waiting, lurking in the bushes. It looks like Bauda is going to opt to slow down and prepare for that first Realm of Yang.
They are indeed JL, having lost their rebirths early on, have managed to recover somewhat. Triple blue armor, not too shabby at all, but you know who's looking to recover? SS1 not in the best spot here. 2-2 just getting mauled by FPX in the 1 versus 3. Unfortunately, just out in the open on their own, and no rebirth to be had either. SS1 not rezzing all together at the same time, unfortunately, and just getting picked off. TE now finding WBG as well. Walker getting taken down after they disengaged beforehand, and being immediately found out now by TE. Jing also in dire straits, trying to disengage, just full spooling out, full disengaging, and it looks as though using that rebirth to get back online, unfortunately losing their loot, but they are still alive and kicking, and they also have I think it was a cheeky 20,000 Darktide coins. So I'd imagine they're going to be going over to a Rift dealer, see if they can get some bang for their buck and spend their money before this Realm of Yang rolls around. Alliance lurking in Celestra, looking to try and loot up as much as they can before the Realm of Yang situation. Again, at this point, I'd be surprised if we saw all that much fighting taking place, but I know as soon as I say that, we'll probably get a cut over to a fight. But as it usually is. But no, in fact, we are going to be seeing more looting taking place as these teams are just preparing, scaling up, especially if you're on a Sand Siphon composition, or even, you know, the Sand Siphon, they need their scaling, they need that legendary ultimate to really sort of get the ball rolling.
Yeah, Sand Siphon really activates later in the game. That's when you get online, but this early bit is all about looting, setting up for this first Realm of Yang. And today, it looks like everything revolves around this first Realm of Yang. All of these teams are designed to go for Yang. I'm excited to see how these teams posture up for it. And it doesn't even look like anyone's going to opt to go for that Tiger Buff, looking for that Spirit Roll. Every team knows how important winning this first Realm of Yang. 3v3s do show up. 3 Realm of Yang show up. So who can come out on top? The key the name of the game here while you're setting up is getting those Jades set up. It doesn't matter that you have blue armor, as long as you have that melee and range resistance and the attack Jades on your DPS for your team. Looks like Alliance sitting real pretty, looking to get in first from a Yang. And unlike solos, no ticket system. It's just a straight oog slugfest. You want to
How many players are on screen right now?
We got
What is this?
TE, JL, everyone posturing right now. I know someone's getting griefed right here. We're gonna get a mosh pit going into
Oh my God.
The F3's coming down. The dive bomb from the Zai's looking to grief right now. But it looks like Bauda is not gonna get in. We are going to get JL versus Alliance. Old school versus new school. Is it Alliance's time? Will their year pay off, or will they fall to the freight train? That is JL today. NY7 leading the charge with the F2. Going to be diving in. Batari all going to be hit. Tempo going to Alliance. They're shoving it all into JL. Double meteor coming out from NY7. Going to be popping on the ultimate, trying to close out the kill, searching desperately for his prio target, but he's not going to be able to find a nice cutting out coming from JL. BBE setting up the pace, letting them know this is our composition. You are just spectators in this new competition. We are the first to it. JL going to ice out the pressure. BBB setting up NY7 for the combo, but nice peel going to come out from Alliance. The Kurumi ult is going to come down to separate them. This tempo. NY7 looking for the flank play, but BBB coming in with the peel, letting NY7 know that I am the Zai of this lobby. Yuba, last one left standing, is gonna fall. Alliance cannot take down JL. They're looking to inform. They're looking to set for their 2 repeat, setting up for JL to go to Worlds.
They are indeed. You are simply imitations. JL, the innovators, the fire starters, VVV, picking up that golden fan for himself, that purple armor, getting locked in and ready to absolutely snowball this lobby. They haven't really they didn't have the explosive start in this game. They ended up falling in the off-spawn situation and having to recover. But with this Realm of Yang, they're definitely back in the driver's seat, getting 3 eliminations under their belt and getting themselves that golden fan. But speaking of a golden fan, TE Wash also has gotten his hands on that golden fan and that purple armor. It looks as though JL is going to take another mirror matchup. Wash diving in. This Matari TXJ taking a lot of damage and forced to use that ultimate now. Wants to fade back just a little bit, but while JL focus their efforts onto Leo, on One Fang taking a lot of damage, forced to now use this Kurumi circle, dropping it down, looking for this healing. Looks as though TE are actually doing an extremely good job of fending off this freight train here. They do have a slight advantage in terms of loot, both 2 players with purple armor, but it's not over just yet. Wash getting spaced out by BVV on the Zai is looking relatively even right now, but the zipping healing might come in clutch here with these regular Fs coming through. BVV taking a little bit of damage here, the F coming through. Wash just getting comboed, put in the dishwasher, nice and clean, spick and spam taken down. Now Leo in a very similar situation, extremely low. NY7 Alliance looking for their revenge. Very fitting considering their Zipping's name, looking to come in and claim these soul blooms to cleanse that Yang depletion, but JL are not going to be making it easy for them. NY7 diving in, BVV looking to fade back, hiding behind the tree. NY7 all of a sudden taking 1,000,000 damage and taken down extremely low in the blink of an eye, but immediately recovering with this zipping healing. That F comes through. The amount of healing that we saw just take place. This is why zipping still is relevant. VVV diving in with that F2, trying to make some space for that Matari. The Matari F comes through as well, but Alliance, they're not stopping just yet, and they're going to be closing out these kills and cleansing these Yang depletions. Heading on over, we got Wolves and EWG. Raven, who's taking this one?
Nothing like a little bit of salty run back. Alliance gonna get the run back, and we're gonna get Wolves versus X1 and EWG. XEM gonna get started out with that first grab. This Monk XEM just super stacked. You see the health jades paying off, the amount of health on him. LYD is gonna get scooped up and slammed. Not that much damage coming out. Can XEM find another grab? Nice job from X1 to break up that damage. Usually Monk gets a grab, you get that nice laser, but X1 denying the pressure. The hottie of XLY doing a good job of breaking up the offense of Wolves. Now XCM coming out of Monk ultimate, vulnerable, surrounded, and decimated from X1. XLY putting on a clinic on hottie, absolutely swarming XCM, and now it's cleanup crew for Wolves. Looking like puppies running away from X1 and HQ, getting chased down and eliminated by ZDI. X1 looking at the scoreboard, up to 5 kills and being able to cleanse a lot of this gang depletion. Gonna be setting up for the second half of the day. Gonna find EWG on the back foot, lurking on the outside. A little bit of vibe check right there. EWG doesn't have any ultimates online, not gonna be able to find a third party in this situation. But nice job coming out. Now looking at the replay, Wolves versus EWG inside the realm of Yang. Temi ult gonna be invested. XCM again on the Monk, looking for some grabs. His wall denying a lot of that pressure though, making his way around the pillar, gonna deny this range pressure. A little bit of posturing coming out from Wolves. The re-engage is going to be happening. ZK trying to set up on stagger so XCM can get a scoop up here, but EWG doing a good job of line of sighting behind the pillars, not getting any value from this Monk ultimate. They are going to jump onto Cicada, but now it's EWG's turn. Can they get this offense going? And EWG is going to get an execution onto ZK immediately off that shove. Now XCM setting up for the flank, trying to look for an opportunity, but that Kurumi ult is going to deny a ton of that pressure. Now dropping in XCM. Can he find an opening for his team? NHQ is taking a ton of damage, but the shoves coming out from EWG's cookie is just too much, and Wolves is going to fall to EWG inside Yang.
They did indeed. And it looks as though Wolves, thankfully for them, they've managed to recover somewhat. However, they have lost XEM. They are 2-man strong currently and looking to recover. But another team that's not really in that spot, they're looking pretty strong, is JL, looking for that Spirit well as opposed to going for the Realm of Yang. And speaking of Realm of Yang, we've got X1 up against EWG. EWG, a previous winner of that previous Realm of Yang, a golden longsword on that Takeda, fully stacked legendary ultimate, are ready to go. XLY on that Hardy, having already used that ultimate. I imagine he is on that V1 with the cube, dropping it down. LYD playing that neutral fight, getting knocked down by Luoye. Finding the opening though, getting that R&B, not able to fully capitalize into a jungle combo. Luoye on that F2 into the Wisp, finds a little bit of damage, but that Bell coming out, and now LYD pulling the trigger on that Tianhai ultimate, looking to jump out of that Tumulk sand circle, but he finds the grab onto Luoye inside that circle, still able to find it, just a foot in the door, able to catch him. Now looking to push the issue, this absolute mess at the foot of this Monk. LYD, ooh, the grab, not able to find it, not able to capitalize on that ult activation from the Takeda, but still they are on the front foot. X1 certainly in the driver's seat here, but it looks as though it could turn on his head very easily. Luoye doing a lot of damage there. LYD forced to get that heal off. Now, ooh, the Takeda ultimate finally doing the damage. There it is. They are still fighting, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough. Not too little, too late, unfortunately, for EWG. They put up a good fight, but now Cookie on their lonesome, popping that Kurumi ultimate is not going to be enough, and X1 are going to come away victorious on this new school composition.
Yeah, this new Transformers, the 2024 Transformers, is just... with Valda, it's just too strong. The Wombo, it's basically just a super optimal Wombo. The regrab that the sister provides. What Wombo always suffered from was just it didn't do well defensively. Now we're gonna get the double Draco Storms. They're gonna be showing up. Valda JL actually opting for the White Tigers Prowess and X1 all showing up right now, but the amount of aggression coming out from JL, they see an opportunity right now to close out Wolves NHQ, getting chased down by the likes of VVV, but Bauda letting JL know White Tigers buff is old news. Draco Storm is what's up. Fong is going to be able to get the Krumi ult down, but it's not going to be in time. Now JL has a decision right now. Do they bail out and play for endgame? They looks like they are going to call the audible. Noble sacrifice going to be going down for Fong. And now back to the action. Yang depletion, 4 minutes left for TE, but it's not going to matter. Wash is going to get eliminated by Alliance, and Y7 on the Zai keeping up the pressure. Burn is coming out. 14 is going to fall. Now Leo, last one standing, trying to make his way out of this situation. Can he survive to find a res? The oppression from Zai whipping him into submission. Nowhere left to go. Leo will fall, and Alliance up to 13 kills, staying true to their strategy. Frag out early and middle game, up to 13 kills. Now EWG versus JDG. Louis on the Takeda. Can he lead his team?
Oh no.
He's gonna get juggled right now.
Oh no.
Nowhere answered. Nothing left to do. Sing gonna cut him in half with the pole sword. EWG showing up to the party as well. Gonna cut down. Looks like, wait, X1 is gonna get the kill, but Aurora Burst again coming out, juggling Cookie right now. The focus fire coming out from JDG, securing the kills, but now, unfortunately for them, Alliance is showing up to the party.
They are indeed. EWG with that Yang depletion, losing their Takeda. That's not what you want. Alliance now just taking full advantage of the situation. The 3 versus 2. Xi going to the sky with that Tomolka F. But NY7, he is hot on his heels. The terrain was not beneficial, not able to disengage. And there it is, Alliance picking up yet another elimination here, going up to 14. Now Cookie left on their own. A lonely Karumi. It's not looking too good. We're going to have to... I mean, they could potentially get a rebirth here if they do have the money. Theoretically, they could buy back one of their teammates, but still, ideally, you don't want to be going into endgame with just one player left alive. And now we're taking a look at a quick replay of Bauda versus TE in the realm of Yang. Yeran using that Tianhai ultimate, catching Wash with that grab peak. Now looking for the re-grab. There it is, the Wombo, as we talked about it. Wash taking so much damage. The bow shots coming through. It's just not a crazy amount, but the triple grab now. The re-grab yet again is going to be pretty good. Oh my goodness! The drop down into the Zai! Oh my goodness, Bauda. They don't need the Hardy. They've got Zai instead, doing so much damage. TE just not able to do anything. You saw them scrambling when they had players... Well, they had that Zai in the Monk's hands. They just didn't really know what they could really do to prevent the Wombo from taking place. And there it is, Bauda just putting on a show for us, showing us that this comp really is just that good. The Zai variation of it, though, I'm curious as to which one will end up being the more prevalent, the more popular variation. However, the Zai variation definitely seems as though it's got some... It's got some power. It's got a reason to be picked over the Hardy, but we shall see. Bauda looking at to contest this Spirit Well. We do have a Draco Storm yet again being on this Spirit Well, Raven. Draco Storm Spirit Wells at this point in the game is kind of crazy.
I mean... yeah, especially if you pair it up.
I mean, yeah.
Balda and Monk, Balda and Monk Draco Storm sounds very, very painful. I would say even more painful than Siphon, just because this team only really struggles because they don't have a true healing support. So they mainly have to rotate their cooldowns in order to keep going. But with Draco Storm, the amount of heal and AoE stagger that it brings, it increases the tankiness and offensive capabilities that it is very, very tough to deal with. On top of the fact that you can't really challenge for it. Now, speaking of challenging, we got a little bit of a high ground contention. OUG really forcing an issue onto SS1. A bunch of blueberries right now. They see the vulnerability of the armors, but JL's Fong is trying to get away from this situation. They were trying to survive, making it an end game. It looks like VVV did end up surviving. They picked up Fong, but he does falter there. I'm not sure where TXJ is right now. Shinyu, looks like we're hunting the duos and solos. This is the first sacked endgame we've had all day. Now, technically, today had a lot of Yang teams, a lot of scaling of teams where they come online later in the game. So we are seeing a little bit of second. I do love me some NARAKA endgame trios. Looks like Goyi trying to move his way on the outside, on the outside, but Shinyu with the dive bomb gonna torch him and pick up that kill. All the duos and solos getting picked apart right now. There's just an absolute massacre. Can these solos and duos find their way to secure some placement points for their teams? But it's looking tough. Every nook and cranny is getting scouted out right now.
Absolutely. It looks as though Bowder is going to be rocking up as well. Bowder's you diving through with that F2 OUG Jinyu as well up in the sky now. Looks as though, yeah, Bowder with that Draco Storm looking at to try and take advantage of this buff duration. Trying to find a way into this engagement, but not really finding too much ground just yet. They've definitely been fended off quite well by these teams, just constantly looking, constantly scouting to see if they can find an entry. The Moonbane, the 80% Moonbane now going to be dropping down in a matter of seconds. Yeran trying to push forwards, push into these other teams with the pressure of this Draco Storm in play. They can certainly have the they have the full agency to do so. They can do whatever they want at this point with just under a minute left on this buff. Now trying to force off this team from this spot here. Alliance, SS1, JDG, all of these players, all of these teams in the vicinity. NY7 all of a sudden taking so much damage, forced to use that F to try and disengage the zipping F, trying to snipe it onto him to try and give him that healing as he disengages, but unfortunately not able to get it. But it did not really matter at the end of the day, as they weren't looking to force the issue and try and follow up here. Although I will say, can you see at the map there, VVV is right underneath Alliance, and I don't think he's been spotted yet. I think he's found himself a bush, and he's just trying to stay as quiet as possible, and hope to God that he doesn't get spotted out right now. FBX lucky on this side of the zone, back to the wall, just fending off any entry from these teams. JDG forced to go past them now. Now Bowder again are looking to try and confirm this Spirit Well pickup. It is not going to be another Draco Storm though. It's going to be a Mystic Might instead. It's not going to be as oppressive as Draco Storm is in terms of dueling potential, but it is going to give them the information that they want to try and get the ball rolling and potentially get some of these players lobbied. JLVVV now has been forced to move and is looking to try and make his way across the zone, having lost a little bit of that shield. Is he going to be able to survive, though, is the question, as there are so many players in this end zone. 23 players alive. The Valda Spear coming through, locking down Alliance. The Cloud Weaver coming in for the peel. The Zai ultimate as well. Bowder forced to just take a double, do a double take. Do we really want to force this? They're trying. Bowder's Yeran lost a little bit of that HP, but not in the danger zone just yet.
Nice job from BBB kiting into the chaos. Just everyone getting engaged right there. Bowder, nice job to call the audible. Backing off. They don't want to just fully engage right now, but the lobby has been stirred. The pot just melting together. Bowder and FPX going at it for this side. JDG holding the ground with the Warrior Burst, but Junks looking in for a little bit of a flank play. We're seeing GVB still alive, using the trees to kite on the outside, and OUG on the low ground going to be picking up Wolves XEM, but Alliance with the Cloud Weaver on Yuma, on the Matari, holding their ground, letting OUG, their neighbors, know Alliance is here to stay. This is our spot, and we see SS1 LXM and VVV both finding a nice little spot. Neighbors looking down, but SS looking to the skies like, hey, wait a second, VVV, what you doing up here? Hits them with the Matari dash through. Get out of here. No squirrels left alive out here, being forced back out in the open. VVV looking for a new home, but on the side right now, we got the stacked Bowder. You on the Zai. Can he lead his team to some victories? Bowder having a slow start for the day, but it's game 3. Teams are heating up. We got 20 people left alive. A lot of kills left to be picked up here. Alliance, so that early and mid game strategy, 15 kills. Can they close this out? Can they play this end game perfectly? OUG up to 10 kills as well. X1, can they secure this? Well, all 3 of the teams, only one team will get that multiplier. First place, extremely coveted. 2 minutes left, Duncan. Everyone posturing, though you're seeing those Jades coming in big right now as these teams find these little left and nook and crannies, but the zone is going to be pushing him, and it starts. Duncan LYD is going to be ulting.
Indeed he is, and Yeran is going to respond. He's going to immediately monk up as well. Alliance Revenge getting picked up by the grab here. LYD gonna look for the slam. No grab, unfortunately. Alliance trying to find some peel, preventing the rest of X1 from coming in and following up off of this slam. LYD looking for another grab, trying to get the double grab, but unfortunately not able to find it. King does get slammed down now. He's throwing hands into the mess across the way, looking to see if he can find any value, but unfortunately not able to get too much more. XLY sectioning off this little bit of space with that Aurora burst. We've got the Kurumi tethers coming through, trying to find the resurrection onto one of those players. Umad stuck up against the corner. Yeran does pick up the kill now, not able to disengage. Junk's now extremely low, does get picked off by Alliance NY7 as well, pulling the trigger on this Zai ultimate. Umar is down, but he is still kicking. NY7, he's going to try and get as much value as he possibly can, get as many kills as he can find. Yeran and the rest of Bauda still lurking on this side, looking as though they're going to be playing for that last placement, that first place placement, to see if they can get that multiplier on the kills that they have. The King does bite off a bit more than he can chew, getting a little bit too aggressive, running straight into Bauda and getting absolutely demolished. But speaking of demolishment, Alliance getting destroyed. X1 LYD with that double grab into the slam, getting a couple kills under his belt. X1 want to be the ones finishing it off in this game, getting that first place. X1 LYD, get out of here, Yeran. What are you doing? This is my turf, buddy. Yeran forced into the zone, 1 HP. The multi-defiance proc saving him with a sliver of health, just barely staying alive. LYD now coming out of that form, getting locked up in the middle. The Valda Spears coming through. ZDI finding the stagger onto multiple players. Yeran gets taken down. Bauda also taken down. Jinyu, 1 HP in a dream. Can he find it? He can indeed. OUG are going to come out with that first place finish. Do they get the MVP, Raven? Oh my goodness, they had some kills.
Wow, what a crazy monk play coming out from LYD right at the end. That double jump, my man lets him know, just like, we were friends at first, brother. You answered the monk call, but only one of us can survive. He shoves the other monk into zone, and he takes a massive amount of damage. Now, unfortunately, his Valdo's not able to close it out. OUG able to posture up, delay for as long as possible, and get their Zai online with that burn damage and all those soul blooms, able to outlast those thick HP Valdos in that end game. And we're gonna see OUG, they were going to that end game with a ton of kills. What? With that multiplier, they're definitely gonna be skyrocketing up, and something overlooked a lot of the times is the placement points of first place. You get a juicy amount of points just from placing first place as well. So even though you don't have just 20 kills on top of it, if you have the solid kill, like 9 to 11 kills going into the end game, is very, very big if you secure that win. And it's not gonna be I'm not gonna be disappointed. All the teams showing up big. Alliance showing that they belong, showing that they want to go to World's Finals. Now, I spoke a little bit too soon. They did fall to JL inside the realm of Yang, but this time they bounce back, and that's what I really think defines you as a player. It's always winnable, Duncan. You never give up. Even though you win that realm of Yang, it's not really when you're supposed to win that makes you a champion. It's denying the odds and still showing up and finding a way to win when the odds are stacked against you.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I completely agree. I was very impressed that VVV was able to survive for that long. We saw him just sort of squatting around, just staying alive, just going up to the sky with that F2 on the Zai. I'm not sure when he finally did get taken down, but he was alive for a very, very long time. Props to him. Unfortunately, not able to secure that third MVP, the third back-to-back MVP of the day, but there is still plenty of NARAKA left to be played, isn't there, Raven? We've got plenty of games. This is only halfway, and so much oogliness, so much has happened already. But a stellar performance coming out from OUG there. Bowder were in a really good position as well, but they weren't able to keep up tempo. They weren't able to get that Tianhai ultimate back online, and because of that, he just got sort of manhandled, just shoved out the zone. And it is my tough. Yeah, as you said, we were friends before, but not anymore. You know. A very good performance going out from these players. But here we are taking a look at the scoreboard. OUG with 14 eliminations, taking their score up to 20.8. And as you said, that first place placement does net you 4 ranking points, a pretty substantial, you know, nice little chunk of points there. It's a lot, you know. That's 4 kills. That's pretty solid. And there it is. Even though Alliance were on 17 eliminations, OUG still take the cake and get more points than they do because of that multiplier and because of the ranking points. Alliance on 17 though, taking an 18 game score in second place. It's not too shabby, not at all. But taking a look at the stats now, SS. 5 kills, 19,000 damage. The king, OUG's the king, only with 1 kill and 14,000 healing, but 5 assists. I'm sure he did a decent amount of damage as well. Jinyu on 8 eliminations and 13,000 damage. You know, nothing too crazy. The damage numbers aren't too high, but as I always say whenever this happens, is that, you know, the amount of damage doesn't mean too much as long as you're actually confirming those kills. If you're precise with your execution, you're gonna be able to absolutely obliterate someone's health bar and burst them down. And a full purple armor and health bar, that's only 2,000 at the end of the day. You know, it's only 2,000 damage. You know, you don't need to be getting 30,000 damage in total to really be popping off. But speaking of popping off, OUG with that game have now closed the distance with JL not having the best game, although still a solid game. 7.5 have now been caught up to somewhat, and the margins are only down around 4 points. Not too bad for OUG. Definitely pleased with themselves, I'd imagine. Alliance in third, also closing the gap, 44.5. X1 in fourth, a little bit of bigger gap, 15 or 14 points or so between them and third place. But we're going to take a look at these replays brought to you by Thunder Robot. Take it away, Raven. OUG popping off.
Morris, OUG, going up big. Now, I was curious to see whether or not the Zai composition, I'm very, very curious to see whether or not this team can still do well. I know UG's proven that you can. Now, it's very exciting to see that all 3 compositions are still proving to do well. It's not clear that there is a favorite team that will win overall, but the one thing is for sure, Monk is back in endgame, and I love to see it, but this endgame was a slugplay Alliance. NY7 will not go quietly. He heard the call. He heard me say that the new school, can they beat the old school? And they definitely show up big with their fragging potential. We see the drop down from you with that big flank ZDI with the ball. Those spears coming down, but it looks like the Zais are going to be coming up on top against the favored Valda's. ZDI will fall to Shinyu with this a sliver of health. That burn damage being the difference maker. And first place, like I was saying before, Duncan, 4 kills, like you pointed out. That's a team in sprinkles, man. That's one team in that 1 extra kill. That's a team in sprinkles.
A team in sprinkles. I like that.
Go on top of that win. Just take a little bit of dessert with that first place. Shinyu with his first MVP day on the Zai. Looking to show up with that damage reduction. And I feel like tankiness with the likes of Monk running down, very, very important. You are the lifeblood of the Zyphon composition. You need your Zai to show up big, create that space, create the opportunities. And it is such a big difference of whether or not Zai can set up for her team. Now, I always said it for a lot of position ones, the big difference maker is that a lot of times highlighted for the damage that you were pointing out, but it's more about effective closing out of kills. It doesn't matter how much damage you do if you net 0 kills. Work smarter, not harder. And when you see the difference of these veteran teams, OUG and JL, when their Zai sets up an opener, it's not a selfish play where they're sitting off taking an ISO plays. Instead, they're setting up for their teammate for combos. They're setting up for executions for their teammates. And you see OUG, you see JL, you see Alliance really set up for their teammates for Zai, using the knockup, using the whips and chains to stagger their opponent instead of doing the damage themselves, setting up their teammates to get nice flank plays, nice big chunky focus attacks, and well deserved to OUG going into this game 3 win.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something to talk about. You know, for a second there, we saw, I believe it was JL and then a couple other teams trying it out at some point. But we'll get back to that thought in a moment, as we do have an interview lined up. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back after that interview.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have JL 晚风 come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 有请晚风先给我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 GoL 的晚风。
Okay, welcome. You know, it's a little bit surprised to see JL in the Qualifier competition because in our mind, JL always be a strong team. So for this time Qualifier competition, like how do you feel about the games? 那其实在这个我们的预选赛看到 JL 还是有一点点小意外的，因为在我们的印象里面 JL 一直是应该在保送的那个行列的。那对于这一次的这个预选赛是打下来什么感受呢？
也没什么感受吧，就是给自己一个教训，总决赛。
I think it's just like kind of we have to figure out about a kind of mistake for the summer split final competition. Okay, so let's move on to our answer for Twitter, please. So we talk about today's game. We seems like there's like so many different combinations before, so different than before. Like we see so many monks in this time. So how do you think about monks combinations for the Qualifier competition? 那其实我们也是在这一次的比赛当中看到了不同的阵容，尤其是这个大佛阵容的回归，怎么看待这个问题？
大佛的话，就是在比赛里面的话，这个地脉强起来会很厉害。然后回阳镜的话，因为它有水母的控制链，你只要被抓到了，像那种没有解控的英雄，直接就给你接死了。所以现在这阵容在回阳镜和绝爱强地脉都很强势。
Okay, so for me, I think for monks combinations, because it's have a Valda as well, so they can like do a combo in the Yang, and also it's quite strong to get the blessing as well. Okay, so this time our question is, which hero did JL 晚风 use in the game 3? A. 子平 B. Matari C. Kurumi D. Zay. 那这次我们的问题是，晚风在第3把拿了哪个英雄呢？ A 是子平 B 是迦南 C 是胡桃 D 是季印。也是请晚风给我们倒计时一下 ，Please comment.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. So what's the answer?
C.
Yes, the answer is C. Well, so we mentioned about the heroes. You know, for us, I remember. So for game 1, you are the monk in your team, but you know, for JL, TXJ was a great monk. In your mind, is one of the toppest monks in NBPL. So how did your team do the discussion about the position? 那其实我们印象里面啊，谭旭杰之前可是神佛行列的其中一位。那这一次就是位置换成了晚风去玩佛，对于位置上面的讨论，你们是怎么决定
的？可能是我就抓的比较准，然后他们就试了之后就，反正谭旭杰他玩那个英雄他是之前经常玩的然后所以就让我玩佛。
So we just maybe had a little try, and maybe my teammate think I'm good at grappling, so they want me to play monk. Well, so like for us in this time's Qualifier, so far JL was the first place. So any pressures for this time's Qualifier competition? 那其实目前的这个积分也是处在第1名嘛。对于这一次的预选赛有没有什么压力或者有什么想法期望吗？
也没什么压力吧，就定了就好了。
I think it's no press. Yes, we can see because JL is really quite strong in the Qualifier. So for JL to get into the group game is quite easy as well. So thank for 晚风 come to our interview. 那也是谢谢晚风来到我们的这次的采访。Just good luck to you in for the following games. 也是祝你在之后的比赛好运，好吧？也没什么压力嘛，对吧？Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye everyone.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be going into our fourth game of the day, the second half. We're halfway, still plenty more NARAKA to be played. I am one of your hosts and casters, Dunkin' Donuts, alongside the legendary Raven BLZ, and we're gonna be showcasing, we're showing you all of this NARAKA gameplay, and I'm very excited to get into this second half as we're gonna be going into the Firefly section of the day. It's been split up. It was pretty fast paced to kick it off today, and I'm interested to see how fast paced it can potentially get with the Fireflies coming into play now. But one thing that I was talking about just as we ended off and went to break before was Zai. Now there was a moment there where a couple teams were playing around with the idea of going for Zai V1. After Zai V1, the first variation of her ultimate got a little bit of an adjustment, a little bit of a buff, allowing her to do those empowered attacks omnidirectionally. Not only was she able to do these light attacks omnidirectionally, but also the empowered attacks, but only on V1. But I think it was quickly seen as just not worth it, because as you said before, as you were talking about with V2, the V2, it sets up for your team to combo in with focus attacks and that sort of thing, and V1 doesn't really offer the same thing, because V2, if you hit multiple players with that fire wave, it pulls them all together into the center of that wave, allowing you to get that the damage on multiple players if your teammates are able to come in and follow up. And it's probably going to stay that way. Although V1, I think, probably has a place somewhere down the line. Perhaps it will be adjusted in a way that makes it worthwhile. But for the moment, V2 Zai is still going to be king, or queen rather. But going into this second half of the day, Raven, what do you think things are going to be changing up a little bit? I think we'll probably see a little bit more Viper. But what do you think going into this fourth game of the day?
Surprisingly, the trend we've seen in 2024 is Fireflies in the past have been indication that everyone's going to play faster just because the amount of ultimates you have is higher. But what ends up happening is that people use the Fireflies and ultimates besides the off spawn to defend very, very well, and we see actually more stacked end games. Now moving forward, it is a little bit of a new meta. Monks are out and prevalent. Can the monks survive when Vipers get multiple shots at them? Instead of one shot for the Vipers coming in hot, they can navigate the map, run the Fireflies, run the no ult zones, and essentially infinitely fight transitioning to that end game. It's one of the finesses that you can do from a competitive side that a lot of these guys have kept but the gates are open, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to Worlds. We'll be sharing everything out there for trios, not competing in trios this year, so you guys are going to be privileged of hearing exactly what these pro players are thinking moving forward. Now, second half, still a lot of NARAKA to be played, Duncan. My favorite time of the day, third and fourth game. Everyone's warmed up. Everyone's heated up. Lock and loaded. All the butterflies are out of us. Shoot butterflies. We're nice and locked in. And surprisingly, I still think Wolves and Alliance, I'm always looking at them to prove to me consistency, prove to me under the lights that you can do it. And Alliance showing that they are here to stay, that they are one of the dominant teams in the league, especially when it comes to the horsepower of fighting. Normally, we talk about the veteran teams of being that ooga booga, showing us those big kill games, but Alliance, in the past, just like Wolves, have been very, very passive teams. Alliance has shifted gears, they have a new coach, and now they are just all the way pedal to the metal, balls to the wall, just out there slaying off spawn, and you see it playing very, very well for them, because even though they're not as experienced in the end game of playing a lot of these unique terrain situations perfectly, it doesn't matter because they developed such a big cushion from their aggression early on.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's very nice to see Alliance do well. You know, in the past year, in the past, they weren't one of those heavy-hitting teams they sort of they needed to find their footing. I remember Alliance just not being able to truly sort of break through their ceiling and actually do all that well. But this year they've certainly leveled up, and they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. And it's great to see, especially as well, Bowder being one of those OG names from back in the very beginning of NARAKA Pro League. You know, they were the big dogs, but then they disappeared for a very long time, and now they're back. You know, so it's definitely been a very exciting year for NARAKA. But here we are going into our first round selection. What are these teams going to be pulling out? It looks like a couple Sand Siphon, and then a Xiphon, a Zai, Matari, Karumi, and then another one as well. So split picks here, but Karumi is definitely going to be one of those. Is going to be the character with hero points increased. If you don't know, the more times that a character gets picked within a round selection, it gets to a point where that character then becomes more expensive for the teams in the next rounds of selection to pick up for their team, as they have these hero points, these character points. We've got a little bit of Hardy, a little bit of Mung, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But going into the third round, we've got zipping variation of the Xiphon coming out now. We've got Valda, Hardy, Monk. We pulled out another Xiphon, and then a Viper composition being picked up there by JL. I'm excited to see which variation of Viper we're going to be seeing from JL, whether or not they're going to be going for that F2, the F3, whether it's going to be V1 or V3. Now, we haven't seen V2 in a very long time, Raven. It's the middle child that doesn't get very much attention. There was a time where V2 was a solid pickup, but now it's completely disappeared, as the stun that you get at the end of it just isn't really worthwhile. Although you get that silence throughout the while that tether is attached to the target, you know, it's just not really worthwhile. I wonder if it'll ever really come back, or if we'll end up seeing it just fade into nothingness, go back into the back of the closet, accumulate dust for a while, and we'll just have the V3 and the V1 be the most popular. But we're going to be seeing this game kicking off very shortly, and I imagine we're going to have quite a lot of spiciness off the rip. As you were talking about, the off-spawn Firefly situation is where a lot of that aggression takes place. The timing attacks, which we'll likely be seeing timing attacks. Actually, do you want to explain timing attacks, the concept, Raven, for everyone at home, what it truly means when people say timing attack?
Timing attacks is not just a NARAKA concept. It happens in almost all video games, where there are brief moments where essentially you just want to hit your opponent when they least expect it, when you're a little bit more powerful. And what it means in NARAKA is when you have ultimates or you have a little bit better gear. Now, we talk about the daytimes and how important it is depending on the weather. And the weather is nighttime versus daytime, essentially. Nighttime has fireflies, and when you have fireflies, you can get your ultimate very quickly. Now, over the years, we've seen this concept become more and more ironed out, to the point where with the Soul Blooms, now you have exact rotations of who is going to get ultimates. That's where timing attacks really comes from, is you want to get the most amount of value at the right time to catch your opponent just with their guard down, essentially. And a lot of these teams, just like in other games, take a while to come online. Monks take a long time. We talk about the idea of scaling. What it just essentially means that he needs gear, he needs Jades. Takeda needs Jades, he needs all these things. What Viper needs off spawn, they don't need much. All they need is strong weapons, because they're trying to find a nice sequence. Now, you were talking earlier before about how V2 has kind of been phased out, and it's mainly because the combo that you can do with Tessa as a team, she provides so much crowd control that the previous partners of Viper did not. And Tessa, even though she's been nerfed compared to what she was before, she used to just have 2 ultimates just off rip, just blasting out ultimates left and right, just a loose cannon. Now you have to be a lot more precise, and over the years the teams have become a lot more precise. And with the timing attacks that is possible with Tessa and Viper, you're seeing a lot more accurate play where these teams can surgically pick apart these slower scaling teams off spawns, and we see the birth of Alliance. Now we're going to see the old school teams, TXJ on the Viper, coming flying in with the F3. Big damage going to be coming out, going to take down JDG's Tut, and JDG reeling from this, still looking for loot, but swarming BBB, keeping contact, looking for the ultimate, and it's gonna get that nice Tesla ult off onto Jig. Scale rush gonna be coming out from TXJ, looking for another scale rush again for Kiki, but it looks like they're gonna secure the finish on to Jay, and now last person left alive, Xing. Or JG, wait, Kiki still alive as well, trying to peel for his teammate, looking for the kill, but Fong able to ice off the pressure. You see the constant scale rushing of TXJ. The big thing of 2024 is the pole sword and great sword scale rushes. So much damage, and from downtown, TXJ is gonna pick up the kill.
Indeed, and look at this, Raven. We've got the podium puzzle unlocked already. OUG being extremely fast, able to pick up this golden weapon very, very quickly, able to solve this puzzle almost instantaneously off spawn. Jinyu now having that golden pulse sword in the pocket. Bowder trying to fight this out. The Tessa ultimate did come through, and they're able to fend this off. Able to pick up a kill here. SS does get taken down. Jinyu trying his best to get something happening. The teammate who has gone down likely going to be resurrecting very golden pulse, or they don't want to be letting that go, having picked that up and have such a huge power spike for their Zai, for their main damage dealer. Jinyu having been in that Zai ultimate, forcing the Wuchen to teleport that team away, now going to be trying to disengage and break away from Bowder, who are hot on their heels, going to be trying to chase them down, as they know if they do take down these players, there's going to be a nice little treasure for them waiting in one of their inventories. With having known that they solved that puzzle already, they definitely want to try and close out these kills under these players.
OUG now versus Bowder. Jinyu with the parry onto peak. F's gonna be invested by Tessa, denying the damage right now. Jinyu trying to keep it going, staying on top of Bowder, but Bowder with the flanks gonna deny Jinyu's pressure. You gonna hold his ground, gonna pop the ultimate, and now the King trying to bail out, trying to get away, but Yu's gonna stay on top of him. Nice dagger to be coming out. They're gonna close out the King, but Bowder with the poison mushroom, leaving them low health. OUG's Jinyu getting out of there. They are going to just sacrifice the King. The support is down. No more ultimates to their name. Looking to salvage this, but Bowder hot on their heels. Looks like we got the max grapple distance on both the players. It's going to be hard for Bowder to close the distance. Shinyu's going to make his way all the way back to Metab. And it looks like Bowder's going to give it up. We're going to let you go. We'll see you later.
I think it was, maybe this is why I think, and risk taking a lot of damage on this chase down. Now heading over to the city of Tang, FPX up against X1. Xiaohu already taken down now. Junks in that Hardy ultimate, looking to try and find some value, but not able to, and is instead going to try and fade away, get out of danger, as Sansi, I imagine, is also doing that, as he does have that purple armor, and they're not looking to potentially lose this, and an uncertain engagement trying to salvage it.
Now, Wolves looking real stacked, looking set up for today. They've been quiet all day. Now, the second half, will they be able to turn up or them? Now, they will have to test JL on their Viper composition. Nice slap coming out with that F3 on to Wolves' Monk. The TXA coming around the corner with the V1 out of nowhere. Nice kiting coming out from Wolves, though. Going to deny the stagger right now, but NHQ from the top row, he's going to get staggered right now. Valda's going to come in with the peel with the spear. TXJ now trying to get in there, get that damage going, but nice peel coming out from the Monk of Wolves. TXJ going to take the reset right now. XCM going to be closing down the distance. BBV buying time with the Tesla ult. XCM is going to pop that ultimate. Valda spear going to come out into Fong. Fong has to get out of there before he gets grabbed. BBV still doing a great job of icing off all the pressure. TXJ is going to get grabbed by Wolves. ZK trying to keep up the pressure, getting juggled over and over. BBV is going to get hit, and now Wolves trying to keep up the pressure, but it looks like Bauda, with that monk sticking out like a sore thumb, is going to show up for the third party.
They are indeed, but it doesn't look as though they've looked to try and close the distance onto that monk. Instead, they're focusing down at this Valda, who, oh my goodness, did just get that ultimate up and ready, but got taken down just before he was able to utilize it and get that big shield from the V2, unfortunately, and it is going to be taken down. Bauda leading the charge as kill leader Bauda's you on 6 eliminations, ahead of every other team, and they're looking to not slow down in this game number 4. They are in that top 6 bracket already, so it's not too bad, but it's not, they don't want to slow down anytime soon.
Bauda chasing down VVV, trying to make it to the safety of the center Plume Castle. Nice, that's also going to be coming out, and BVV is going to get caught out. You're around closing out the door, closing out the exit, and VVV will fall to use Viper after you're going to secure that kill. But TXJ making his way out of there with the staff on the other side of Plume Castle, cutting the distance, not going to the center with all of the bells. Looks like Fong is trying to make his way to the top of the castle, trying to get his kite on, but he's going to get caught out on the ground. Can he make it out of here? Nice dagger out coming in from you. Tries to cross up, but Peak is ready for the R&B with the spear. He's going to bonk Fong in the head. Where you go win, and Bauda is going to pick up a nice 2-piece off spawn.
They are indeed 8 eliminations, doing extremely well. WBG also, they picked up a few kills, sitting on 4 eliminations, not too bad, but not that explosive off the rip here, Raven. Nothing, no teams just 10 kills already. You know, we've seen it before. Nothing too crazy just yet. But the this Viper team definitely doing a lot of work. We're going to be heading into that realm of Yang. And it looks as though we've got the mirror matchup, with the only difference being that JDG have the zipping as opposed to the Kurumi on the opposing side. 2-tick going to the sky, dropping down, getting caught immediately on the drop down. But a beautiful parry coming in, but immediately peeled off. 2-2 does not take the brunt of that damage. Instead, it does get negated by this Zai F2. Ooh, the meter burn around the corner. Ling almost getting clipped by this, but just barely avoiding it. The Kurumi circle now being popped, keeping them all topped up on the shield. JDG now fading back just a little bit. They do have that zipping ult ready to go. They're trying to force this out. SS1 trying to apply the pressure and get that zipping ult out on the field, so they aren't at a disadvantage once this Kurumi circle does expire. And there it is. It does go down, and now JDG are in the driver's seat. Tutu does get a parry onto Kiki, but unfortunately not able to fully capitalize, and Tutu looks as though he is going to be taken down very, very soon. He's doing an excellent job of staying alive. The F3 comes through. The teleport, beautifully done, breaking away, but it's not going to keep him alive. In the background, SS1 were in a scrap, and they do get taken down. JDG, with that initial advantage on the loot, do fully capitalize on their loot advantage and take them down, claiming this Realm of Yang.
Ooh. JDG with the Vermilion's buff. I'm not gonna lie, I prefer the Draco Storm out of here, but they're gonna find TE with the Vermilion's buff, and we're just getting a straight Ook Fest. TE's 14, they're gonna be able to pick up a kill onto Kiki. Tut trying to respond with their fallen zipping. Now they do get a free life here, but the ultimate's already gonna be popping. He's not gonna pop his ultimate. They're just going to wave the white flag, go next, hold their ultimate for when they respawn, and it looks like TE is gonna secure the kill with that aggression. Saving your ult for NARAKA too. Zipping is going to get juggled right there, but she can't do anything. She has no combo break. It's up to her teammates to find that peel for her. It looks like JL, that secret spot. That was actually my first hiding spot for Halarath. This spot was one of the goats. It's just, you have so much mobility around that spot, even if you get found, but no one checks that spot. We see JL just icing out, waiting for this spin game, waiting for the Bill Millions buff and the Yang depletion teams to settle down. They want to transition to that late game. Now, you're seeing the scoreboard. Even though JL started the day very strong, it's starting to even out, and that looks like X1 finds TE's Wash inside the cave. Wash getting sent for a ride. LYD with the purple dual Howleys doing the work right now, but he's gonna roll up and Wash, letting him know we're gonna be cleaning you up as well. LYD gonna get parried with his teammate, now going for a ride himself with Wash on the Zion, but ZDI gonna respond with the Valda off. Can they find a win here inside this cave, Duncan?
It's looking tough. It's not an easy fight. Oh, the entirety of TE getting locked up by that Valda spear, keeping them in place for a moment. X1 LYD taken down extremely low, forced to use that Tianhai ultimate, and now able to turn back around. Where you going? Get back here. And trying his best to get some value, but in this tight cave is not the spot you want to be in as a Tianhai in ultimate. You just don't have those lines of sight for the grabs, unfortunately. Alliance coming in now with this third party, getting that kill onto LYD, finding that elimination extremely good for them. Able to get one of their Yang depletions cleansed here. Now finding JL on top of it all. BVV getting absolutely cooked by this follow-up. NY7 now caught by the Tessa ultimate, is going to try and get the cleanse perhaps, but no, the VVV is going to get taken down, and that charm is going to get deleted. He's not going to be able to get any value from it whatsoever. Bowder jumping in now with this Viper ultimate is going to try and find a stun, only finds it onto TXJ, and JL in the thick of it all. It's falling to pieces. The only player left alive is the Wu Chen, having already used that ultimate. It has no way of saving this situation for his teammates. Unfortunately, Bowder's you immediately going over to that Firefly. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Knows exactly where it is. Good job, buddy. He's aware. He knows where it is. As surprisingly, oh my, right out of the air, NY7. He's down. Oh my goodness, JDG. Hey, presence of mind to get the ballista. That's what you want.
When you snooze, you lose. Just Ballista Play Gaming coming in big. Tut is going to be challenged by Uran on the high ground, defending the Ballista right now, but JDG Singh is going to be coming back with the Matari dash, and now Bowda going to be forced out. Uran in a tough position right now. Armor stripped from him. Wu Chen gonna heal up his teammate, but JDG already got what they wanted, getting a piece of Alliance, taking out Takeda. And when Takeda gets beheaded from Siphon, he carries most of the loot. Remember, a lot of investment goes into that Takeda, so if you happen to take him down and you cannibalize his loot, you end up getting a huge power spike yourself. Alliance now in shambles right now. Yang depletion, revenge, just not gonna get any vengeance this round, so you're gonna have to go next. EWG's Cookie is gonna pick up the kill. OUG now chasing down X1 XLY with the peel coming in, trying to peel off the Zai, but Shinyu doing a great job of pressing, but LYD gets in the center, gets that Monk ultimate up, but Shinyu's gonna use his Meteor to go into the buildings. LYD hopping, skipping, trying to keep up the pressure, looking for the grab. Shinyu dodging, ZDI looking for the stagger, not able to get it. OUG takes some refuge behind the building, looking for the grab through the window. LYD desperately trying to find an opening, but XLY gonna be forced out. OUG doing a good job with the defense, but the Kings are gonna get scooped up like an ice cream put in the cone. LYD looking to get the double scoop, not able to get a no double grab for him. Unfortunately, OUG does a good job of icing off their pressure.
They do indeed, having this fence in the way, breaking that line of sight for the Monk, making it very difficult for him to get value. This terrain, this is where, you know, although Monk, as I talked about, you know, Monk can do extremely well in those open spaces. He does suffer. It's just a double-edged sword. Open space means you get more grabs, but it also means you take more damage. But speaking of open space, LYD stuck out in the open. OUG just feasting on this lonely Tianhai, unable to disengage. Now jumping over to the realm of Yan is Xiaoyu with FPX monking up. Now having used that cube, having used the E-press, the indirect to get away, now forced into this Tianhai Vajra state, looking to try and find a grab perhaps, but for the moment is just trying to stay out of danger, being pressured constantly, getting taken down so unbelievably low, now forced to de-transform, but not able to do so in time, and does get eliminated. No peel was able to come through for him. Unfortunately, JDG just running this fight. Oh my goodness, the parry coming in from Tutik. Absolutely gaming Tutik now trying to chase down this Hardy Junks, stuck in the middle of two of these players, trying his best to apply some pressure, getting them to parry, trying to get them to do anything, holding, dodging away. Now trying to scale rush, doesn't find it, movement error. He's trying to disengage, but it's not to be, and he does finally get taken down. JDG victorious.
Now we're getting on the outside. Bowda gonna be cleaning up EWG. Zai is gonna fall. Cookie trying to fight back, but it doesn't matter. You and the squad of Bowda is gonna clean them up. What's the score looking like? We got 1 + 5. We got up to, oh, this is EWG, up to 6 kills, but Luye is gonna make his way out of here. He's gonna grab some grapples in skedaddle, trying to live to fight another day. Will he be able to find the res? He's gonna go head to the north, the safety of all of these trees, trying to find a quest, maybe get a little bit of money. And you don't traditionally really run discount with the Viper composition. It's gonna be a tough break for him. Can he find the leftovers of the Spirit Well to see if he can find a res right now? We'll have to see. But Wolves looking like juggernauts right now with the Draco Storm. Ends up gonna find JDG at the store, gonna be forcing them off with the cannons now. Draco Storm on Draco Storm violence, not highly suggested, just because you are the only two teams that can really kill each other in this situation. But Wolves letting them know, this is our store right now. You guys are gonna have to leave the cannon shots, peppering them in. XEM letting them know we will not have any friendliness. JDG waiting on the outside, waiting their turn patiently. But the alphas are in. Wolves rolling through. They got what they needed, and now they're moving out. Now JDG making their way in.
They are indeed the handshake. They know. Now, if you aren't aware, ladies and gentlemen at home, you know, if you've got buff in, if you, especially a buff like White Tiger's Prowess or Draco Storm or what have you, if you have this buff and you run into another team who also has a similar buff, there is very little point in fighting each other. As Raven said, you know, you're the only teams who can really kill each other. It's much better, it's much more in your interest to go and try and find a team who does not have a buff at all, allowing you to actually take advantage of the advantage of having a buff under your belt and actually utilize it. Otherwise, you're just back to, you're basically just, the buff is just worthless. It doesn't really give you anything at that point. But here we are, the two Yang Depletion teams scrapping it out. FPX and TE fighting it out. Wash with this Zai ultimate, this golden weapon, doing so much damage. Yahoo having taken a lot of chip damage, forced to use this ultimate now with no shield left. Yahoo might be in a bit of a bad spot. Wash just darting around, staying out of range, just dodging all of these grabs. Yahoo desperately trying to find something, but not able to do so. Now fading back, he is burning slowly. He's going to have to de-transform sooner rather than later. But no, he's not going to de-transform in time. Yet again, he does get taken down. He needs a de-transform, but he unfortunately not able to. But the huge spear coming in, the blistering, almost absolutely obliterating these players, but not in time. The parry comes through from Wash, denying that burst, and TE are looking very favored to take this fight.
Yeah, Wash does an excellent job of running circles around him up, like, woohoo. You would never catch me just dancing around, just light attack coming out, using the extra mobility that the Zai ultimate gives you, and just the Matari and Zai combo just coming out with a 1-2 punch, knocking down the Monk of TE. Now we're gonna go over to Bowda versus JDG. You with the Dragon Roar, letting it roar, letting it swing, looking for a connection right there, but just facing out. Bowda doesn't need to force the issue right now. Yang Depletion is going to be running around, and second Yang Depletion is very fierce with the threat of Draco Storm going around. Now Bowda, traditionally, the way I've always heard it from the CN coaches is there's kind of a handshake between all the Viper teams that you're really looking to assassinate the other team compositions, mainly because since both of you have Wu Chens, you don't really get any value for going after each other as long as the Wu Chen is locked in. Now if the Wu Chen is locked, lacking and you catch a silence on him, then like by all means it's fair game. But for the most part, these teams posture, double check, and they look to assassinate these other teams when they take a fight. They never want to be the initiators, they always want to be the third parties. Now Spiritwell is going to be coming out. JDG already posturing, going to be popping the ultimates. It's about to come down online. One of the tricks of using the Spirit Swell is because you get your ultimate refresh, you kind of get a double ult coming out of this. Now with that Zio, with that Matari ult, you're going to see JDG take kind of a freebie to probe and see and check the vibes of the other teams. If you're struggling, if you're on a Blueberry team, you will get picked off in these scenarios. Now, the nice thing about this is because the team who picks up Spiritwell has so much loot, you do have an opportunity to pick up a blue buff, but we're going to have Bowdas, you, and crew taking a fight onto EWG. It looks like they catch this team lacking. Yu's going to come flying in with the F3, looking for the stagger. Is, as I was going to say, catch the Wu Chen lacking. EWG's cookie is going to get consumed, dipped in milk, and eaten up by Bowdas you.
Indeed. You know, yeah, as you said, if you catch that Wu Chen lacking, it's fair game, and there it is. He does get taken down, even after the teleport having been the focus of that team, and taken full advantage of here. Now, taking a look at Wolves and JDG sort of passing each other. Tutik gives him a little vibe check. You know, oh, I'm ready to fight if you want, but you know, maybe you don't wanna. And he applies that fire damage to that Valda. Instead is going to be running past and looking to find a less scaled up team to try and commit onto. Now, it looks as though they're not really finding too much ground just yet. They've spotted out EWG's Lawyer here, hiding in this bush with this Mystic Might buff. They are very happy to take this engagement. The Tessa ultimate is going to be coming through. The overhold from that wild wind spout is going to be taking him down. Lawyer trying to tap dodge roll away, but it's not enough. He's not able to break away, and he does get taken down extremely quickly. I believe he was the last member alive on his team, was he not? I think I'm not sure if he was, but regardless, JDG seemed to be running this lobby, a very, very scaled up, double gold armor, doing a very good job of scaling up and preparing themselves for this end game. Another couple teams who are also looking at pretty scaled up. TE with that golden armor and golden fist blades onto TE. Wash with 11 eliminations. JDG on 10. Bowder on 13. And then WBG on 8. OUG unfortunately not having the best game so far, only on 2 eliminations. And then Wolves on 4. But Wolves playing this composition, as we've talked about so far today, Raven, you know, they're ready for this end game. That double heal off win condition is extremely good, as we've seen so far.
Wolves have always been a very, very defensive team, and they worked on their early and mid game, and they really, really dominated the Spiritwell meta as it came upon. But with the nerf to the White Tigers buff, I've definitely seen Wolves fall off and slow down. Now looking at the points, it's still very, very flat. It's still anyone's game. We still have 12 games total. 3 games are down, 3 today. Second half of the day is going to be played out, so they can come online here. And the strength of having a monk composition with the Valda is, like you said, Duncan, playing this heal off situation. They have set up pretty nice armor onto everyone else. Unfortunately, they weren't able to pick up a ton of kills inside Yang, so hopefully they can close out this game. Can they show their challenge to the likes of GG? GG also known for that playstyle. Wolves looking like the new school GG this year. They are going to contest the Spiritwell. Really, really tough to hold this versus this triple transformer composition. Balda's pretty much a transformer going into water mermaid lady superpower thing. With the monk transformation, Birdman flying to the skies, but Valda is extremely oppressive. She's just like an absolute unit when she pops that ultimate, and with all 3 of these characters getting a double ultimate, actually Monk doesn't get the double ultimate because of his detransformation, but Valda and Hadi can pop their ultimate and grab their ult coming out of this. It's so oppressive, and it definitely goes to show why this composition is so successful right now. Now inside the city, we're seeing chaos breaking loose, Duncan.
We are indeed. The cannon fire, the splash damage through the walls, just applying so much tick damage onto these players. OUG desperately scrambling on this rooftop, trying to stay alive, trying to stay topped up, but it's not being made easy at all by the likes of JDG lurking, constantly applying this pressure. TE as well inside this building, Wash just like a turret, just sending these cannon shots at the walls. This one, 15-degree angle turn, another shot, and just constantly firing out these shots. I believe I saw a repair roll on one of these players as well. I'm not sure if it was JDG or TE, but there's definitely a repair roll in play here. Oh, a nice little Valda spear from downtown, locking up JDG, applying a bit of damage, a little bit of chip, but it's not going to be netting them a kill just yet. But on the other side, WBG Jing does get taken down. I believe he was on blue armor, one of the only blueberries in the lobby, does get eliminated here as expected. But speaking of blueberries, we do have OUG having not had the best game, 2 eliminations so far, 2 of their players on blue armor. So a definitely trying to stay as inconspicuous as possible, going up and down this tree on the outside, trying not to get noticed and staying out of this absolute fiesta taking place on this building here. Not really looking to get in on this action. WBG still desperately trying to find this resurrection onto Jing, as it would be ideal to go into this end game, into these last few moments with all 3 members alive. However, it's not going to be easy whatsoever. Bowder's peak now getting focused down a little bit, taking a bit of damage. TE Leo diving in as well as a Kurumi, perhaps a little bit too aggressive. Bowder now taking a lot of damage, forced to use this Wu channel. This could go either way, Raven. The Bowder drop down coming in. How many stuns is he going to get? But he's going to get taken down. Oh my goodness. What is going on?
It's not gonna matter. He's coming in a little bit too late. Too much damage was taken down, but behind this fence, WBG is holding their ground with the Siphon. Sleepwalker keeping his team alive, but on it looks like TE's Zai Wash coming in with the whips, the chains, beating them out of this.
Oh my goodness.
But he is getting juggled right now. Who is that? It looks like OUG's SS coming in with the third party as well. Now Wash forced out into the open, forced this guy, forced to just take his licking and run away out of this situation. Shinyu as well, forced out of behind there. Just so much cannon fire decimating everyone there. Everyone's gonna take to the skies. Wolves XEM with the cannon just doing so much AoE damage, and now Wolves up to 7 kills on the backs of this fence. Just the rupture gale is going burr. We're just getting tons of damage out from here. XEM just having a field day. Everyone's just trying to hide away from this artillery, and now ZK with his gold pole sword looking for the scale rush for all these teams trying to hide from the fences, but the shadow is going to push everyone to the center. 40 seconds left. It looks like Wolves is going to be taking this, Duncan.
It looks as though they certainly are. That Valda ultimate is still ready in the back pocket, ready to go. If it does get down to those final seconds, they can immediately activate this Valda ultimate. But as I say, that Dragon Roll comes through. But Kiki was forced to turn around, cancel it, and go for that ultimate activation. A bit too little, too late. Unable to stay alive. Wolves holding their ground in the center of this safe zone. The Matari F, the Empowered F, gonna try and find something. The parry comes through from ZK. The double grab from XEM. Oh my goodness, ZK popping that ultimate, and there it is. Wolves gonna take this game number 4 with an absolutely dominant performance in that end zone.
Now we're still seeing the tried and true Monk endgame with the cannon, with the double grabs coming in big. You see the satisfaction coming out from Wolves for their victory. Not the same accustomed to GG. They're ice cold when they win the victory. You know, just another day in the office. Wolves showing some emotion, showing that they're coming online. Second half of the day, Wolves picking up the pace. They were at the rear. Now they're moving to the center of the pack. They want to be leading the pack as the Wolves of the lobby. We'll have to see what the score is showing up. It was very close. There were a lot of teams with a ton of kills in that endgame, but like I was saying before, that placement is overlooked for getting first place. It is basically a team with sprinkles on it. 4 kills, essentially. Nice little dessert to go on top of that multiplier. Now, Wolves came into that endgame with only 4 kills, and I think near the end, they probably around 10 to 11. So with that 1.2 multiplier, going to be picking up that 4 piece in a little bit more. They are going to have a pop-off game for this game 4 on Hollow Rock.
Absolutely. I think it may have been even more than that, funnily enough. I'm not sure. I definitely saw 7 kills on one of them. But as we were talking about before, you know, they were very happy to just play for that end game situation. They didn't have all that many kills leading up to that end game, and they come in and just dominate, having sectioned off that space, securing that buff from the spirit well as well, and just making it so that they aren't pressured whatsoever leading up to those final moments. An excellent performance from them, playing it to their win condition, to their objectives, and doing it extremely well. But here we are yet again. You know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. Answer 4 treasures. If you want to get your hands on a Summer Split random gift box, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, how many teams chose to play Vipening in game number 4? A little bit of a harder one. Was it A, 2, B, 3, C, 4, or D5 Vipenings in game number 4? Make sure to get your answers in the chat and to keep an eye on the chat in case you are that lucky winner. I'm not sure. I think I know how many there were, but I'm not going to spoil it. Not going to spoil it. You got to think for yourselves. I'm sure you'll manage. If not, copy off your neighbor. They might have the answer for you. But back to NARAKA. What a game 4. Things have certainly heated up, even though they were pretty hot to begin with. We've seen JL slow down, and I think that this does fall into the trend of JL as well. They typically do extremely well in the first couple games, and then they slow down in game 3 and 4, and then come back game 5 and 6 and absolutely dominate. Or at least that's what I've picked up on in the past few times that I've been casting trios and watching JL play on the big stage. It's just I don't know what it is about their middle of the series games, but they don't tend to always go as well as the first couple and then the last few games. So interesting to see. Perhaps that is simply what they want. You know, perhaps they're deliberately doing that, so they're going fast at the beginning, slowing down in the middle, and then speeding back up again for the last couple games. But here we are taking a look at the scoreboard. It was a bit more. Good Lord, 16 eliminations to end off that game, Raven. That's quite a few points there.
A lot of cheddar, Duncan. 23, and remember they came in with 4 to come out with a 12 piece right at the end. They picked up the majority of those kills going on the last little bit, and that just goes to show when you play slow and steady wins this race. You're not the hare, you're the tortoise. You got to play this nice and easy and get those J's. We're going back to the traditional lines, I would say, for trios. That Monk coming in big, showing that, I don't know, Takeda has had his time. Will he be able to show his dominance again? Like, Takeda could deal with a ton of pressure, but I feel like with 3 ultimates that neutralize him, Balda, Hadi, and Monk, it's a little bit too much for Takeda to deal with. Now, looking at the overall leaderboard, EWG still not picking up the pace at 15.5. SS1 having a decent game 2 at 20.5. FPX, same thing, one decent game for game 123. WBG as well, good game 1 at 24.5. TE with one good game at 26.5. JDG at 23, and now at the top 6. The cutoff point being X1 at 35, Wolves at 35.7, but Bowda at 41, Alliance at 48, OUG at 53.8, and JL at 55.6. You were saying, Duncan, that the teams, I gotta say, JL didn't really keep up the pace. I thought they were gonna have a landslide victory. They're known for just blowing out days and just coming out qualifying off one day, but I was saying before, I feel like today's modern 2024, the skill gap is very, very close. Now, looking at the highlights brought to by you from Thunderbolt, we're going to be seeing doing it big, Duncan.
Indeed, Wolves with the comms going crazy. You know, its selective ooziness and spiciness and heating up in the comms. The coordination here, beautifully done. We've seen it plenty of times today. The monk grabs into the rejuggle with this Valda spear, and then right there at the end afterwards, we're seeing the follow-up, beautifully done. Wolves then holding on to this space on the other side of this fence and just constantly applying pressure through the fence with that splash damage on the cannon from XEM. Just having a field day, as you put it. All of these players going up and down the trees, having this buff as well, making it so that if they do take any damage, it's going to be reduced, knowing exactly where everyone is, able to see through the fence, see through the walls, and place those cannon shots up very well, decisively, and just holding on to space. That's all they have to do. They just have to play to their strengths, and there it is. They come away with the big dub. It's just a bonus that they get all of these eliminations as well. I think it, as you said, they might be the new school GG, perhaps, just playing calm and collected, securing these spirit wells. They were certainly known for it before, with those White Tiger's prowess buffs being the original skadooshas, so to speak. the first massive White Tiger's prowess skadoosh that we saw. Sadly, that is, although perhaps not sadly, it's probably a good thing. But we don't see that anymore, as it was adjusted so that it cannot happen. But here we are taking a look. XCM getting that MVP for his team, his first MVP of the series, getting 28,000 damage, and as you can see, a considerable amount of that came out from the cannon. 21,500 from the cannon, and of course we're going to see that repair roll and a rupture gale in the pocket to facilitate all of this value.
Wolves NHQ coming in big for the team, and Alliance Wolves, the two up-and-coming teams, finally coming online. Wolves showing exactly why they were so dominant this whole season. Now, they started out really slow. I was wondering if they were going to wake up, and the big difference I've seen from Wolves is definitely the confidence this season. Before, you saw that when things didn't go their way, when they played very defensive, they started playing too defensive. I would say passive. There's a big difference between passive versus defensive. Defensive, you set up very slow for the end game where you're online, you got the nice range shades, you got your carries set up to come online so they can dominate these end games and secure that win. It's a different style of play, but still very difficult, and most of the veteran teams play that way. So in general, you've seen a lot of the new school teams try to do something different. Now, Alliance, on the other hand, they don't really like playing that way. They play very fast for that early and mid game. They try to push every advantage possible, finding nooks and crannies that are really unexplored, because a lot of the veterans like to play very conservative and not take big risks. But fortune favors the bold, and Alliance of Wolves have challenged the old guard. Will JL and the likes of Balda be able to answer the call? OUG as well. Fireflies, like I was saying, Duncan, have been used in this modern 2024 NARAKA very defensively. Having multiple ults online really allows you to wall out and stop teams from attacking you, especially now that it's become more of a standard that if you go for us, we will fight back and we will get us both lobbied. Teams are not going to just die with their back towards you, especially with the utilization of no ult zones. Even if they were a defaulter, a lot of these teams are willing to again find ways to fight back with the no ult zone and with kiting. You're seeing these veteran teams, when there's a will, there's a way, Duncan. It's always winnable. It doesn't matter if you're in a 2v3 situation. True champions still find a way to win.
Well, they will certainly try at the very least. You know, we've seen it happen before, but it's not necessarily a common occurrence. As in NARAKA, you know, at a certain level of skill, if everyone's somewhat equal, you know, it does, I feel like it comes down to your opponents making mistakes or errors more so than you simply outplaying in certain situations. Obviously, if you have ult advantage or a heavy sort of like a big health advantage or something like that, it's definitely possible. But in a lot of situations, if those things are equalized, it becomes nigh impossible to truly come out on top in when you're at a numbers disadvantage. However, it has been done. I always think back to I think back to Takeda. You know, and I think it was last year, a huge 1v3 coming out from a Takeda. I can't remember exactly who it was. You might remember who it is, but I can't remember exactly. But it's just, it's always a sight to see. It's a sight to behold. Speaking of a sight to behold, we've got game number 5 coming in for you. Was it you? Was it Bowder's you?
Oh, well, now
Bowder.
He did it at Worlds where he almost did it, almost a full clutch up in order to send his team KLA to a victory, but he did it again later on when he was part of OUG. Remember, you're a big fan of OUG. I'm surprised you don't remember the Ooglers when you was a part of them. He did find a 1v3, and it was really because Takeda's dominance back in that meta and usability with the Fan. That's when Fan had his heyday, was the most powerful weapon in the game. It's definitely back to a certain degree, but there's so many other weapons that temper it out with the buffs to Spear. With even though this have been nerfed a little bit, it is still very, very strong on Takeda. Now going into game 5, I always call this a championship round. We're past that halfway point. All the teams are warm up, but this really sets up for the closeout for today, the day. Now, a lot of the times, even at this level, you do get frustrated. Tilts still start settling in. You can even get what I call happy tilted. So you were saying JL started out the day very, very strong. They started out with a ton of momentum, but then they iced off a little bit going into the middle. Now, a lot of teams are getting a little frustrated if you don't have your games going. Game 6 is a lot of the times these teams kind of just throw away. Remember, we're going 12 games. So it's very, very important to have the mental resolve to keep going, stick to your strategy, and stay consistent. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. Now, the rule set, even though for us as spectators, definitely provokes you to want to be oogly boogly. You want to let that inner caveman out. You want to just go for everything in the world. You want to swing for the moon, but you want to be calculated. You want to be tempered. You want to pick your spots accurately, and you want to do it consistently. It's very, very tempting to move away from your gameplay when things aren't going your way, but a lot of prep work goes into it. And I would say making an audible under the lights right there is never a good decision. It's ill-advised because you're just going to play worse. You got to stick to your guns, lock in, and just make sure you execute on your current game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. It optimal ooga booga, so to speak. You know, you can unleash at the opportune moments, but if you're just full ooga booga all the time, that is definitely not the play. But we're going to be going into our 5th game, the championship round, as you like to call it. The Morris Isle Night, one of my favorite formats of, well, I think one of my favorites out of all of them. You know, just Morris Isle Nighttime, one of my all-time favorite variations of the maps. We've got X1 EWG Wolves and Bowder going to be kicking off the first round selection, and I wonder what we're going to be. I think this is going to be the Viper game, Raven. I think this is going to be it. We're going to have quite a few Vipers coming in, I reckon, as I'm surprised that we haven't had too many Vipers so far, but I think this will likely be the one that we see a little bit more of a Viper heavy lobby. But I mean, a lot of us as casters, we make these predictions, and a lot of the time we're not always correct, but I have a feeling that it might be the case. We'll have to wait and see. But for the moment, we've got 2 Xiphon compositions being picked up initially, and then one Valda Tianhai Zai, and then a Viper comp being picked up as well. No huge majority just yet, just the Zai, slight majority. What do you reckon, Raven? More Vipers or no?
I'm gonna say less Vipers, mainly because it's just goes to show how dominant this new monk composition is. And you might want to look at the monk composition and be like, well, where's the counter to Viper? And I've said for a while that I feel like Hottie with Cube is not a hard counter, but it's a soft counter. And with the transformation of Valda and with the transformation of Monk, you don't really have a good target as Viper composition in just a raw 1v1, but we might be getting what you want. I mean, in the first phase we saw Viper. If we get a quad Viper right here, it is going to be a majority Viper lobby. It depends on what WBG is going to be picking to close this out. They are going to go with Sipe instead. It's still a decent amount of Vipers. Now there is a tipping ground, I would say, of when there's just so many Vipers that it's very, very hard to get off the ground going. Now, we've seen the rise of Silence Viper, and the problem with Silence Viper is the truce between the Attack on Titans with these Viper compositions is gone. Because with Silence, Wu Chen becomes available, and the mirror matchup ends up becoming winnable because you can lock out the disengage. So very, very tricky stuff that FPX did early on. So will we see the Vipers kind of do that handshake, pick apart the other teams, or will they go against each other and it's going to be a free-for-all off spawn? We'll have to see how the meta is going to be turning out moving forward.
Indeed, but I think that is actually a majority. 5, in fact. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 Vipers, but we'll have to see what setup they're going to be going for. F3 for Wolves and Alliance. Nothing out of the ordinary on the other compositions. F2, F3. So 3 F3 Vipers so far. Oh, it's a V2 Viper, Raven. I was talking about it. It's back. It's coming out. The V2 Viper, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, gonna be picked up by SS1. I've spawned it into existence. TE on the F2 V1, the classic Viper setup, the usual. Nothing too crazy. All of a sudden we're gonna see an F1 Viper one day. It's just randomly out of nowhere. F1, this is the forgotten child, the F that's been buffed, but it's just still just nowhere to be seen.
F1 Viper goes hard in solos. No one expects you. Be chilling, vibing, you just running the craziest place, and then just like, nice, I got this Viper coordinate, and it's like, no, gold F, XD Lamals.
Someone did that to me in a zero ban lobby once. Just like I was like, why is he used his F? And then I get the catch, then all of a sudden just an F1. Oh my goodness.
The brain does not compute gold combo break and Viper. Now in trios, I don't know if we can position one Viper to go for that, just because the amount of armor that V1 and V2 brings you and this the amount of pressure, it forces a response out of the enemy team. And I just don't see you getting as much value. Maybe in the old meta, maybe. I mean, I feel like it's reaching just because the F3 nuke scaling off weapon, it's just so much damage.
It is so much, yeah.
Viper ends up being one of the highest DPS trios characters. Now going off spawn, we are going to go to the north. Remember, nighttime is going to be oogly boogly with these fireflies. Looks like we're going to get Bauda versus OUG. Use former teammates. Can they have their revenge on their former carry? Bauda's year round looking for the peel, showing up. And it looks like Matari's going to get the Firefly's going to get the ultimate out for Bauda. RMBs are going to be coming out from year round. He's sending those blues, sending them over and over. You on the Karumi, setting up the support. Year round desperately trying to close out. The leader of OUG, SS, will fall due to the jumping aerials of Year-Round. Double carry gonna be coming out from you though, letting his teammates know, what's up guys, how you guys doing? Gonna find the kill onto the king. Bauda cleaning up OUG and sending them packing.
Indeed they do. They are gonna have to go and scale up elsewhere, but dying this early is not too bad. A lot of places have not been looted just yet, but we're heading on over to just northwest of Celestra. WBG up against JDG. JDG having gotten themselves some cash and invested in a Moonbane this early, able to utilize it, but Unfortunately for them, not really able to fully capitalize on it, and used more as a defensive option in this situation, I believe, as they didn't look to try and lock down the players disengaging, and now are going to be going into Celestra to try and loot up and see what they can scrounge up, find themselves something to work with. SS1 lurking on the outside, perhaps trying to find an assassination opportunity. They do have that Tessa ult charge ready to go for at least one of those uses. Wolves, TE, out in the boonies, just out in the middle of nowhere in these trees, these bamboo trees. TE looking pretty scaled up already though. Wolves, not so much. ZK, no armor at all. NHQ and XCM on white armors. Do they really want to be going in for this? I think they might be in for a bit of a surprise once they actually get in there and commit to this. XCM tries to go for this silence, but not able to find it. Falls off the rooftop. TE, now recognizing this, Wu Chen has no armor, is going to try and fully engage, but the Tessa ultimate does come through now. 14 taking so much damage, forced to use this Wu Chen teleport to disengage, and they are out of there. Unfortunately for Wolves, though, they now have used most of what they had in the back pocket. NHQ looking to try and find a way in, does get silenced now though, but the F3 coming in and absolutely abolishing their health bars. As you said, the nuke Raven, it's doing work here.
Yeah, just the F3 just provides so much pressure for them. Wolves, both teams scrapping it off. They just don't have much health left. Who's gonna come out on this up? 14 with the parry, gonna turn it over. ZK is gonna be crowd controls put to the ground. TE's Leo are gonna be able to find a kill as well. 14 looking for another parry, not gonna be able to get it. But NHQ is gonna fall as well. TE gonna be cleaning up Wolves. 14 going crazy with the parries, damaging everyone. When you do the damage, Duncan, you are gonna get kills. And TE showing what happens when you get damaged. Now Bauda over here at the Classics Bauda, we like to call J-Team. J-Team making this position super, super popular at the first Worlds. EWG down to their last leg, gonna be chased down by the likes of Bauda. Dash gonna be coming out, but Zai's gonna hold their ground. Yoran has to be careful right now. He's gonna get cooked on his way out. You not able to secure the kill. Is gonna get pressured himself. Now EWG turning the pressure around. Louis is gonna be closing this out. Nice job from EWG to keep their head in the game and take down Bauda.
It might not be over just yet, but it's optimistic to think that he could really do anything in this position. Run does finally go down there. EWG turning it around there. It looked Bauda favored for a minute, but not to be. Bauda does fall to the hands of EWG. They do have a res still, so it's not over for them just yet. But it might be. It could have been over for NY7 there for a second, but no, the Wu Chen teleport does come in clutch in the last moment, keeping them all alive. But now that they don't have this resource available, this team are going to be trying to close the distance. OUG trying to chase them down. That Tianhai in play does have this Monk ult available, ready to go at a moment's notice. OUG trying to space it out, trying to feel out this fight and see where and when they want to engage, who they want to look to engage upon. They know that this Wu Chen ult is down, but they don't know exactly what those ult charges are looking at on the other players. The Tessa ultimate does come through. OUG SS now trying to disengage, gets on top of this roof. Tessa ulted, is going to get fully stunned up by this Viper ultimate. Does take a lot of damage, does get taken down in the end. The peel coming through from Xin Yu, unfortunately, is not enough. The Valda Spear does not buy him enough time to keep him alive. Unfortunately, Revenge, though, getting focused down, is going to lose a lot of that health. I believe that this is a third-party situation coming through. WBG with the timing attack, finding that opportune moment to snipe away an elimination.
It's like WBG looking at the scoreboard. Where are we at? Well, how are we doing right now, WBG? Up to 2 kills right now. OUG gonna be able to pick up their teammates. Everyone's gonna be fading out, but I spoke too soon. Elias gonna be showing up to the party. Gonna deny the kill of SS, but nice shot from OUG to ice off the pressure. Yuma risked it all getting in there. Unfortunately, OUG, nice job by them to get their teammate up and find the grab onto Yuma. Alliance Yuma trying to find another kill onto SS. I spoke too soon. SS down to his last little bit. Force the hottie ult out. Shinyu trying to secure the kill. Yuma doing a good job of getting in on the action, but unfortunately 1v3 is too much for him to deal with. Alliance Yuma will fall to the likes of OUG. I thought his teammates were maybe coming in for the third party or something, but it was just him. He was causing a lot of chaos there. He forced out all their ultimates.
So the man, one man coming in.
There's the dream.
Yes, indeed. The main character. He's just gaming. He's all he needs is himself. But it was not
his
to
teammates
be.
are alive on the mini. I was surprised. I was like, wait a second, it's really early. We're just going for the 1v3. I thought maybe the salty res was coming in, but he was just seeing if he could get away with that sneaky little kill. Unfortunately, he's not gonna get it though.
Indeed. But we do have a bit of an engagement taking place here. SS1 up against, who is this exactly? Wait, FPX, I couldn't tell for a second there. FPX, the parry comes through, beautifully done. Zen1, the explosive armor is going to save him though from the full follow-up, but it doesn't matter! The second parry is going to come through. You sure you want to do that? You just got parried. Junks is going to bite it. He does get taken down now. Xiaohu teleports them out, but he can't teleport them very far. And now Xiaohu and the rest of his teammates with no rebirths to their name are going to be sent back to the lobby. That's a bit crazy. Gets parried, immediately sends another blue in a telegraph moment. That's a little bit too... That's some suboptimal Ooga Booga right there, I would say.
Gotta double check. We gotta double check. We gotta keep the Oog. It's just Ooga Booga Duncan. We got WBG versus EWG inside of Rumble Yang. Sleepwalker on the Takeda. I remember ever seeing him really on Takeda. A lot of the times monks end up going to Kurumi, but we'll have to see how Sleepwalker does. F1 double jump gonna come up with the slam and jamma, gonna get that first grab going through. Sleepwalker looking to get an extra Saga crew. Looks like they're gonna be leading with the support ult first. WBG stabilizing right now, getting their armor up, exchanging with the Matari ult. Loya and EWG not going to get any much value.
Oh my goodness.
He is going to get Dragon Slayer out. Zyult's going to be coming out looking for the peel. Matari trying to make his way across. Sleepwalker not going to get the stagger off. Instead, turning his eyes to the Zai. Wait a second, I spoke too soon. He is going to go connect to the zipping, but nice job from Zai to create the space. EWG able to kite this out, kite out a lot of this pressure. Temi ults are going to be already invested. Now WBG in a tough position. Zai ult's going to be outlasting the Takeda ultimate. No more shoves to his name. Sleepwalker is going to pop that F1 though. Axio looking for the Dragon Slayer, but it's not going to matter. EWG's Cookie doing a good job of staggering everyone in the team, denying all the count. Loya with the Matari parry is going to be coming out. Sleepwalker trying to fade away, but the pressure's too much from EWG. The snowball is too much. We're creating a giant boulder. We're rolling over WBG and they're gonna fall. EWG with a delay ultimate on Zai ends up outlasting WBG.
That was beautifully done. I think there was some missing communication there on the side of WBG, not able to figure out who it was that they wanted to truly focus down, and it just ended up not being as coordinated as it could have been. And EWG taking full advantage, Cookie doing an excellent job of finding those moments to peel for his teammates in those situations. Very, very well done by EWG to come out on top in this situation. I like the support ult to start it off there, because I've seen it many times where support ultimate, you utilize it first, try and force out an ultimate maybe, and then you sort of play that middle part of the fight, and then typically by the end of it, as long as it's been going for a decent amount of time, you have that support ultimate to come in later on in those sort of clutch situations where you might be pretty low HP. But in terms of what do you think that the support opener here is the best ult to trade for that? Because they ended up trading for the Matari ultimate. Oh, we got a replay first though. Alliance in the realm of Yang with Viper. Okay. What do you think of this one though? This is double Vipers in the realm of Yang, Rafe.
Ooh, I mean, we got kills. You know, if
True.
Triad always tells me when he sees a bad strategy, he's like, look, You know it's a bad strategy when the two bad strategies are the only things that can get kills. So one of those situations that, I don't know, I feel like the gimmick of going in as Viper, still very viable. I feel like a lot of teams aren't as practiced in that Yang matchup. And like you were saying before, leading with a support ult, I always feel like telegraphing strategy is generally a bad idea. You always want to just be one step ahead of your opponent. Speaking of being one step ahead of your opponent, the Tesla ults can be coming out one step ahead of Wolves. JL is going to secure that first kill onto the likes of them, taking advantage of the chaos. Has that Vermilion buffs. They're going all in right now. Alliance just looking tough out here. They risk it all going to the Realm of Yang with that white armor, staying true to their name. They want the kills off spawn. They're going to do it no matter what the cost, even if it means they're being sent back to the lobby. They are going to be, the meteors coming out. JL's Fong with the Monk is going to be coming out. EWG trying to fend off the pressure. Now switching to the other side. Fong looking for the double grab, but they have to be careful right now. 45 seconds, Duncan. This is one of those risky situations. Do you just die, or do you keep fiending for the kills?
I think in this situation, it's probably best to just let yourself go down, but I think that, oh my goodness, I was about to say perhaps EWG might not look to do that because they're all full HP, but no, they just explode within moments, a blink of an eye, and they disappear. I literally think that one of them disappeared in one. I blinked and I missed it. I did not see them die. I don't know what happened, but they disappeared. Wolves trying to take full advantage of the situation, looking for these third parties, picking up some kills if they can. Up to, I believe, 9 eliminations in total. XEM and the rest of his team teleporting away. ZK using that Wu Chen ultimate to take them out of danger. NHQ, having taken a lot of damage, was definitely within kill range. It looks as though TE recognizes this and are looking to try and close in on them and try and take advantage of their lack of Wu Chen port, the lack of that defensive cooldown to disengage for them. But they've headed on over to a no ult zone. But this inherently is going to bring a lot more players to the party. As a no ult zone, it is a massive dome that is easily visible from quite far away. Essentially a dinner bell for all of these teams looking to try and pick up just even a couple kills at best. You know, you see a bit as no ult zone. There's a reason why they're there. Likely because they don't have ultimates, and you can wait it out. Try and guard the exit and look to try and take advantage of your ult cooldowns.
TE just so greedy. Wow, we've been seeing all day today, just everyone just ignoring the threat of Ballista, just like, who would do such a newbie strategy? And it looks like Bauda's peak, just letting everyone know the Bunny Matari sitting upon this Ballista, laying down chaos. What do you think? You just gonna buy on that story? I almost don't even consider this story. It's just too grief.
This was a bit risky. It's just a bait.
Looking down, it's just like it just looks like a bad idea. I always feel that like that itchiness in the side of my brain that someone is just crouched on that Ballista, ready to shoot you. Now Spirit World's gonna be coming out. Bauda posting up to 3 kills, looking to scale up a little bit further. And it looks like the lobby, like I was saying, it slows down for these lobbies. We saw that crazy amount of action coming out of Celestia. We're going to see continued action coming out. Wolf versus X1. Tesla's going to be invested. XEM going to be staggered right now. Nice fry coming out from Zen with the fan, but XEM going to be fading out. He's looking for the range attack from the Tesla, and it looks like Wolves XEM is going to find the confirm onto SS1's 2-2. Now in a 2v3 situation. There are force going to be poured out. Can they find the res before XEM finds them? Nope. Max grapple distance, and the V1's going to be popping out. Do they get the stagger to find the kill? Nice job from SS1 to kite out that ult. No one from Bauda is able to hold anyone down, or Wolves are able to hold anyone down. Tough break for them. Bauda, I was saying, I thought it was them for a second. They just show up into the middle of the going to be yoinking all of these kills. SS1, no ult to the name, going to be cannibalized by the lobby. Bauda cleans up those kills.
With Draco Storm, no less. We're going to be going into the realm of Yang. EWG up against JL. JL, they've heated up again a little bit in game number 5 on 7 eliminations now, jumping into this realm of Yang, finding that that grab onto Xi, onto the zipping with this Tianhai. The ultimate has not yet been popped from the zipping, but now getting that grab, it is going to be popped, and now take it down to a 3 versus 2. EWG having shown dominant performances in their realm of Yang fights. Not sure if they're going to be able to recover from this situation. One Fang does take quite a bit of damage. Might need to de-transform now coming out of that ultimate. Not all that much shield to work with. The burn damage is going to be applied. He does get taken down. Now 2 versus 2 situation. Luo Ye does get locked up by that the Valda F coming out there, buying a little bit of time for the Valda, but Luo Ye able to get a full reset onto that shield, healing all the way up. Cookie now trying to take advantage of this stabilizing factor. JL still in the driver's seat, though. They do have the advantage. They have quite a bit of effective health advantage, but that's quickly being turned around. TXJ gets taken down. VVV does find the parry onto Cookie, but not able to fully capitalize, not taken down just yet. And now the meter burn is going to come through. Luo Ye taking quite a bit of damage. VVV fighting it out, trying his best to salvage this, but it's not to be, and EWG are gonna turn it around. Oh my goodness, from a deficit of being outnumbered, they turn it around. What a performance there from EWG.
EWG's been slugging it out every single time
really
we're in a fight. It seems like it's just EWG over and over and over. They're staying active, they're keeping their head and their chins down, keeping the slugfest going. Tease Leo is going to get juggled out from Bauda with the Draco Storm. Nothing he can do, nowhere to go, just the stagger from the Draco Storm is so oppressive. 40 seconds left on the buff though. Can they find a lot of more solos and duos now? Moving over, we're going to see X1 and OUG. OUG with Yang depletion, blue armor on them. This is not an ideal fight, but a fight they must overcome. If you're going to do it, it's definitely a really, really good position with this composition. Double grab, it's a great way. Nice big parry going to come out for the King, keeping the Sakura, keeping the dream alive. He is going to pop ultimate. Ultimates are going to be matched. LYD second to go though. Stom's going to come in. Big CC coming out from the King, looking for the grab instead. Gets the first one. He's going to look for the slam, but the peel from LYD, good job. But the King's going to get the slam off, get a little bit of heal off. But the damage coming out from X and Y. He's go for the jump, and LYD's like, "Where you going, son? You're not jumping into me." Hits him with the smackety smack. X1 with the Draco Storm, the gold armor, just too much for OUG to deal with, and Xinyu will not give this free kill for free. We're going into zone. We're helicoptering out of here. You're not taking me alive. The zone is taking my life.
Indeed, he does have 3 minutes left, but if he could very easily just get gate kept at the zone entry, and it's probably gonna be the outcome of this situation. But I'm interested to see the outcome of this one on screen right now. JL and EWG, the rematch, the run back. But EWG with that Draco Storm are certainly at the, they definitely have the advantage here, but they're trying to fade back. I think they recognize this team and they know that they're a team with the Yang depletion, perhaps trying to stall, but I think that's probably the wrong decision. They should try and take as much advantage from this Draco Storm that they can, as the buff is going to be running out in 51 seconds and counting. JL trying to find the opener. TXJ having used that ultimate already. One Fang and VVV do have their ults ready to go. The cube does get popped now for One Fang. Now popping that Tianhai ultimate. VVV under a bit of pressure. One Fang looking to try and find the line of sight for this grab. Xi in the building does manage to make it out, but is he gonna be able to break line of sight? He does yet again break the line of sight from this Vajra. One Fang eating a bunch of damage from this crossbow. Might need to de-transform very, very soon. He's getting a bit greedy for it. He's looking for these grabs, and there it is. He does find it, gets the heal, but he's not going to be able to de-transform in time before he gets taken down. The fire damage on top of it all, but now the meter burn coming out from VVV does find that opening, but Cookie, having held this Zai ultimate until the last moments, now has it available in this situation. VVV goes down, and now it's just a lonely TXJ left on his own. Gonna try and disengage, but I'm not sure if he's gonna make it all that far with this Hardy ultimate. Cookie, a bit of a movement error, not able to stay on his heels. But I think it's just a matter of time at this point with this Yang depletion still in play. It's gonna be a tall order for him to actually come back into this game. You know, I think wait. Oh, we got the rebirth charm. Okay, it's not over just yet. It might be if he stays here though. I'm not sure.
Always winnable Duncan. TXJ with a gold fan and a dream to res his teammates alive. Gonna use a cube to break line of sight here. Break some ankles. See ya. Goodbye. See you later. We're going to be resing our teammate right now. 14 people left alive. He will be able to ladder up, possibly get a little bit more placement points. And like I was saying before, Duncan, placement points are overlooked. That's a little bit of sprinkles for your score at the end. Getting that 1 or 2 ends up becoming big. I've seen it over and over again. Literally teams not qualify because of half a point. Now we're going to get Wolves XEM with the V1 tap out. Oh my goodness. From downtown, just coming in with the Suns. EDI is going to fall. 80% Moonbane is going to hit XEM, but LYD going to be able to pop the ultimate. And they are going to skedaddle. Wolves using the buildings. Nice line of sight. Nice cover. LYD, very sad as a monk when everyone just runs away from you. You just want to be friends, you know? You just want to show everyone a good time. Just pick them up, take them for a ride, you know? But LYD, unfortunately, not going to be able to find that kill. He will be able to survive to fight another day, but unfortunately for him, not with nowhere to go. EWG is going to spawn him out. Cookie coming in hot with the Meteor, trying to find the hit. LYD in a tough situation, 1v3 situation. The fan, R&B is going to secure the hit. Tessa ult's going to be coming out. Third partying this situation with a Draco Storm up. Wolves showing up big. EWG thought they were going to have a snack, now turning into a snack themselves, Duncan.
They are indeed. They might be munched up by Wolves here, hungry, ready to third party with this Draco Storm that they have. EWG, all of these players are lurking at this edge of the zone. Wolves keeping track of them, ready to engage, ready to pounce at a moment's notice. They smell blood in the water, but EWG has certainly recovered. Luoye having used that Matari ultimate, they are vulnerable to this attack. Bowder are in the back. Wolves are taking the aggressive option, looking to try and jump in first. But we're gonna head on over to SS1 and X1, scrapping it out over here. The two teams who seem less scaled up than the rest of the lobby, fighting it out against each other. The one fight that they could potentially take in this situation, Tutu and co do find a kill onto XLY. I believe that was the last remaining member of X1 as well. Unfortunate for them, as they did manage to accrue 10 eliminations so far in the game, not able to get to those last moments, get that extra placement points, and maybe secure the first place for the multipliers. Not to be, they do go down, but 10 kills, that is still a very solid game. Very solid indeed. And the thing is, even though today we're only going to be playing 6 games or watching 6 games, there is another 6 games left to go on the weekend on Sunday. So after today, it's not all over. If you're sitting in the bottom 6, it's not over just yet. You still have another chance. But the players, the teams in the top 6 are certainly trying to create as big of a gap as they possibly can.
Yeah, 11 people left alive, and everyone slugging it out. Game 5, looking like a game 6. Everyone just looking for every kill possible.
Oh, no.
Caution is being thrown to the wind. We're just fighting inside the Moonbane. It doesn't matter. Cookie just getting eaten alive by this Moonbane. Double hit's gonna be coming out. The third hit just barely dodging. Cookie gonna be able to find a reset here, but the rest of his team is gonna be decimated, trying to find refuge inside the Moonbane. Port's gonna come out for SS1.
Oh my god!
But waiting on the other side, Pete with the R&B and the dash through. Tutu just like, wait a second, what happened here? Where's my team? V2's gonna be coming out, but the Matari ult's gonna be coming out. You coming in hot with the pulse sword, chunking Tutu down, and Bowda is gonna pick up that Wu Chen port.
They are indeed ready and waiting. Out of nowhere, they get taken down, teleporting into the clutches of this team. That is not what you want. An unfortunate situation, to say the least. Another unfortunate situation. Bowda's you eating the brunt of that ballista hit. Even though they pop that Kurumi ultimate, is not going to save them. Unfortunately, does get taken down. Wolves are running at this fight. Yeran is the next to go down, and Wolves are certainly going to be the ones securing this spirit well here. 7 players alive, Raven. What is going on? This game has been an absolute bloodbath. I guess that's what happens when you have Majority Viper. That's crazy.
You said you wanted Majority Viper, and when you get Majority Viper, you just get a full-on Oog Fest. No one can survive right now. Tesla ultimate been coming out. Cookie gonna get Tesla ulted. XEM has been leading the charge for his team. Cookie is gonna get dipped in the milk, consumed by Wolves, setting up with, what is this, 8? 8 plus 8, 16? 16 kills right now. Can they close this out? making it a 19 kills. EWG's Zai looking to try to get away. Nowhere left to go. Half charge R&B going to be coming out. XEM going to secure that kill. We got Peak trying to 1v3 this situation. Viper also going to go on. XEM staring him down, letting him know you're going to have to use that material, big dog, but you are going to get barbecued. And Wolves is going to take down another game. Back-to-back MVPs. Wolves coming online, showing up big, punching in their ticket for this day one of trios.
I don't think I can. I can't remember the last time there was an endgame like that. I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember the last endgame.
NA Disneyland.
That felt like a That felt like a That didn't feel like an NBPL game. That felt a lot more. That felt like ranked. That felt like you just gaming with the boys at home and just running the lobby. Wolves absolutely decimating. I think that was 19 kills by the end, as you said, because they had 16 and they picked up the other 3. Or perhaps it was only another 2. I'm not too sure. But that is an absolutely enormous game for Wolves. Certainly securing their top 6 spot, at least for the moment. You know, only time will tell. There is still plenty more NARAKA to be played. Only one more game for today, but another 6 on Sunday to decide those who will qualify and move forwards. For Wolves, they're certainly looking pretty solid. But speaking of looking pretty solid, JL was looking very solid at the start of the day, but unfortunately, they've fallen off. They've fallen off of their first 2 games, and I was thinking they'd probably come back in game 5 and 6, but unfortunately that was not the case. They yet again didn't find their footing in this game number 5, but we will see. Maybe game 6 they recover, as they are certainly an extremely dominant team and certainly have the ability to do this. But it's, as you were talking about earlier, the skill gap between these teams has certainly closed quite a lot since from previous times. You know, it's not as big of a gap as it has been in the past.
Yeah, when the top 10 teams here in this lobby can all MVP around, you're going to get a more flattened score. Everyone's going to be very, very close, I think, going all the way to the 12th round. And that's what I was saying. Those 1 or 2 points will matter in the end. Every single year when it comes to qualifying for Jacob. Last year, I still remember it. I still have horror stories of that Wu Chen porting his entire team into the cave, into zone, and just squandering their ticket to go to World Finals. There's a lot of pressure for these guys to perform, and every inch matters in this spot. Now, as I say that, this game 5 was oogly boogly, Duncan. We're just slugging it out. We're just every single time we saw a person, we're just in. We're just looking to get in. Well, you're in, so I'm in. Wait, you're getting out? I'm gonna get out. Wait, there's another team. There's another team. It's a full party now. It's just third party on parties just coming in. Everyone's like, who invited you? What's going on here? Did you bring the drinks? I brought the drinks. I got the kills. And everyone ends up getting consumed, and it comes down to like 0 endgame. Now, that's what happens, though. As you were saying, Duncan, you're like, you predicted a Viper game. That's what Viper games end up being. They end up picking up all the strong endgame teams. No one's able to hold their ground in endgame, and you see the Vipers just have their way with everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just what ends up happening. You know, the team comp is literally designed to assassinate these other sort of scaling compositions. And here we are taking a look at the scoreboard. A massive game for Wolves. Not a 30-pointer, but certainly close. 19 total eliminations, getting those ranking points and the multiplier. 26.8 in total. Bowder coming in second with 17.5, securing 15 eliminations. EWG with 15 as well. SS1 with 10, X1 with 10. Pretty solid performances regardless. JL on 8, WBG on 4, TE on 4, Alliance on 3, OEG on 2, and then FPX and JDG unfortunately sitting on 0s at the bottom. They just haven't found their footing today. FPX, I believe, may actually currently be at the bottom of the leaderboard overall for the day so far. Definitely an unfortunate day for them. But taking a look at Wolves, not so unfortunate. 10 eliminations for XEM, 18,500 damage. Yo, hey, ZK on the 5 kills, 9,000 healing, 8 assists, and HQ on 4 kills with 16,500 damage. And you know, this is a crazy kill number. It is a crazy kill threshold, but they don't have that much damage because they're just assassinating people extremely quickly. They are bursting them down instantaneously, and then they don't end up having that much damage overall. You know, you see those big damage numbers on compositions like the Sand Siphon where fights can get extended considerably, and you end up fighting, doing damage, them healing up, you healing up, and then just looping it back and going over and over again. But here we are taking a look at the total leaderboard now. Wolves sniping away that second place spot on the total leaderboard. JL, even though their game 3, 4, and 5 has not been, they've not been all that good, they're definitely still okay. You know, game 4 not so much, but they're still sitting atop the mountain, atop the leaderboard. Wolves very close behind them, only 2 points behind. Bowder in third with 58.5, OUG with 56.3, Alliance with 51.5, and X1 a little bit further behind on 40-something. But here we are taking a look at some replays brought to you by Thunder Robot. Here we are. We got Wolves taking away Raven at the parry.
The parry coming out from NHQ leading the charge. Nunchuck parry, just big damage coming out. Remember the top spawn. Just hearing the comms, the action, the hype. Wolves looking super locked in after their previous MVP round. Carrying this momentum to this round. Tessa all coming out again onto the Viper. Has the Fan-Jade keeping up the pressure. Looking for the parry again. Is going to get parried himself, but it's not going to matter. Picks up his gold fan. Keeps up the pressure, looks to lock down and secure the kills. Now going into this endgame, there's an absolute ooze fest. Presence of mind from NHC. Nice camera movement, catching all of the flank plays coming out. They keep up the pressure, securing the kills. Fan still one of the best trios weapons, and again, Ballista coming in big. Gonna get absolutely exploded by the F3 of the Viper, and this is gonna secure that Spirit Well and their momentum to just clean up this lobby. Now the Fan again with the pressure zipping, just force to just try to survive. This is just a formality. You're just watching Wolves run it down, finding all the solos and duos left in this lobby. No one's able to succumb the pressure of the non-stop third partying of the Viper compositions everywhere. And Wolves, they're looking locked in, Duncan. They're looking locked in.
They certainly are. Definitely locked in. And we got the Viper MVP coming out for XEM. Second MVP of the day. Look at him. He was not going down. He had that Mortal Defiance in the back pocket. Juggernaut as well. Getting that extra down. 10 kills. I'm pretty sure he had that fully stacked. With the F3 as well, you know, F3 just with a high tier weapon on its own with a little bit of damage, jeez, that's gonna do some damage. But if you get Juggernaut as well, whoa, that's gonna do quite a bit. And as you can see, skills and ultimates made up the majority of the damage he did in total. 8,500 damage, all from F3. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. But not that much total damage. You know, they just bursting people down very quickly. No, you know, work smarter, not harder. You don't need to be drawing out fights. Not your objective as a Viper team composition. And it's evident. There it is. They're able to just pop off and run the entire lobby. Viper games, that's what it ends up being. It didn't end up being one of those drop-down tree end games, but it was still rather explosive regardless.
You have a question for you, ladies and gentlemen, before your game 6 for your summer split random gifts. How many kills did OUG get in game 5? Was it A 2, B 4, C 6, or D 8? Man, the questions just get a lot harder near the end.
They do indeed.
How are we gonna know how OUG, how many kills they got? We got Wolves fragging out this game. And we're gonna ask us about OUG, the Ooglers. This is gonna be a tough one. I'm not gonna lie, chat. Not sure how many kills OUG was able to get behind Wolves. We'll have to see moving forward. I'm gonna guess C, Duncan, because that's what I did in grade school. We just guessed C.
Guess C and just hope for the best. I mean, maybe.
Yeah, hope for the best. Just C. We don't know what the answer is. We're gonna guess C. But speaking of guessing C, we're gonna take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna have our last game of the day for your CN Mainland Trios qualification. Don't go anywhere. We still got one more game left.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that short break, I am Dunkin' Donuts, one of your hosts and casters, alongside Raven, the legendary Raven PLZ. We're going to be taking you into our final game of the day, the 6th game. It's not, well, I mean, the thing is, it's obvious it's the final game of the day, but it's not the final game of this total series. As you may have noticed, there are 12 total games, 6 to be played today, and then another 6 to be played on Sunday to decide who will be moving forwards, who will be qualifying for the CN side. And it's definitely been rather exciting. It was very exciting to kick it off, JL dominating, but has now sort of gone into sort of conservative, slowed down mode, perhaps deliberately or perhaps not. Wolves coming in and dominating in this past game with 19 eliminations. Absolutely stellar performance from them, just fiending the lobby, the Viper lobby going crazy, getting the oogly. But I have a question, Raven. What do you think we're going to be seeing in this game number 6? Because we've had the oogly Viper game. What are we going to be seeing moving forwards? It's a nighttime Perdoria game. We've still got Fireflies in play, but I'm not too sure what these teams are going to be picking up.
I feel like we're going to be seeing more of the Monk composition. We've seen its dominance so far. The new Transformers 2024, Valda, Monk, Hadi, just a combination of everything. The answer to the Zai oppression out there. The new Xiphon composition absolutely raining havoc. We saw the likes of Hadi and Kylan contested at for a little bit, but now with the big nerfs to Kylan and Hadi, a new variation popping out. Monk, Valda, Hadi, and I expect to see more of it going into endgame. We saw the opening day from JL running this composition. Now, moving forward, a lot of these teams, because there are character points, are not going to have this available. So we did see what happens when a lot of Vipers get together and have a party. It's just we're ending the night a little bit earlier, so I could see Vipers coming out as well. JL was one of the pioneers of running Viper on Perdoria starting out in the league, but moving forward, Perdoria very open out. So Siphon does do really well on this map as well. The problem is, can you get to endgame? And the one thing that Siphon did have going for it is when it got online, it was able to claim the Spirit Wells. Now, with Monk compositions running around, even a blue armor, purple armor Monk team is very dicey to contest on the Spirit Well. Just the threat of a double grab is game ending, and it's just actually Jover. And for some reason as well, Spirit Well has that ability to defend against range, which is Monk's main weakness. Monks don't really want to ult because when there are multiple teams around, they end up getting crossbowed and fried. But with Spirit Wells, you have that range protection, so Monk's able to sit in the center and take advantage of it. We are going to see a little bit of everything, a little bit of Xiphon, a little bit of Viper, and a little bit of Takeda. A lot of mixed looks moving forward. I really think because of the Monk composition really destabilized the meta. A lot of the times we've seen in the past with trios meta, generally phase 1, 2, and 3 always end up picking the same 4 comps because it's very clearly defined which is the strongest comp. Just like we don't know who is the strongest team right now. Besides, I would say GG definitely has the edge on everyone else. We don't know what the most dominant composition is right now. Now, the new flavor of the Monk definitely is this new Transformer team. So I'm gonna go on a limb. When I think about it, I haven't played this composition as much, but when I think about the amount of plays that you can go with, the amount of different strategies you can run, it's really hard to beat this new Transformer team. So it has to be the most dominant team when it comes to these end games. I think off spawn as well, Valda is extremely oppressive and can deal with the pressure of that F3 Viper just because she has so much health off spawn.
Yeah, no, I agree. The main question is though, are they able to actually get that Valda ultimate online? Of course, if you're scrapping it out off spawn and you manage to get some eliminations, you can funnel those soul blooms into the Valda and try and get that ultimate online as soon as possible. But unless you're actually able to get those eliminations in the first place, that's not all that feasible. However, with Fireflies being a factor, that is definitely more doable. You know, you can just designate the Fireflies on spawn to the Valda and make it so that she just becomes that brick wall that's impossible to climb for these players, for these teams who've just managed to scrap together a couple weapons and maybe an armor or two. Unless you're getting extremely lucky and securing yourself a purple armor off drop, it's very difficult to really contend with. But here we are, and it looks as though you're right. I could think that's... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4... Oh, okay, only 4 monks. 1, 2, 3... 3 sand siphons, 2 vipers, and 1, 2, 3. So 3 Xiphon compositions. So it is monk majority, and we may end up getting that oogly monk endgame that we were talking about earlier. Hopefully, we'll see. It depends if they're able to survive until that point, but it is possible. Oh no, wait, 2 vipers. I can't count. I'm blind. I cannot see. But we're gonna be nothing too crazy. No heavy majority. No heavy majority. There is still some, but not too much at all. 3 sand siphons. Are they going to be able to scale up into that end game? we will have to wait and see. But we're going to be diving into our 6th game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Get hype, as this is the final one for the day. Are we going to be seeing some crazy off-spawn action? I would assume so, considering these drops that we're seeing. Alliance and FBX going to be dropping in Imperium, with another team very close by. 3 teams spawning up at the top, up in the north on Arcadia, going to be trying to contest this red Soul Jade. And then we have Bowder and X1 spawning relatively close together as well to the west of Skygaze Cove. Wolves all the way down in the bottom left, the southwest of the map. Probably planning on looting up this area just to the north of them, and then potentially finding a fight up against TE on the left. But we shall have to wait and see. JL taking a bit of a slower drop here instead of getting Oogly off spawn. Gonna be looking for that loot up angle. But oh no, they are looking for these fireflies. There are 2 fireflies to be had in this immediate area. We're seeing a very interesting fight taking place between Bowder and X1. Very little loot to be had here in this area, I would say, Raven. There's not very much to work with.
Making it work with having very little, going in with the slaps now. Just slap off spot. This is actually very optimal. ZDI gonna send the katana, getting tons of value off that follow-up, but it's not gonna matter. Yu's gonna close it out using his meteor now to the north. EWG versus JDG. Things are going to be falling 2v3 situation, but everyone doesn't have much right now. Can you make it happen? Off spawn is when the 2v3s end up happening, but it's not going to matter. Zai gonna come down with the Viper and the Pulse Sword, chopping down JDG. 1v3 situation. Keeping it nice and easy, keeping it nice and safe. Scalever's gonna be coming out. Perry can't be coming out, and JDG is gonna get closed out to the north. Now going to the center. OUG versus FPX. Samuel's going to be invested. Junks in the center, in the thick of it. Wu Chen walls coming down with the heals. Junks getting chipped down and surrounded. FPX gonna get sliced and diced by OUG. Now it's just a couple more kills till they get that red longsword, and just getting a little bit of oogliness off spawn. OUG gonna take the center and claim a nice 3-piece off spawn.
Indeed. Can you remember, has there ever been a game in trios the red longsword has actually come into play? I don't think it's ever happened. We've definitely seen the red Soul Jade come in, but I don't think we've ever seen the red longsword actually get picked up, because teams just aren't looking to really contest it, as it's a bit of a gamble. And if you do end up spawning there, you're usually not joined by enough teams to actually get the red longsword unlocked, I don't think.
I can't recall. Well, a lot of the time, just like you said, most teams prefer risking it for the red Soul Jade, just because this power spike is just so significant. The 1,000 heal coming out from the red Soul Jade just is really a deciding factor in that first realm of Yang. And first realm of Yang coming out with Yang depletion is tough, because a lot of these mid teams, these mid power scaling teams, the Xiphon comps, really thrives off finding these situations with the Vipers looking to find kills. So it's very, very nice having that red Soul Jade. We're gonna get OUG after their win in the center, move to the outside, gonna find X1 trying to scale up on the Xiphon composition. Ooh. Can they do it? It's not gonna happen. SS gonna come in with the double charge R&B from the outside. ZDI is gonna pop the Temio, but he's just delaying the inevitable. These Ooglers are coming in hot. XLY looking to make the noble sacrifice. It's not going to matter. OUG's SS, the leader, the strat caller, is going to jump across. He is going to get slapped away from finishing this kill. Maybe he bite off too much of his chew. I spoke too soon. 1.5 parry is going to come out. ZDI is going to use his gold F to get out of that situation. He is going to get a stagger. A little bit of mistake from ZDI, but OUG wake up F sends ZDI flying. Get off me, Tammy. You cannot find this kill right now. That damage from the F3 is devastating, Duncan.
It certainly is. I would hope as well that Tumulk didn't have grapples, because that was a pretty suboptimal combo there to go for off of that Tumulk Wisp. But I'm assuming that he didn't have the grapples to actually do the grapple extension there. But if he did, then that's definitely a big blunder, as he would have. If he had grapples, then he would have gotten that kill. But EWG did manage to secure themselves that red soul jade, that Vulpine essence. For those of you at home who don't know what this jade does, it gives you, it's basically Mortal Defiance with extra oomph. It gives you 1,000 heal, as you said earlier, but it also gives you a bit of a damage reduction for about 4 to 5 seconds after it has been popped, after it's been procced. After you get that 1,000 heal, you get a little bit of damage reduction on top of it. Just a little bit of icing on the cake, just to keep you alive. It's so useful in general, really. You know, in pro play and in just normal ranked play, is very nice to have. Is it also not only because of the actual effect it has, but it also gives you that surprise factor. You know, they think that you're about to get taken down and that you're going to die, and they might try and commit to try and taking you down. And in Immortal War, this is something that happens a lot more. If you try and commit to take somebody down and you're extremely low HP, in a situation in normal rank where you might not look to take that person down and risk it when you're at such low HP, you would want to do so in Immortal War, as Soul Blooms give you much more. In fact, they give you double the health and shield that they normally give you in rank. So taking that gamble and then to have it not pay out because of the fact that they had Vulpine Essence is very impactful. But here we have a fight between WBG and FPX. Raven, take it away. Walker is in a bit of a bad spot right now.
Yeah, sad Monk. You jump and then no one wants to play. Just give me grabs, please. Not an ideal situation for Monk to fight with so much buildings around. Terrain situation is going to be creeping out and out. FPX, they dodge that initial Monk out. They use the Temi ult to get out of there, but no ultimate's going to be clicked. Junks wanted to come in, wanted to pop ultimate. Instead, he's going to be welcomed by a Dragon Slayer. Now Junks going to be fading out. Nice peel coming out from his team. Kurumi holding the line, holding them back. He is going to be able to pop a heal, and now FPX stabilizing, finding their footing here. Kurumi ult's going to be coming out, but now a third party on OUG with the Viper. V1's going to be popping out. And the Moonbane, oh my goodness, so much damage to be coming down. FPX doing their best to fight back. They have the Kurumi circled down. Last ditch effort from their Kurumi, but FPX is gonna get collapsed on. OUG gonna clean it up with a nice Moonbane third party. Snake abusing at its best. OUG gonna try to secure this kill onto Sandy, but FPX's Sandy with that max grapple distance, making his way to the soldiers, to the stands, trying to make his way to the hills. Can he get out of here? OUG's SS gonna be cutting off to the right, but it looks like JL is there as well. I spoke too soon. I thought OUG was chasing. It's actually JL spotting out this straggler, and now OUG coming in as well. Temi ult's gonna be invested. Just everyone's converging here in the center right now, fighting for this free frag on Sandy, but OUG's SS gonna make his way ahead of the curve. He has to be careful right now. JL is hot on his heels, looking for the pickup as well. Multiple teams converging on here. OUG, JL, all looking for this kill. Tesla ult's gonna be invested. SS still in it. He's gonna secure the kill for his team, peeling ahead of JL. This is our kills. Alphaing the loot, alphaing the kill. OUG gonna put that one on the board, and they're up to 9 kills, Duncan.
They are indeed 9 eliminations this early on is a substantial number to have at this point. Insanely huge game for OUG. They are not slowing down whatsoever. 9 kills has put them at the top of the leaderboard, overtaking JL. Finally, JL has been dethroned here, for at least for the moment. JL hasn't managed to pick up any elimination so far this game. But enough of that. We're going to be jumping into the realm of Yang. TE up against Bowder. TE on this new Monk composition. Are they going to be able to take down Bowder, who are running a slightly different variation of said comp, and they are running the Zai instead of the Hardy. Zai ultimate and Hardy ultimate have already been used. Both of these ultimates, both of these positions within this team are opening up with their ultimates, and now it's Tianhai time. It's Monk time. It's time to throw hands. TE jumping around. The monks just played a hop, skip, and jump onto this pillar. 14 now has the advantage. He had one extra jump and is going to be able to get back onto the high ground, but instead is going to be dropping down and denying this grab, this slam from Yeran. Both of these players, both of these monks in similar situations in terms of effective health. Yeran does get that heal back from the V2, but TE14 is instead on the V1 and does not have that privilege and is going to be eliminated, but both monks have now been taken down. Both of them eliminated, and now it's the 2v2 situation. TE are in the advantage state. They do have more effective health on their side. I believe Bowder scrambling, trying to make something happen, but it looks as though they might be able to pull this out of the bag. Leo, extremely low HP. You having engaged with that F2 on the Zai. Leo trying to find an LMB, RMB onto Bowder's Peak, who's scale rushing on the pillar. Not able to find it just yet, but the opening comes through. The F2 does get popped from this Valda wash, but unfortunately, no, not able to get that LMB into uppercut, even though it is true. There must have been some other form of stagger coming in to make it a soft true combo. Dodging out, Peak now grappling in, applying that assault smolder fire tick onto Wash. Now this sort of 1v1 situation for the moment, but Wash now quickly outnumbered the Cloud Weaver. He's going to try and stall it out. 10 seconds left on the clock. Peak looking for the scale rush. The F2 misses, but they do find the kill, and Bowder come out on top.
Wow, what clutch play coming out from Peak and you to close that out. It looked like, not gonna lie, it looked like Bowder was out against the wall, but true champions find a way to win when the odds are stacked against them. Duncan and Bowder will be the champions of that realm. Yeah, now going to the outside, we got JDG versus Wolves. But on the Zai, trying to keep up the pressure. Nice job with the Meteor, putting out lots of damage. XCM all day, he's been leading the charge for his team. He's gonna be popping this ultimate. He's gotten a ton of value off of this Monk ultimate. Now, unfortunately for him, everyone's gonna be in this happy little area of Imperial. JL gonna be showing up to the party as well. EWG on the outside as well. Wolves XCM has his work cut out for him. Good thing for him, they do have Vermilions. He is V2, I believe. Actually, I don't know if he's V2. He might be V1. Let's see what this double grab's looking at. Are we gonna get the double slam? The re-grab? We are silenced right now. He's not gonna get the grab. Viper also gonna be invested. I spoke too soon. EWG's coming into the party. They're crashing up party. They're yoinking all the kills right now. Everyone's trying to skedaddle to get out of there, but Sleepwalker on the outside trying to lead his team to cure their Yang depletion. BBV is gonna get grabbed up. Krumi also gonna be invested. Axio's gonna be frying with the crossbow. Gonna go for the follow-up. BBV is gonna make it around the corner with the juggle. Not gonna get re-grabbed by the likes of Sleepwalker, but WBG has JL against the ropes. Fong is gonna get stomped on and grabbed right now. Alliance on the outside coming in. WBG has to be careful, but they don't have much to work with their Yang depletion taken away.
They do not indeed. It's not looking too good, but Alliance have just been they've been given the run around. They've not actually managed to make use of these cooldowns. The Zaya ultimate was invested, not able to find all that much value, and now TE coming into the mix, having lost their realm of Yang, looking to try and cleanse these Yang depletions. They do find one. They find JL just in dire straits, and now JL has in fact been fully eliminated from the lobby. What happened? What happened? They had such a strong start to the day, and now ending the day with a 0-kill game, eliminated just after first Yang. This is not what you want. Something has gone awry. I'm not sure what it was, but they're certainly going to have to figure it out for future. TE now managing to cleanse yet another Yang depletion. They do have the money to buy back their last member, so they may in fact not opt to try and find another fight. and look to simply buy back their last member, but we will have to wait and see. Bowder still in the thick of it. JDG and SS1 all in this small corridor, fighting it out. The Zai reigning supreme, getting that value with the Zai ultimate with that V2, but it is not going to be enough. SS1 coming in and doing so much damage on the back end, able to come in with that jabbing and that Takeda ultimate, denying so much of that Zai, taking them down, but they did have the Vermilion Birds of Might. They aren't down for the count just yet. Zen 1 looking to try and get some more value, but not able to do so, getting pushed away and having this pressure iced off by that Matari ultimate investment from Alliance. Alliance now scattering, going in all sorts of different directions to try and deny this this team from finding that opening that they so desire. It looks as though TE he's going for a swim. TE14 is going for a swim in the Mercury River, just having a good time, surfing around. He's going out in the zone, letting himself get taken down to this storm damage so that he can indeed be brought back by his teammates. Just as I assume, maybe it's simply the safer option in this situation. You know, that you don't have ultimates available. There's no point in looking to dive back in if you have the money to just buy the rebirth. I think that at least I think we talked about this as well. If you have 2 players with the Yang Depletion, it's probably worth it to go and look for the fight. But if it's only 1, then you can then you definitely look for the revive charm.
Yeah, especially going in the zone, using the Mercury to chip away at your health a little bit faster allows you to loot up, get your teammate back in the game. Nice play by them to play for that res. You know, you can't get kills if your team is dead, is my motto. So when you're dead, you can find kills. When you're dead, there's no more kills to be had. So playing for res is still a very good thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be diving into this realm of Yang now, though. SS1, off the back of that third party they accomplished in Imperium, diving in. Zen 1 with that F1 on the Takeda and that Golden Fan trying to find the way in. The Monk going up against this Tianhai composition. Ling does get grabbed up now. Are they going to get the follow-up? The Valda Spear comes through into the regrab. The Kurumi Circle does get put down, but is it going to be enough to keep him alive? The Valda Spear, yet again, the re-juggle. There it is. The crossbow coming through, and Ling simply cannot play the game. You are not allowed to stay on your feet, good sir. That is not going to happen in the face of this Monk.
Yeah. SS1 Takeda's Zen has his work cut out for him. He needs to find some frag right here. He needs to find a return answer and a good grab going to be coming out, but the Zai ult's going to come out. It's looking cooked from my friend. The oppression from you is just too much. Demi ult's not going to create enough value in this situation. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like the Monk variations are the answer to all of this jank that exists right now. The Zais just cannot do anything versus the pressure of the Monk and another very, very strong ultimate. As I'm saying that, V1's going to be invested. Nice little swerve from Tut there, sliding and vibing, getting away. He is going to find the king, forcing out that Wu Chen poured out deal. Will he find the denial? It looks like Xing is going to be trying to get a res right here, but OUG does a good job with the range to deny it right now. A little bit of double dip action right now. Zai tries to go in, trying to deny the pressure, try to create some space for the Matari to get rest, but it's not going to happen. OUG with the excellent poured out play and the re-engage is going to find that kill, but now WBG is diving in.
And they're somehow already a man down. I'm not sure what happened for this to be the case, but they've lost a man going into this fight, just instantaneously getting taken down perhaps. But now OUG also on the back foot, forces slow down and go for this resurrection onto the king. They did get assassinated, and yet again JDG finding this kill onto the king. It's just going back and forth between all of these teams, left and right, just in and out, resetting, coming back in and looking for these kills. But it looks as though we've got another party crasher. Wolves coming in with that Draco Storm. They are definitely not going to be leaving any survivors here. Tutik does get caught. The parry comes through and gets taken down. Wolves, I don't think Tutik's going to be recovering from this one. Unfortunately, JDG may be cooked here. Only one member left alive. A lonely Zipping, who I imagine is currently trying to run away from another team, or in fact has found a spot to hide away. SS1 very close by, might find him, might spot him out on his way back into the zone, but we'll have to see. Instead, we're going to be taking a look at Alliance and EWG instead. Neither of these teams with Yang depletion, both of them just very willing to scrap it out here in this isolated 3v3.
EWG, Zai. Let him have the Zai jump onto him as well. He is going to pop the V1. Wuchen Port is going to come out. He is going to cancel it. Now they are going to try to skedaddle, trying to create some space. Their Tessa down to 1 HP. He still has one more clip left in the tank. Can pop that Tessa. He's going to run in and buy another purple armor. Quick heads up play coming out from him. Alliance, he got the pressure. A bunch of blueberries actually. Still keeping up the aggression though. They want those kills. They're up to 0 kills right now. It doesn't even look like they have Yang depletion or anything. They're just straight oogling this. EWG, big 3-piece meteor coming out from NY7. What is happening right now? They're playing like they have a bunch of gold armors. They got blue armors. We're keeping up the aggression. EWG's like, wait a second, what are you doing? Get out of here. NY7 is going to get put against the wall and diced up, sliced up by the Hong sword of EWG. They're just like, wait a second. What you guys doing? Yeah, are you crazy? Blue armor coming into us. EWG just pauses, waits a second, turns the pressure, and eliminates Alliance.
That's some pretty suboptimal oogliness if I've ever seen it. What on earth? It's JL, Alliance, and X1. All three of these teams eliminated with 0 kills. It's like, it's almost as if they're just like, hey, you know, this is game 6. Just get me out. Go next. Let's just go Sunday. I'm just done at this point. Like, what's going on? I don't understand. This is not the fight to go for. They don't have buff. They don't have Yang depletion. They're just going in and getting aggressive. I mean, I can respect it. You know, you just chat energy and just maybe just throw them off with that. But I don't know. This kind of environment is not usually the play to go for. But we're heading on over to SS1 and OUG fighting it out. SS on the retreat along with the rest of his team. SS1 trying to chase them down. Zen1 with this grapple distance trying to catch up. He's definitely being made to work for it. SS, they've made it to this sort of small area. These buildings, they might be able to break line of sight and disengage, but they're gonna be collapsed on very, very soon. And OUG, they're missing a player. I don't know where that other player is, but is not with them just yet, I don't think. SS1 been cut off by the likes of EWG and being forced to stop chasing down OUG instead, but this might bite them in the behind here as OUG might look to regress off of this. EWG not slowing down though. They take down Tutu even through the Kurumi circle. No care in the world, does not matter. You are going down, good sir. Now Ling is next on the menu, forced to use that Tumulk F early, not able to armor through or iframe that Tessa ultimate, and also does get taken down, and now SS1 are fully eliminated as well.
Now, Wolves is going to be claiming the Spirit Well, and how many kills are we up to? Up to 5 kills. There are only 15 people left alive, 12 actual bodies, but they are double gold armor. Hadi and Monk, now they are going to get active with that blue buff. They are going to have like ESP be able to pick and cherry pick their kills right now. They unfortunately, we're gonna get some monk on monk violence right now. Uran just putting Sem in the fist blender, letting him know he does have Dreadful Whale, gonna move his way out of there. Out of there. Wolves is gonna find a kill onto Baldas You right now though. On the backside, you will fall to the focus fire, but now XCM wants a rematch versus these Fist Blades, looking for the Dreadful Will. You're gonna have to pop his combo break match with a ton of pressure. The kick's coming out, nowhere left to go. The stagger's gonna come out. The follow-up from NHQ. Quick dicing of Euron. You see the light attack coming in with the focus attack.
And the jump LMBs. Just, yeah.
Tried and true. Cover for your teammates' parrying. Find the kills.
Yeah, absolutely. And with fist blades as well, the jump LMB being, I think it's almost safe to say that the fist blade jump LMB is probably the best jump LMB on any weapon in the game at the moment. It's just so impossible to actually break away from. The tracking on it and the multi-hit making it so difficult to actually space away from. And there you have it, the light attack. One of you light attack, one of you focus attack, and there it is, taking down Yeran, unable to do anything in the face of wolves. The wolf pack coming in with the ferocity, with the mystic might buff, and now probably going to look to set up for the next upcoming Spirit Well that will be getting placed down relatively soon. EWG looking pretty strong as well. Golden Hangsword on Xi. EWG definitely pretty scaled up at this point. Having that Vulpine Essence in the back pocket for the Viper as well, it's going to allow him to take a more aggressive approach in that position 1, allowing him to get a little bit extra oogly. But we shall see how this plays out. Spirit Well now has been where it's going to spawn has been telegraphed now, and it is going to be Draco Storm Raven. This is going to get spicy. 12 players alive in total. I'm not sure if that's just 4 teams, but it could be a couple stragglers, but there's definitely 3 teams alive for sure.
Whoever picks up this Draco Storm most likely will win this lobby. I'm wondering if we're going to see a pure contention contest for it, because just you can't give up this Draco Storm and expect to win this situation. We got multiple Monk teams and 2 Viper teams. 2 Monk teams, 2 Viper teams going to be going at it for this last little bit. We got XCM with the Dreadful Whale establishing positioning for the center right now. Flamethrower is going to be coming out on the top rows, but XCM, he's holding the center right now. Dreadful Whale going to be coming out. EWG posturing, looking for an opening right now. They're going to get forced away. Doesn't look like they want to be first one to invest here. Wolves ZK on the top ground with the flamethrower, letting everyone know if you get in there and you get Dreadful Whale, you are for sure cooked, deep fried, and barbecued. And it looks like Wolves is going to claim this again. Valda ult's going to be invested already. Just a last little bit of tick left. All the other teams are skedaddling, trying to move to the edge. Hopefully Wolves doesn't choose them. It looks like OUG is going to claim the center of the building. Who is Wolves going to choose for this endgame? Now, they are up to 7 kills. They are leading the pack, overtaking the likes of JL. The top 3 looking very different. We got OUG, Bauda, and now Wolves looking to secure it. Who is going to be ranked 1 by the end of day 1? Is it OUG or will it be Wolves, Duncan?
I mean, considering that Wolves has secured themselves that Draco Storm, I would not be surprised if it ends up being Wolves. But OUG, they're on that Viper composition. If they find the right opportunity, they may be able to destabilize all these other teams, all these other compositions, and potentially secure that victory. But we shall wait and see as this is slowly playing out. Wolves, although they have this buff, are still apprehensive to just fully dive in, as they aren't all that willing to utilize these cooldowns. So they are going to need them as the zone starts to close in about 18 seconds and counting. EWG holding strong within this building with this Aurora Burst, holding down this staircase, making it extremely difficult for any team to make their way in. OUG now sitting on top of this building at the very, very tippy top with that Wu Chen throwing down these wind walls, making it difficult for any team to actually create an advantage using these ranged projectiles. And it looks as though Wolves and this team right next to them have sort of gone for a bit of a handshake. TE and Wolves not really willing to focus each other, and EWG and OUG have essentially done the same thing, sitting around the same spot. It's reminiscent of the family meta in solos at this point, not gonna lie. The 2 Viper teams and then the 2 Monk teams just grouping up, or essentially not going for each other deliberately to give themselves the biggest advantage that they can going into these final moments of the game.
You want to benefit from the other Transformer team. Like, either of you are going to win this. The only way that you grief each other is if you go for each other, because both the Viper teams are going to engage, and it looks like the Viper teams realizes we got to force the issue if this isn't going to happen. 14 in a tough position. The burst damage is going to come out. The focus fire of the Spear and Fan is going to take down TE's 14. One monk down, only one monk left to go. Wolves going to hold their ground on the outside right now. The monk not getting doved on accurately. XCM doing a good job of avoiding this, but Zai is going to pop that V1 looking for a stagger. Now Leo, the hottie.
Oh my goodness.
He is going to get exploded, but Wolves is going to come back with the follow-up, letting them know we will avenge you, our monk brethren. The Vipers will not take this round, but there's a lot of building involved here. Can they find some value off their ultimates? Not much. XEM doing a great job with the Dragon Roar, finding kills onto EWG's Cookie. XEM going to be healing up, waiting for this heal up situation. The Valdo's going to be invested already. The Dreadful Whale is coming out over and over from ZK. He still has his gold from more Dreadful Whales going to be here in the future. OUG's SS trying to get away from NHQ. He's feeding them on the hottie. Can he get away? He cannot get away. OUG's SS is going to fall. It looks like Wolves is going to be taking down this game, Duncan.
It does indeed. 3-man strong. They have that monk ultimate ready to go at a moment's notice. It is looking Wolves favored for this 6th and final game of the day. XCM diving in, sending these focus attacks. The Dragon Roar on lock, ready to go. TE Wash now being forced out the window on a sliver of health. Does manage to get this Valda ultimate online. Thankfully able to survive, but it's not going to net him all that much value unless he can actually get one of these heals off. OUG in the bottom trying to stay alive. Jinyu with his Tessa ultimate is going to find that confirm on at least one of these players. XEM just waiting, biding his time. He knows that all he has to do is hold his ultimate until the last second, and there it is. Wolves coming out on top yet again, getting that MVP, securing all of those eliminations and remaining atop the mountain of this total scoreboard. Good lord, what a game from them.
Wow. I'm starting out the day really slow and then heating up at the halfway point. Wolves didn't go back to back to back. They don't slow down the momentum. They turn into a freight train just rolling over the competition. What can slow them down? Can they carry this momentum into day 2? Now there's going to be a lot of NARAKA still to be played, but everyone's going to be reviewing this day. And Monk is definitely back, Duncan. I'm curious to see how these teams are going to respond, seeing just how strong these monks are for the Spirit World inside Realm of Yang. A lot of the lines have to be figured out. Will we see an answer coming out from the likes of Zai and Zyphon and Siphon? Normally, we'll have to see. I mean, I don't see the vulnerability. It was something I was talking to Tryhard about. The second he saw the comp, I was like, hey man, there's a new Transformer comp. It's Hottie, Valda, and Monk. And he's just like, how do you beat that? And he's like, when I think about it, just real quick, usually he's just like, yeah, it'd be that's not that team sounds like butt, where you can't how you beat it. But for the first time, he's just like, actually, that kind of sounds unbeatable. And we saw today. I wanted to see how these teams would respond to it, and time again, besides Viper just cutting it from the legs before it gets going, gets running, there wasn't really a good answer I saw inside the Realm of Yang.
No, I don't think there really was. But one thing that's been on my mind, which it might be on the mind of a lot of you at home, and you, Raven, is that Syra hasn't been introduced to pro play just yet. But with her introduction, we might see some changes coming in, and this might disrupt the newly found monk meta, as Syra actually does do quite a lot of stagger to Tianhai in his ultimate state. She can prevent him from getting value quite effectively. So I wonder if this is something that will be short-lived due to Syra not being incorporated into the patch that they're playing on, or if it will continue onwards regardless. I mean, what do you think? Do you think that Syra will come in and actually and take the meta by storm, considering that she's also recently received buffs? She's definitely a lot speedier than she was before. However, I'm not sure if it's going to be sufficient. We'll have to wait and see. What do you think?
I don't know if they're going to allow her on the Worlds patch. We'll have to see. I haven't seen what the rules are. If she is introduced, though, I would say the overall consensus from all the competitive players is she's kind of butt. She's a little bit slow. And you're seeing even right now with the established characters with buff Valda, a lot of these teams are struggling to adjust to what exists right now. So to throw in a new character, if someone was going to do it, I have to say TXJ is going to do it. But looking at the overall standings for the last game of the day, Wolves on top again, back to back MVPs, 14 kills. But that coveted first place, able to eke out OUG. Still 14 kills for OUG, EWG as well, a bunch of kills as well. It's just that 1.2 multiplier, and like I was saying, the placement points cannot be overlooked. It's a kill with sprinkle, or it's a team wipe with sprinkles on top. 4 points is a lot. And you're seeing on the backs of Wolves the efficiency coming out from this squad. Monk again, not the main DPS, more of a support role, but Valda and Hadi putting in a ton of work. Just that end game. I think the fundamental difference between everyone else right there was XCM was able to hold his ult to the very end. I always say that support ult is just, your ult cannot come first, your ult should usually come last, and he does a good job of icing out the pressure. The overall standings, Duncan, any surprises for you here?
I'm surprised that FPX didn't do better, because they're sitting at the bottom, having had not a good day, to say the least. You know, I'm surprised that they haven't done better than they did. So probably that, but other than that, not too many surprises. I anticipated Wolves, OUG, Bowder, JL, Alliance doing well. X1 as well, they've been leveling up. SS1, it was probably between SS1 and X1 doing well. As for some reason they've always found themselves fighting each other, which is quite funny. But it's not too many, to be honest. But here we are taking a look at the replays brought to you by Thunder Robot. We've got Wolves' perspective in the realm of Yang, dominating yet again with this composition, with this wombo, this effective wombo, with the Valda re-juggles, the Valda facilitating the re-grabs insanely. It's so coordinated, and it looks as though it's very hard to actually do anything about it, because the Valda she's just a wall. She has this massive shield. How do you actually stop her from spearing your teammate outside of just jumping in front of it? And then at that point, you're just going to get grabbed instead. I'm not really sure what you can really do to prevent that wombo. You know, other wombo comps in the past, there's been counterplay. You stay split up, you prevent this. Like, for example, Valda Viper, with the Valda wave into the Viper stun, etc. You just make sure that you're not stacked together. You try and break them apart and pull them away from each other so they can't get these wombos. Try and pressure certain targets. But with this composition, it seems extremely difficult to actually prevent the wombo from taking place.
You bring up an excellent point, Duncan. In the past, wombo, the main weakness that Monk has as a wombo composition, he doesn't have his crewmate to keep him alive. Now, what he has instead is the Hadi cube. As long as Hadi hawks and makes sure that Monk doesn't get focused on, he has the cube in order to sustain until they find the look that they want to set up the perfect wombo. It's an excellent adaptation to a concept that existed in NARAKA for a while. Before it was the wave Valda into double grab, now it's a more dynamic V2, and it has great endgame potential with that mobility. Before, like, if you wave someone, you could still get grabbed because you were kind of just stuck sitting on the platform. But now with the mobility of it, you have that ability of that solo clutch as the V2 Valda in the lobby. Also, the offense capability off spawn. I was saying before, usually Monk compositions are very weak off spawn because Yushan and Monk don't get a ton of value in a lot of terrain situations. You see the building, people just kind of hide. They don't want to come out to play. It's hard to get value. Trees counter Yushan, but V2 Valda, nothing really stops her when she wants to keep pressure on you. Even though you can deny the spear pressure, as long as she sits on top of you, she can get focus attacks on you and just play neutral, and there's not much you can do, especially off spawn when you don't have a lot of defensive capability. We'll have to see how these teams kind of adjust moving forward. It is the first day, ladies and gentlemen. 6 games are in the books, but there's going to be another 6 day 6 games to go. I imagine all these teams are going to go back to the VODs, try to dial in, try to figure out a better answer for this. And that's what's always really exciting to me. You might be first to the party, first to the punch, get a ton of value off these new composition. But what really matters in the end is who's going to come out on top when it all is said and done.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what I was thinking about? You know what I want to try, Raven? I want to try Valdemar Darker. I'm going to go away this weekend and play that in Trios and see how that works, because I think that'd be pretty fun. It seems as though the third is somewhat interchangeable, because at least from what we've seen today, the Zai and the Hardy, both of the variations have done very well. But enough of that. We're going to have a short interview taking place, so we'll be right back after that for the closing statements, but stick around for that interview.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have Yiren from 暴打 to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 请Yiren先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是暴打叶。
Okay, welcome. So for your team, you change Hardy into Zay. Why you make this kind of change for the monk combinations? 那其实对于暴打来说，把哈迪换成了季以命，为什么会有这样的这个水佛阵容的一个变动？
没有啊，是因为我们之前一开始就是这个季引佛的，然后后面我们来不及练了而已。
Okay, so we play Zay for the monk and Valda combination from the beginning, and for now we don't have time to training the Hardy for the combination, so we just keep use Zay. Well, okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So this time our question is, how many kills did Team 暴打 get in the game 6? A 10B, 11C, 12D, 13. 那这次我们的问题是，暴打在第6局拿了多少个击败分呢？ So please count them time， 也是请依然跟我们倒计时一下。
3, 2, 1。
Okay, screenshot. So what's the answer? 答案是什么？You forgot.
我记得是12个。
Is it 12? Is it 12 or maybe 11? I don't know. Maybe we just keep the answer in our mind for this time. Okay. Well, so I mean for 暴打, and because now we can see we have a kind of like so many more combinations for the competition, but for your team, I remember your team can play Takeda combination very well. Do you think there's so many monk combo will have a kind of impact for your team? 那其实我印象里，暴打也是这个5田阵玩的非常好的。那你觉得现在有如此多的这个佛阵，对于自己队伍来说，5田阵会有什么样的冲击吗？
我们5田玩的好吗？我们5田一坨大逼。
I don't think our Takeda combination can play very well, but you have 玉，但是你没有小玉宝。
小玉是小玉啊，那跟我们阵容没关系。
Okay, I think it's just because you can play Takeda very well. It's maybe there's no relationship with like our Takeda combinations for 暴打. Okay, well, don't be like so less for the combination. Just be more confident, because you know this time is the qualifier for Jacob. So how's your confidence for this time's Jacob group game? 那其实不要这么没有信心，毕竟这一次我们是为了节杯去做这个预选的。那对于这一次的预选赛，包括之后要晋级这个节杯的小组赛，有着怎么样的信心呢？
肯定顺利晋级啊，就是顺利晋级。
Okay, I think we can just I think it's very confident for me to get into the group game for Jacobs. I see. Well, so we can see for today, Balda have a really good performance. So I just hope you can keep your luck for the following games, because there's still 6 games for the colorful competition. 那其实今天暴打也是有一个非常不错的表现的，希望可以把这个好运留到，就是持续的留到后6把比赛，好吗 ？Okay. Thank you and come to our interview. That's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Man, Bauda, even though I'm super happy that they've done super well, and so did JL for the day. They didn't have blowout performances. They just did very, very solid. That means day 2, Duncan, it's gonna be very, very competitive, and I don't think any team can sit really comfortable right now. You still have to show up and perform for this second day. Anyone can win. That's what's really exciting. I would say the top 10 are all raised. I would even say the top 12 can all MVP around. Now, whether or not you can consistently do it, Wolves really showed and impressed me today that they consistently showed up. Like after I said the veterans are showing up today, doing super, super well. Both Wolves and Alliance woke up. Even though Alliance in MVP rounds, they still had really, really high kill games. And then Wolves just closed it out. Looked like the second coming of GG, showing their endgame prowess.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I because we were talking about this, I brought it up at the beginning of the day, how we were talking about what the threshold will likely be. What do you think this threshold for actual top 6 qualification is going to end up being? Do you think it's going to be around 80 points or something?
Maybe around
50,
100.
60? You
I
think
would say it's around 100? Might be a little bit,
for top 6?
bit less, but yeah, everyone always. In previous past, I would say people underperformed when it came to the clutch situations, but I would say over the years of NARAKA, the points have just been moving up and up. Now, technically, they've lowered points overall just because no more multiplier for everyone, but still, everyone's still adjusted, and it's very, very high kill and very, very flat. So everyone pushes so hard to get that first place. Now, even though trios is done for today, we're going to be going back to solos for tomorrow. Very, very close. Besides 225, who secured the day, everyone else, I would say, is still up in the air. Frostvis did super well, got top 3. I'm hoping that he keeps up the momentum going into day 2, but we'll have to see for this next solos. Trios in the books, though. Duncan, very, very exciting. Both my teams, at least, showed up today. JL and Bauda. JL at first and slowing down, and then Bauda in the second half. We'll have to see if they can keep it going. Super exciting with the new compositions. I got my one wish that I wanted to see in trios. Monk coming back big. We'll have to see how Worlds evolves. And I still think Silence Viper has a place. We saw FPX have a little bit of success with it. We'll have to see how everyone adjusts. Right now, I would still say the meta is very, very chaotic. People kept a lot of cards close to the heart, and they played the reverse Unos. We'll have to see how everyone adjusts moving forward.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Unfortunately, my wish is yet to be truly granted to see Taka in trios, but I will likely be waiting a long time. But I'm glad that I was right about Valda coming into the meta, as she certainly has made quite a splash, if you excuse the pun. But that is going to be all from us today, ladies and gentlemen. The 6 games, we will be back for tomorrow for the solos, as I'm sure a lot of you will be coming in to watch that, as it will be the last chance for all of those players. But for now, that's all we have for you. Take care, everybody. I hope you have a great day, morning, night, wherever you are in the world, and we will see you next time.